I was lying on a hospital bed, feeling the rich, exquisite taste of almost caviar on my tongue, even though I only had a bowl of snail noodles in my hands. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, Mu Jinki, the most beautiful girl in the university, was horrified by the disgusting sour taste of food prepared by top chefs. Our senses were connected. I was enjoying myself while she was suffering. Just yesterday, I was an ordinary student dreaming of an extraordinary life. But everything changed the moment I jumped into the water to save Mu Jinki. I woke up in a hospital with a system that linked our sensory experiences. Now every step she took, every touch, and even pain, I felt it too. The strangest part was that she had no idea about it. September 20th, 2022. The day started as usual. I was heading to my lectures at Huaxing University. Everything changed in an instant when I saw a crowd of students rushing toward the campus lake. It turned out that Mu Jinki, the famous beauty and pride of our university, had fallen into the water. Without hesitation, I jumped in to help, diving into the cold water and pulling her to shore. But once ashore, my strength left me, and I lost consciousness. I woke up in a hospital ward. A strange voice in my head announced that the sensory system had been successfully installed. Now, Mu Jinki and I shared sensory experiences. Our sense of touch, taste, smell and pain were linked. This meant that if I suffered, she felt it. Conversely, if she enjoyed something, I would benefit from it too. So, let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Fan. I am an ordinary student at Huaxing University, unremarkable and not standing out among others. I had a slight crush on Mu Jinki, the campus goddess, but she never paid attention to me. She was unreachable for all of us, beautiful, cold and indifferent. Many tried to win her favor, but she always remained distant. And now it turned out that I was the one whose senses were directly connected to her life. But that wasn't all. The system warned me that if I tried to use this connection for selfish or intimate purposes, I could earn points which could be exchanged for rewards. As I tried to comprehend all of this, my thoughts started racing ahead. Would I be able to feel what Mu Jinki felt? My imagination immediately pictured her in the shower, with water drops sliding down her slender body. No. I shook my head, trying to get rid of dirty thoughts. But the system seemed to be teasing me deliberately. The connection would last for 2 months, and each of our interactions, whether it be a touch, hug, or kiss, would trigger shared sensations. Just as I began to regain my composure, the ward door opened. A well-dressed man entered, introducing himself as the secretary of the Mu family. He thanked me for saving the young lady, and handed me a check for 300,000 yuan. I was at a loss for words. This sum seemed enormous to me. With this money, I could buy everything I ever dreamed of. My thoughts quickly drifted to fantasies of new electronics, collectible figures, and meals in the best restaurants. My mood lifted, and everything seemed just perfect. Meanwhile, in the neighboring VIP ward, Mu Jinki was also starting to regain consciousness. Her father was nearby, anxious and grateful that his daughter was alive. He surrounded her with care and ordered the best gourmet menu. However, something went wrong. When Mu Jinki took a spoonful of the scallop and shrimp porridge, her face contorted from the sharp, sour taste. She immediately pushed the dish away, trying to figure out what was happening. Her usually refined taste suddenly changed, and now everything she tried seemed disgusting. I, unaware of anything, sat in my ward eating a simple bowl of snail noodles. But on my tongue, I could taste the rich, sophisticated flavors of the delicacies being served to Mu Jinki. It was incredible. I was enjoying all of it without realizing that I had found a way to experience elite dishes without spending a dime. The luxurious taste of almost caviar and other dishes seemed like a gift of fate. And yet, despite this unusual connection, I knew that something would soon go wrong. In the VIP ward, Mr. Mu anxiously asked, "Doctor, how is my daughter?" The doctor, after reviewing the test results, replied, "Based on our examination, Miss Mu is fine, just physically weak. Her disordered sense of taste is likely due to fatigue. She simply needs to rest properly." Hearing this, Mr. Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Mu Jinki and said, "You're just too tired, my dear. Go home and get some proper rest." Mu Jinki, after confirming that the test results showed no issues, also believed that her recent exhaustion was causing her to experience strange sensations. Even though she wasn't doing anything at the moment, her muscles felt sore, her body weak, and especially her legs, they felt heavy and tired. It seemed like she really did need a good rest. Mr. Mu completed the discharge procedures, planning to take Mu Jinki home for a period of quiet recovery. As they exited the hospital, Mu Jinki, feeling her eyelids grow heavy from fatigue, accidentally bumped into a passing figure. Ouch! Yi Fan instinctively covered his forehead. He had just gone out to handle his own discharge and didn't expect to collide with someone. Now, his forehead was throbbing slightly. Congratulations to the host for an intimate collision with the target. You've earned 300 points. Yi Fan immediately went to use his points for a prize draw. Congratulations. You've won a Kawasaki H2 motorcycle. It is now parked in the hospital garage, along with advanced riding skills and a motorcycle license. A Kawasaki H2. Yi Fan's dream bike. And now, not only did he have superior riding skills, but he didn't even need to take a license test, he could start riding right away. This was awesome. Yi Fan suddenly heard a soft, alluring moan. He looked up to notice the beautiful girl surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. Her long black hair flowed down to her waist, and her delicate, doll-like face was impossibly attractive. Her skin was pale and flawless, but her brows were slightly furrowed as she clutched her arm, looking both innocent and pitiful. Yi Fan immediately recognized her face. Ever since he started attending this school, she had been the center of conversation among all the boys. They talked endlessly about her beauty, her wealthy background, and her stunning figure. Looking at the enchanting girl before him, Yi Fan felt his pulse quicken. He never imagined he'd end up being bound to such a goddess. Just moments ago, he'd enjoyed top-tier food. And it was all thanks to her. He had just eaten snail noodles. Maybe she would like them too? He didn't know what flavors she preferred, but snail noodles were delicious. Local people loved them, and Yi Fan never grew tired of them. At this moment, Mushinsi's forehead didn't hurt at all. Even though her forehead had bumped against his arm, her arm now felt like it had hit something hard, leaving it numb and sore. She was startled to hear a deep, sexy grunt. Looking up in surprise, she saw a handsome young man in front of her, gently rubbing his forehead. He was tall and slender, with a strong masculine build. His short black hair gleamed faintly under the sunlight, and his dark eyes and thin lips curved into a charming smile. He had a fresh, energetic aura about him. "Are you all right?" Even his voice was pleasant, making Muzinsi's ears tingle. "I'm fine," Muzinsi responded coolly, though she was still a bit flustered. "Sorry for bumping into you." However, she felt confused inside. He hadn't hit his head, so why was he rubbing his forehead? Then something even more surprising happened to Muzinsi. She could feel the smooth skin of his forehead with her fingers. Her movements were synchronized with his. While Muzinsi was lost in thought, her father called out from the hospital entrance, "Sweetheart, what's going on? Hurry up and get in the car." "Coming." Muzinsi replied, and walked toward her father. As she passed by Yi Fan, he watched her leave with a bit of reluctance. After all, it was his first time being so close to the school goddess. But before they could even say much, she was gone. Still, Yi Fan wasn't too worried after all. He was now bound to her. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But for now, picking up his new bike was more important. At the parking lot. After completing his discharge, Yi Fan spotted the sleek, beautifully designed black Kawasaki H2 motorcycle. "Finally mine," Yi Fan said with satisfaction, running his hand over the bike. Without wasting any time, he hopped on and looked absolutely cool. Especially with his helmet on, he looked incredibly stylish. Yi Fan started the bike and rode out of the parking lot. It was a windy, overcast day. The strong winds made it difficult to catch a cab, and taking the bus was inconvenient, so riding the motorcycle was the perfect choice. Yi Fan had put on an extra jacket, thinking it would keep him warm enough. Once on the road though, he didn't feel any wind or cold. Instead, he felt the plush comfort of a luxurious car seat and the warmth of a heater, making him feel like it was spring. It wasn't hard to guess that Muzinsi was riding in a luxury car. Just moments ago, Yi Fan had seen her get into a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Now, without doing anything, he was enjoying the comfort of riding in a luxury car. So satisfying. What Yi Fan didn't know though, was that while he was enjoying himself, Muzinsi was suffering. Achoo! Muzinsi sneezed. Her body shivered, her nose reddened, and she felt a chill cut through her. So cold. She wrapped her arms around herself. Mr. Mu saw this and grew worried, quickly shouting at the driver, "Turn up the heat." But it didn't help. No matter how high the temperature was set, Muzinsi still felt icy cold. Her eyes were starting to water from the chill, and she looked incredibly pitiful. It was strange, she was sitting in a warm, comfortable car, yet it felt like the cold wind was piercing through her. Even though she was resting, it felt like she was riding a motorcycle in the cold. Ever since she nearly drowned, her body had been acting so strangely. Could she be possessed by a ghost? Yi Fan had already ridden his motorcycle back to the university, arriving at his dorm on the 5th floor. Climbing the stairs used to be exhausting, especially going up to the 5th floor. But now, his waist didn't ache, and his legs weren't tired at all. This feeling was amazing. When he opened the dorm room door, he saw his 3 roommates playing League of Legends. "You're back? Wanna join?" Xiao Wu asked excitedly. Pang Hu, who was furiously typing on the keyboard, grumbled, "Why are you so late today? There were no classes in the afternoon, so where did you go? You missed a big event today. The campus beauty almost drowned." "Yeah, she was taken to the hospital after being saved. Thankfully, she's fine now. I heard the one who saved her is a guy from our department. A real hero. I'm gonna buy him a month's worth of bubble tea to thank him, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see the campus goddess again," Li Ai said excitedly. Xiao Wu chimed in, "I'll buy him food for a week." Hearing them talk, Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. "You guys better keep your promises. I'm the one who saved the campus beauty." "Oh, well, no problem then." They nodded. But then, as realization struck, they all shouted in unison, "What? You're the one who saved the campus goddess?" "No way. A hero in our dorm." "You were the one who saved the goddess." Yi Fan nodded. "Yeah, just don't forget the snacks and milk tea." Happy to score some free food, Yi Fan glanced over at his desk and saw it was covered with empty instant noodle cups and takeout boxes. He exploded. "Guys, can you please throw your trash in the bin after you eat? And Xiao Wu, what's with the pile of smelly socks on my bed? Are they yours? Have you been working on some biochemical weapon? You've worn them for days. Go wash them already." Normally, Yi Fan would have been disgusted by the smell. But now, since he had swapped senses with the campus beauty, he couldn't smell anything. This was no longer his problem. Fantastic. Instead, he caught a whiff of floral perfume and the fresh, clean scent of a girl's room. Finally, he thought, he could escape this dirty, stinky dorm and enjoy some nice smells for a change. How pleasant. He imagined Mu Xinxi was probably living in a luxurious mansion right now. But Yi Fan still needed these slobs to clean up. Dorm life was already a disaster, and as the dorm leader he had a lot of responsibility. However, now his roommates stopped playing games and gathered around him, curious. "What happened? How did you save the campus beauty? Was her body soft? Did you give her mouth to mouth? Did you kiss her?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. "Beauty is dangerous, it breaks a man's will and heart. Please, don't be so perverted, okay? Come on. Tell us all the details." "Yeah, we're brothers. No secrets." Faced with their badgering, Yi Fan replied seriously. "The desk is too dirty, the socks stink, the dorm's a mess, the trash hasn't been taken out, and no one's done their homework." Li Gei shouted, "I'll do the homework." Pang Hu said, "I'll clean the dorm." Xiao Wu added, "I'll wash the socks." His lazy roommates, usually unwilling to move, were suddenly energetic, desperate to hear the gossip. Yi Fan, finally free from chores as dorm leader, stretched lazily. This is the life. Of course, after they were done, they crowded around him again, eager for more details. Yi Fan told them the story from start to finish, leaving out the part about the system. His roommates stared at him, wide-eyed. "I can't believe something this amazing happened. You're the campus beauty's lifesaver now. That's incredible. And you got 300,000 yuan. You don't need a part-time job anymore. That's enough for your living expenses. This is like winning the lottery. Why wasn't I there? That could have been me." Yi Fan couldn't help feeling smug as he looked at their envious faces. He chuckled to himself. Little did they know about his powerful system. "I have it. And you don't." At that moment, he suddenly felt something soft. Could it be? Yi Fan's face flushed hot with embarrassment. His breath quickened. In the bathroom. In the bathroom. Surrounded by steam, a curvy, sensual figure stood. It was Mu Xinxi. She had just returned home but still felt sore, especially in her legs. Worse, there was an unbearable smell of stinky feet and instant noodles lingering in the air. The stench was so overwhelming it nearly knocked her out. How disgusting. There were scented candles lit and fresh flowers placed around her room, so it should have smelled nice. Mu Xinxi sprayed perfume everywhere, but she couldn't smell it. The horrible stench persisted. With no other option, Mu Xinxi escaped to the bathroom. "I must be hallucinating from exhaustion. A nice bath will make everything better," she reassured herself. After all, she had just been through a near-drowning experience. It was normal to have mixed-up senses of taste, smell and touch. Mu Xinxi unzipped her dress, revealing her smooth, radiant skin. Her soft, delicate body was like a blooming flower. Her long, pale legs stepped out of the dress and onto the cool floor. Her hands moved deftly as she unhooked her bra. Yet, she couldn't feel her own figure or softness. She sighed. When will my senses go back to normal? She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, admiring her own seductive figure, then slid into the bathtub. Meanwhile, Yi-fan was feeling the smoothness of her skin with his hands. Every inch she touched, he could feel too. So soft. Even though he couldn't see it, Yi-fan's imagination ran wild. The comforting warmth of the water enveloping her body, the way the water caressed her skin, and the feeling of her fingers on her own skin, all of it reached Yi-fan's senses. She's taking a bath, Yi-fan muttered, his face turning red. The system responded innocently, what bad intentions could I possibly have? I'm just trying to bring benefits to the host. But do you know how frustrating it is to feel everything but not be able to actually experience it? Xiao Wu, noticing Yi-fan pacing the room and scratching his head, asked curiously, "What's wrong with you, Yi-fan?" "Nothing. Just feeling a bit warm." Yi-fan fanned himself with his hand. Of course he was feeling warm, he could sense that Mu Xingxi was in the bath. How could he not be hot? Xiao Wu muttered. It's barely over 10 degrees. How can you be hot? Little did he know, Yi-fan was enjoying some very special perks. Fortunately, the awkward situation soon passed. Yi-fan let out a long breath of relief. Afterward he could feel the soft, luxurious fabrics of Mu Xingxi's clothes against her skin, much more comfortable than the cheap t-shirts he usually wore. As Yi-fan lay down on his dorm bed, he didn't feel the usual hard wooden planks. Instead, it was as if he was sinking into a soft, cushioned mattress. So comfortable. He imagined Mu Xingxi's bed must have cost tens of thousands of yuan. Not only did it not creak when he turned, but it had the perfect balance of softness and support. However, Mu Xingxi wasn't nearly as comfortable. Even though she was lying on a mattress worth tens of thousands of yuan, she couldn't feel its softness. Instead, it felt hard and uncomfortable, leaving her with an aching back. No matter how much she tossed and turned, she couldn't fall asleep. She was exhausted but couldn't stop her mind from racing. What's more, her hands could feel something different, firm, muscular. She seemed to be feeling strong, defined ABs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? Then, suddenly the sensation shifted. What was going on? Mu Xingxi's face flushed deep red as she shook her head in disbelief. Oh my god, am I having that kind of dream now? The next morning, in the cafeteria, Xiao Wu and Peng Hu stared gloomily at their bowls of congee. Is this congee, or is it just water? There's barely any rice, it's all liquid. And the cafeteria lady's hand was shaking, she only gave me half a bowl. Plus, this steamed bun is hard as a rock, and there's barely any meat in it. The cafeteria food is really getting worse. Slurp as they complained, they noticed Yi-fan eating with great enjoyment. While everyone else was grumbling about the bland food, Yi-fan was happily eating his plain congee. His roommates stared at him in disbelief. How was he enjoying this tasteless meal as if it were a gourmet feast? Little did they know, Yi-fan really was eating a gourmet meal. Although he was physically eating plain congee, he was actually experiencing the taste of Mu Xingxi's luxurious breakfast. Delicate rice rolls filled with egg, lettuce, and sausage melted in his mouth. They were soft, fresh, and incredibly delicious. Then there were the crab roe soup dumplings, probably made from Yangqing lake crabs. They were rich and flavorful. The dumpling skin was so thin that with one bite, a rush of hot, savory chicken soup and delicious crab roe filled his mouth. The temperature was just right, and each slurp was more satisfying than the last. Yi-fan couldn't help but smack his lips in satisfaction. It seemed that Mu Xingxi had also eaten a crystal shrimp dumpling. The translucent wrapper had a soft, chewy texture, and the shrimp inside was incredibly fresh, likely made just that morning. Dipped in a little vinegar, it was simply perfect. Who else could enjoy such a luxurious breakfast so early in the morning? It was pure indulgence, especially for a student, who usually just grabbed something quick to fill their stomach. Yi-fan was beyond satisfied. While he appeared to be drinking plain congee, it was only because it was the cleanest option in the cafeteria. Most students would start their day with congee, as it was easy on the stomach. Today Yi-fan had spent quite a bit on food. He bought a variety of items: fried dumplings, shumai, seaweed rolls with meat floss, and tofu pudding, eating a little of everything. What he didn't know was that Mu Xingxi, who was used to the finest gourmet meals, was highly particular about food. Even though her breakfast was prepared by a top chef, she wasn't fully satisfied with it, let alone the bland cafeteria fare she was now tasting through Yi-fan. To her, it all tasted odd and unsatisfactory. She might as well have been eating nothing at all. After breakfast, Yi-fan returned to the dorm, planning to ride his motorcycle and run some errands. As he stepped outside, he noticed a few pretty girls gathered around his Kawasaki motorcycle, chatting excitedly and taking pictures. This motorcycle is so cool. The design is really unique. It must be expensive. My brother loves racing bikes. Just then, a male voice chimed in. Nah, it's not that expensive. It's just some off-brand bike, probably only costs 4 or 5,000 yuan. It looks flashy, but what's the point? It's out in the sun and rain all the time. My Wuling Hongguang van is way more practical. Who was this guy, showing off? It definitely wasn't Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked up and saw a smug-looking guy in glasses strutting over. It was his class monitor, Hong Yi. This guy loved to show off his supposed knowledge, but in reality he was a fake know-it-all. He had even bribed the counselor to get his class monitor position. Hong Yi's words made the girls around him sigh in admiration. No wonder he's the class monitor. He really knows a lot. It's impressive that he's already driving a car as a student. Right? There aren't many guys at our school who own a car. Having a car really gives you a different perspective. We thought this motorcycle was expensive, but it's just customized to look nice. While the Wuling Hongguang wasn't exactly valuable, it was still better than riding the bus or subway, so at least Hong Yi was considered part of the car-owning crowd. For a moment, all the attention and admiration were directed at Hong Yi. Hong Yi smugly rubbed his nose, pretending to be humble. It's nothing really. If you work hard, you can have one too. Motorcycles may look cool, but they're just flashy. My Wuling Hongguang is way more practical. Yi Fan scoffed and walked over. He didn't say a word, but the girls quickly shifted their attention to him. After all, Yi Fan was incredibly handsome, the heartthrob of his department. And his heroic act of saving the campus beauty was already well known throughout the school. Not only was he good-looking, but he was also a hero, admired by countless girls. Yi Fan, do you want to go for a walk around campus with us? We heard you saved the campus beauty. How amazing. I don't know how to swim, and it seems really dangerous. Could you teach me, Yi Fan? I even bought a super sexy bikini for practice. Yi Fan, have you had breakfast yet? Let's go to the cafeteria. They've got new dishes today. If you don't want to go, I can buy something for you. The girls practically threw themselves at him, their intentions clear. This made Hong Yi grit his teeth in frustration. Just moments ago, the girls had been fawning over him, but as soon as Yi Fan appeared, their focus shifted completely. Ever since school started, Yi Fan had been extremely popular with the girls. Even though Yi Fan was near the bottom of the class academically, it didn't stop the girls from flocking to him. And now that he had saved the campus beauty, his reputation had soared. Before, only the girls in his class admired him. Now, the whole school was obsessed with him. But Yi Fan wasn't interested in the beautiful, flirtatious girls surrounding him. He calmly said, "Excuse me, you're blocking my Kawasaki." Huh? The girls were stunned. Yi Fan raised the key in his hand and said, "This is my bike." The shock was palpable. Even Hong Yi was in disbelief. That cool motorcycle belonged to Yi Fan? Wasn't Yi Fan broke just a short while ago? How could he afford such an expensive bike now? Hong Yi found himself in a tough spot. The girls immediately turned their angry gazes on Hong Yi. Kawasaki? I've heard of it. My brother said those bikes cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, not including the customization costs. I can't believe Yi Fan has one. Class monitor, didn't you say this was a cheap knockoff? Looks like you don't know what you're talking about. Your Wuling Hongguang can't compare to Yi Fan's motorcycle. And even as a person, you're not on the same level. The girls' complaints came one after another, and Yi Fan could see Hong Yi's social status crashing right before his eyes. Yi Fan smirked. That's what you get for showing off. Now you've been exposed. As Yi Fan put on his motorcycle helmet, the girls batted their eyelashes at him, flirting shamelessly. Yi Fan, can I ride on your bike? Take me for a spin, Yi Fan. My legs are so tired today. I'm wearing black stockings. Take me for a ride, please. But Yi Fan remained unfazed by their advances and responded simply, "No back seat." With that, he put on his helmet and rode away, leaving the girls disappointed and staring after him. Hong Yi watched in frustration as the girls competed to ride on Yi Fan's bike. His jealousy boiled over, and he quickly offered, "It's chilly today. Why don't you ride in my car?" But the girls weren't interested at all. Why would we want to ride in your bumpy van? Your car is so small. How could it compare to Yi Fan's bike? Hong Yi was furious, his fists clenched in anger as the girls left in groups, ignoring him completely. Little did he know, a shadowy figure on a nearby building had been watching everything unfold. As Yi Fan prepared to return to his dorm, a slender, graceful figure suddenly stepped in front of him. "You're the one who saved me, right?" Following the soft, clear voice, Yi Fan looked up and saw a beautiful girl standing before him. She was wearing a white dress that perfectly outlined her curvy, seductive figure. Her 36D chest and slender waist were hard to miss. However, her expression was cold, and her lovely eyes carried a hint of suspicion. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. The girl standing before him was none other than the campus beauty, Mu Xinxi. What could she possibly want with him? "Yes, that's me," Yi Fan replied, surprised that Mu Xinxi had sought him out. Suddenly she stepped closer. The sweet scent of peaches filled his senses, making him feel slightly intoxicated. But the next second, Yi Fan snapped back to reality. Before he knew it, she grabbed his hand. Under his startled gaze, she guided him to pinch her soft, delicate cheek. Yi Fan could feel the smoothness of her skin, as if he were the one being pampered. Her slightly puffed cheeks, which betrayed a hint of cuteness behind her usual cold demeanor, added to her charm. The system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You've successfully pinched her cheek. You've earned 200 points. Huh? That's strange. I don't feel any pain," Mu Xinxi murmured, her red lips pursed. Her eyes widened in realization. "It's true. We really have swapped our sense of touch and taste." Yi Fan was equally shocked. How did she find out? This bizarre situation was something he hadn't dared to mention, fearing people would think he was crazy. He had planned to tell her at a more appropriate time, but she had discovered it on her own. Just as Yi Fan braced himself, thinking Mu Xinxi was about to lash out in anger, she suddenly looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Her delicate face showed a hint of grievance. "I haven't been able to eat properly or stay warm these past few days, and it's all because of you." Yi Fan wasn't afraid of much, but seeing a girl cry? That was his weakness. The way she looked at him now, with tears brimming in her eyes and an air of vulnerability, instantly softened his heart. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to swap senses with you either. But it just happened." It was all the system's doing. Though it had given him certain perks, the sensory swap was definitely a troublesome feature, especially for both him and the campus beauty. Unexpectedly, Mu Xinxi grabbed a fistful of Yi Fan's shirt, her voice soft and pleading. "I don't care. You need to give my senses back to me." A moment later, Yi Fan felt the warmth of her lips pressing against his. He stared at the beautiful girl before him in disbelief. She had closed the distance between them and kissed him. A kiss from a goddess. His heart raced uncontrollably, adrenaline coursing through his body. His mind screamed for composure, but his pulse pounded in his ears. He was completely captivated. Her lips tasted sweet. The campus beauty had just kissed him, right here, right now. "Congratulations, host. You've successfully kissed her and earned 2,000 points." When she finally let go, Yi Fan gasped for air, still reeling from what had just happened. He could still taste the lingering sweetness of Mu Xinxi on his lips. She was bold. But he liked it. A grin tugged at Yi Fan's lips, despite his attempt to remain composed. However, Mu Xinxi looked at him, wide-eyed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Why hasn't it worked? In TV shows, kissing is supposed to reverse things. She had just given her first kiss, gathering all her courage to do so, and it hadn't even worked. Recalling the passionate kiss, Mu Xinxi felt her cheeks burn with shame. Yi Fan held back a laugh. That's not how it works, he thought. This whole thing was because of the system's odd mechanics, and a kiss wasn't going to change it. They would have to wait until the 2-month period was up for the senses to return to normal. Still determined, Mu Xinxi frowned. "No, we need to find another way. You're coming with me. You saved me from drowning last time, right? Maybe if we recreate the scene and fall into the water again, things will go back to normal?" she suggested, a hint of desperation in her voice. Yi Fan shook his head. "No way. What if it doesn't work and something worse happens? Then what are we supposed to do?" The memory of nearly drowning last time still haunted her. "We'll just have to wait a little longer. Maybe everything will go back to normal on its own." Yi Fan felt sympathy for Mu Xinxi's situation and tried to comfort her. After all, the system had said the swap would only last for 2 months. Mu Xinxi's usually cold face softened slightly with defeat. She didn't like the idea of waiting but had no choice. "Fine, we'll wait for now, but we need to figure something out before then." She looked up at him, her gaze steady. "I still need to thank you in person for saving my life. But now, can I ask another favor?" "What is it?" "Please. Take good care of my senses while they're still linked," Mu Xinxi said, her pale cheeks flushing red. "Until we switch back, could you at least try to be considerate?" The usually aloof and distant campus beauty was now humbly pleading with him, Yi Fan, of course, wasn't heartless. He nodded. Sure, I'll do my best. Let's exchange WeChat contacts. I need to know where you are and what you're doing at all times, she stammered, her ears turning bright red. Her mind flashed back to last night, making her feel even more embarrassed. She had barely slept, haunted by the vivid, intimate sensations she had experienced. Despite trying to convince herself otherwise, she couldn't help but think about it. All right, no problem, Yi Fan agreed readily. After all, this whole mess was partly his fault. It was only fair that he take responsibility. Besides, with the system's perks, staying close to Muzi could work out in his favor as well. Soon enough, they exchanged WeChat contacts. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a bit giddy. After all, countless guys had chased after Muzinsi, begging for her contact information, only to be turned away. And here he was, casually adding her as a friend. Her profile picture was a simple but stunning photo of herself, her cool and elegant demeanor effortlessly captured. It looked like an art portrait. Yi Fan grinned as he labeled the contact Mujinsi. If I find a way to reverse this, I'll let you know, Mujinsi said as she stepped closer. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes meeting his. But I don't want anyone else knowing about this. Of course. I'll keep it a secret. Yi Fan had no interest in sharing their strange predicament with anyone after all, he'd only caused trouble for himself. Mujinsi nodded in agreement before walking away. After she left, Yi Fan opened the system interface and decided to use his points for a lottery spin. Congratulations, host. You've won a bottle of physical enhancement potion. It will not only strengthen your body but also help you grow taller. Your appearance, charm, and even your voice will be enhanced. Would you like to use it now? Though Yi Fan was confident in his looks, he was particularly eager to grow taller. At 178 cm, he was just shy of the 180 cm mark. Despite drinking plenty of milk and playing basketball for years, his height had stubbornly refused to increase. This potion was like a blessing from the heavens. To use it, Yi Fan quickly drank the physical enhancement potion. Congratulations, host. The potion has been successfully consumed. You will gradually experience noticeable changes over the next month. Almost immediately, Yi Fan felt stronger, his body brimming with energy. He rushed back to the dorm to check his height. To his delight, he had already grown. He now stood at 179 cm. Just one more centimeter, and he'd finally hit 180 cm. Laughing to himself, Yi Fan imagined what it would be like to grow even taller, maybe even as tall as Yao Ming. He glanced in the mirror and noticed his skin had improved, clearer and fairer. His facial features seemed more defined, yet softer at the same time. In short, he looked even more handsome. He tested his voice by reciting a passage from memory. Clack, 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 goes the loom. Mulan weaves at the door. His voice, once slightly raspy, was now smooth and magnetic. It was a shame if he didn't pursue voice acting with this kind of sound. Yi Fan was thoroughly pleased with the results. Just then, the door swung open, and someone entered. Xiao Wu pushed the door open and called out, Yi Fan, let's go play some basketball. No thanks, Yi Fan declined. After all, they had swapped senses, and if he overexerted himself, Mu Jinsi would get tired. Xiao Wu insisted that Jerk Hong Yi is going too, and he said if you don't show up, it's because you're afraid he'll beat you. I can't take that lying down. That statement rubbed Yi Fan the wrong way. Afraid of him? In his dreams. I'll play for a few minutes, Yi Fan said. A few minutes was more than enough to crush Hong Yi. With the physical enhancement potion in his system, he didn't need to play as hard as before. Yi Fan grabbed his basketball and headed to the court with Xiao Wu, Li Yi, and Peng Hu. Aside from Hong Yi, a few senior students were there to make up the numbers. As soon as they arrived, Yi Fan overheard the seniors praising Hong Yi. Hong Yi's really good at basketball. You'd better go easy on him. Yeah, let them have some fun. Thank goodness I'm not on his team, I'd be in trouble. No one's better at basketball than Hong Yi. He was the captain of the basketball team. Where's Yi Fan and the others? Don't tell me they're too scared to show up. Xiao Wu snapped back, who's scared of you? We'll wipe the floor with you. Hong Yi smirked arrogantly. Talk is cheap. Basketball was his strength, and he was ready to humiliate Yi Fan this time. Yi Fan tossed the ball straight at Hong Yi's chest, challenging him confidently. Let's see what you've got. Prepare to get wrecked. The others thought Yi Fan was joking. Little did they know, he wasn't. As soon as the game started, Yi Fan stole the ball from Hong Yi several times, and even pulled off a flawless dunk. Awesome. Xiao Wu and the others gave Yi Fan a thumbs up. Thanks to the physical enhancement potion, Yi Fan's basketball skills had improved dramatically, and the best part was, with the sensory swap, he didn't feel tired at all. That was his secret to victory. Even if he played against 30 Hong Yis, he'd still come out on top. Frustrated, Hong Yi was panting heavily. He had been determined to show off, but not only had Yi Fan stolen the spotlight earlier in the day, now he was dominating the court too. No matter how Hong Yi and the seniors tried to block him, Yi Fan moved swiftly, faking them out and sinking a long-distance shot with ease. Hong Yi groaned. Out of breath and completely outplayed, Yi Fan's roommates were thrilled. "Yi Fan, you're amazing. You're on fire. You're killing it, man." Even the seniors were impressed. "Who knew you were this good?" Yi Fan rubbed his nose and couldn't help but smile. "Just average, top 3 in the world," he chuckled. "Anyway, I've got things to do, so I'm done for now." Although it had only been a few minutes, Muzinsi was the one feeling the physical strain. Yi Fan felt a little guilty and didn't want to push her too far. Despite the seniors begging him to stay, Yi Fan refused to keep playing. "Alright, I'm done too. My girlfriend is waiting for me, we're going to see a movie," Hong Yi said, trying to steal the attention back as everyone surrounded Yi Fan. He proudly boasted, making sure everyone heard him. "You've got a girlfriend?" One of the seniors who knew Hong Yi was surprised. Hong Yi puffed up with pride. "Yeah, just this afternoon, a junior from the finance department confessed to me." This immediately sparked excitement among the group, and they started gossiping. "Is she the one who plays piano so well? The department beauty? Lucky you. She's gorgeous. You really scored." Seeing their admiration, Hong Yi couldn't help but flaunt even more. "What can I say? My charm won her over. She's been secretly in love with me for a long time. She practically begged me to date her, so I agreed." He shot a smug glance at Yi Fan and added slyly, "Wouldn't it be sad if someone here was still single and didn't have a girlfriend?" Everyone present had a girlfriend. Except for Yi Fan. Some of the seniors started grinning mischievously, clearly hoping to stir up trouble. Yi Fan wasn't fazed though, scoffing inwardly. It was obvious that Hong Yi was trying to show him up. Hong Yi really didn't know when to stop. Wasn't he worried about embarrassing himself? "What can I say?" Yi Fan shrugged. "I'd love to settle down, but there are just too many girls chasing me. I'm spoiled for choice." Everyone froze. Yi Fan wasn't exaggerating, he was telling the truth. After all, Yi Fan was the heartthrob of the department. Girls were always confessing their feelings for him. Every now and then, a girl would sneak to the door of his classroom just to catch a glimpse of him. Yi Fan was practically a regular on the university's confession wall. Once again, the attention shifted back to Yi Fan, and envy filled the air. Sure, the others had girlfriends, but they had little to no competition. In contrast, girls of all kinds were vying for Yi Fan's attention. If Yi Fan wanted to, he could easily have his pick of the lot. Could any other guy boast about having that kind of luxury? "Yeah, Yi Fan's too handsome. I'd love to have him as my brother-in-law." I heard Yi Fan's name came up again on the confession wall yesterday. Yi Fan's luck with girls is insane. Being that good-looking is a blessing and a curse. He probably has to pick a girlfriend like choosing a princess. The group showered Yi Fan with praise, and in an instant, everyone seemed to forget about Hong Yi. Seeing the spotlight shift once again to Yi Fan, Hong Yi clenched his fists in frustration. The girls chasing him aren't exactly top tier. No wonder he's so picky. Anyone would want a pretty girlfriend, Hong Yi grumbled bitterly. The group pondered this for a moment. After all, Hong Yi's girlfriend was a department beauty, gorgeous and talented. Sure, Yi Fan had plenty of admirers, but how many of them were as beautiful as Hong Yi's girlfriend? Hong Yi started bragging again. "Just now, my girlfriend even texted me, asking if I wanted some milk tea. She knows how hard I've been playing basketball." The group collectively sighed with envy. Having a thoughtful, beautiful girlfriend like that, what a dream. Too bad they didn't have one. Hong Yi might not be as handsome as Yi Fan, but winning over a department beauty clearly proved he had some game. Everyone crowded around Hong Yi, eager for his advice. "Come on, Hong Yi, share your secrets. How did you land such a perfect girl?" "My girlfriend's great, but she's not as pretty. Plus, she's kind of mean." "How do you train your girlfriend?" Hong Yi smugly raised his eyebrows at Yi Fan. He was finally back on top. "See? I've got a beautiful girlfriend, and you don't. What good is your good looks if they can't feed you?" Before Yi Fan could respond, someone suddenly shouted, "Oh my god, it's Mu Xingxi, the campus beauty." Everyone turned to look at the entrance of the basketball court. A stunning girl with a graceful figure appeared before them. Her long dark hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore an off-the-shoulder dress that highlighted her fair skin and slender waist. Her 36D bust and delicate curves were impossible to miss. In her hand she held a cup of milk tea, as if it were a work of art. However, her expression remained cold, as distant and alluring as a flower on a high cliff, untouchable and radiant. Her mere presence had everyone staring in awe. She's so beautiful. My heart's racing just looking at her. She's my dream girl. If she even glanced at me, I'd die happy. I'd give up everything just to be with her. Heck, I'd steal a bike to support her if I had to. I wish I could be the milk tea in her hand, just to be close to her. Even Yi Fan's roommates were excited. Xiao Wu clutched Yi Fan's sleeve in excitement. This is the closest I've ever been to the campus beauty. Pang Hu blushed, his heart pounding. She's walking in our direction. No way. Who's she here for? Don't tell me she's delivering milk tea to someone here. Lei Di speculated. Xiao Wu scoffed. Yeah, right. Have you ever seen the campus beauty show interest in anyone? She's probably just passing by. Li Aigi quickly dismissed his ridiculous theory. After all, Mu Xinqi was the school's famously cold-hearted beauty. She had countless admirers, but no one had ever seen her get close to a guy, let alone deliver milk tea. It just wasn't possible. Even having a guy deliver milk tea to her was a once-in-a-lifetime event worth bragging about. Normally, Mu Xinqi didn't even stay on campus, and running into her was rare. The fact that they could even see her up close felt like a blessing. But as they all admired her from afar, they realized that Mu Xinqi was indeed walking toward them. Wait, was she really delivering milk tea? To whom? As everyone held their breath, Mu Xinqi stopped in front of Hong Yi. Hong Yi's face turned bright red. Could it be that the campus beauty had a secret crush on him and was bringing him milk tea? If that were the case, why would he need to stay in his current relationship? If Mu Xinqi was interested, he'd break up immediately to be with her. The others, seeing Mu Xinqi stop in front of Hong Yi, were filled with envy. No way, is Hong Yi really this lucky? He's already got a department beauty after him, and now the campus beauty is interested too. Hong Yi really hit the jackpot. If the campus beauty gives him milk tea, he could brag about it for a whole year. But what's he going to do if the campus beauty confesses? He already has a girlfriend. Hearing these comments, Hong Yi was feeling great. Let them be jealous, his charm was irresistible. Hey, Hong Yi said smugly, trying to start a conversation. But Mu Xinqi's icy voice cut him off. Move, you're in the way. Hong Yi? The boys who had been envying Hong Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey haha. As if the campus beauty would be interested in Hong Yi. There was no way her standards were that low. Hong Yi's face burned with embarrassment. It was a social disaster. He awkwardly stepped aside. But who was he blocking? A sense of confusion crept up in Hong Yi's mind. He turned around and saw Yi Fan standing behind him. You must be thirsty. Here, have this milk tea. To everyone's astonishment, Mu Xinqi blushed slightly as she handed the milk tea to Yi Fan. In reality, her blush wasn't due to shyness, it was because she was overheated from Yi Fan playing basketball under the sun. What the hell? The group was hit with a thunderous realization. Mu Xinqi had come for Yi Fan? How was that even possible? Everyone stood in shock, staring at this miraculous scene as if it were a world record being broken. Xiao Wu and the others were equally dumbfounded. They had been worrying that Yi Fan was too picky and might stay single forever. But now, a stunning campus beauty had come straight to him. This guy was incredibly lucky. Hong Yi was utterly speechless, his jaw dropping wide enough to fit an egg. He had just been mocking Yi Fan minutes earlier, only for the goddess in everyone's eyes to approach him. Mu Xinqi was known for her aloofness, never taking the initiative with anyone. Yet here she was, showing interest in Yi Fan. This was a fantasy for many, and now it belonged to Yi Fan. I hate this. Yi Fan himself hadn't expected Mu Xinqi to hand him milk tea in front of so many people. He could feel the intense stares of envy, jealousy, and even anger from all directions. But at this moment, he was basking in the glory of the attention. Sure, Yi Fan said, accepting the milk tea from Mu Xinqi's hand. Congratulations, host. You've received milk tea from Mu Xinqi and earned 300 points. Many eyes were fixated on the milk tea in Yi Fan's hand. They were all jealous. They desperately wanted to drink it too. But Yi Fan, ignoring the envious looks, casually took a sip of the milk tea that everyone was dying for. Too evil. The milk tea must have tasted incredibly sweet. If it were them, they wouldn't even dare to drink it, they'd probably save it as a keepsake. Yet here was Yi Fan, drinking it without hesitation, sip after sip. As they watched, they noticed the cold and distant campus beauty now had a slight smile on her lips. "Oh no," Mujinsi smiled. And it was at Yi Fan. But what the crowd didn't know was that Mujinsi was smiling because she could finally taste the cool, refreshing flavor of the milk tea. With Yi Fan playing basketball in the scorching sun, she had been feeling overheated, her body sore from his exertion. She was on the verge of heatstroke. She had rushed over to Yi Fan, bringing along the milk tea she bought, hoping to cool down a bit. With Yi Fan drinking the iced milk tea, she too felt the cool, sweet taste in her mouth, and her body finally began to cool down. But just that wasn't enough. "It's too hot out here. You need to rest and cool off in the air conditioning." Mujinsi didn't give Yi Fan a chance to respond before grabbing his hand. As soon as their hands touched, Yi Fan felt a shock run through him, like electricity. Seeing Mujinsi, stunning and graceful, holding his hand, he let her lead him away, leaving the crowd in utter disbelief. "Congratulations, host. You've held hands with Mujinsi and earned 500 points, the system chimed in. After they left, the boys on the court were still in shock, trying to process what they had just seen. Did I see that right? Did the campus beauty just hold Yi Fan's hand? Yi Fan is incredible. The girl we all thought was untouchable has been swept away by him. We all thought Yi Fan was single, but who knew the campus beauty was into him all along? So, is Mujinsi Yi Fan's fangirl now? Amazing. Compared to this, Mujinsi is way better than Hong Yi's girlfriend. We should be asking Yi Fan for advice instead. How did he get the campus beauty to be so forward?" With this comparison, the answer was clear. Mujinsi was not only breathtakingly beautiful, like a goddess, but also rich and academically outstanding, a perfect combination. In contrast, Hong Yi's girlfriend didn't even come close to Mujinsi's level. Everyone knew that Mujinsi rarely spoke to boys, let alone initiated contact. And yet, the historic moment had unfolded right before their eyes, proving just how much charm Yi Fan possessed. A girl this gorgeous and cold-hearted had come to him, offered him milk tea, and even held his hand without a second thought. Yi Fan was like a love saint, a god among men. Hong Yi was fuming. He had long had a crush on Mujinsi, but she had never shown any interest in him, nor had she ever accepted his gifts. Hong Yi had always kept his feelings hidden, treating Mujinsi as an unattainable goddess. But now, Yi Fan had made her take the first step toward him. Damn it! Yi Fan managed to steal the spotlight again. At the entrance to Blue Moon Cafe. As Yi Fan walked inside, the doorman, without much expression, said, "Sorry, we're not hiring for part-time jobs at the moment." He had sized Yi Fan up, clearly a student, wearing what looked like cheap market clothes, even if he was somewhat good-looking. But good looks couldn't get you a meal. This cafe had one of the highest-priced menus in the area, with an average meal costing over 1,000 yuan. The people who dined here were either rich or famous. This guy must have come to ask for a part-time job or to take some photos for social media, and then leave. Either way, it was best not to let him in. Feeling judged by his appearance, Yi Fan protested, "I'm here to eat." Just then, Mujinsi caught up to him. Her elegant and refined demeanor immediately caught the doorman's attention. Not only was she wearing designer brands, but she also carried a Chanel bag. He quickly recognized who she was: the daughter of the Mu family financial empire, a regular at the cafe. "Miss Mu, welcome." The doorman greeted her eagerly. However, Mujinsi coldly responded, "From now on, when he comes, don't block him." With a single sentence, the doorman was left speechless. He watched as Mujinsi led Yi Fan inside, stunned. This guy was something else. Could it be that he had some extraordinary skill that had made Miss Mu so willing to follow him around like this? It was well known that Miss Mu had dined here countless times but never brought a male companion. Yet today, she brought him along. There was no way someone dining with Miss Mu, the daughter of such a wealthy family, could be just a poor student. This handsome guy must be hiding his true identity. Perhaps that simple t-shirt wasn't from a cheap store but rather a custom-made, high-end piece. "Please come in. I'm sorry for not recognizing you." The doorman quickly apologized and respectfully opened the door for them. Thanks to Mujinsi, Yi Fan was now enjoying the treatment of a VIP. How satisfying. The doorman who had judged him moments ago was now eating his words. As they entered, Yi Fan couldn't help but admire the restaurant's ambience. The atmosphere was elegant and refined, and just by looking at the decor, it was obvious the place was expensive. Yi Fan had never imagined he'd be dining in such a place. After all, as a student, he couldn't afford to splurge on an afternoon tea that cost thousands of yuan. Once seated, Mujinsi relaxed under the cool air conditioning, finally feeling the heat from earlier fade away. Ah, that feels good, she murmured, her lips curving into a small, satisfied smile. She looked as relaxed as a cat basking in the sun, her previous coolness replaced by a soft, girlish charm. Her flushed cheeks made her look less like the untouchable campus beauty, and more like an adorable girl. Sorry for making you almost pass out from the heat, Yi-fan apologized, scratching his head awkwardly, realizing he had overdone it with the basketball. Good that you know, she pouted slightly, leaning forward, her eyes wide and pleading. Can you take it a little easier next time? You've worn me out. Her voice was soft and gentle, making Yi-fan's heart skip a beat. Sure, but sometimes it's hard to control, Yi-fan cleared his throat. But hey, exercise is good for health. He felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he didn't want to admit that controlling his impulses was difficult, but for her sake he'd have to manage. Musinsi blinked her long lashes in frustration. This whole body swap thing is so annoying. Why haven't we switched back yet? She looked directly at Yi-fan and said, since you know you were wrong, you should make it up to me. Without waiting for a response, she handed the menu to him. Order. Yi-fan glanced at the menu. Whoa! Everything was insanely expensive. This place was practically daylight robbery. The cheapest thing on the menu was a black coffee for 320 yuan. Why pay for that when he could make his own at home for free? As Yi-fan stared at the menu in disbelief, Mushinsi asked, having a hard time? Fine, I'll order. Geisha pour-over coffee, a fresh mimosa orange cake, Valrhona chocolate souffle, donut with veal and tuna sauce, white truffle gelato. Yi-fan was dumbstruck. Was she reading off a gourmet list? Muzinsi ordered more than 10 dishes in one go, each more expensive than the last. When all the food arrived, Yi-fan felt like he was about to go broke just by looking at it. The beautifully plated dishes looked delicious, each more mouthwatering than the next. This must be heaven. Yi-fan had always dreamed of treating himself to such a luxurious meal, but his wallet never allowed it. Yet now, here he was, living the dream. I'm treating, so just enjoy, Muzinsi said, her voice calm and lazy. Since they had swapped senses, she could only taste the food if Yi-fan enjoyed it first. Otherwise, everything she ate would taste bland and dull. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Whatever you want to eat, I'll eat, Yi-fan promised. But you need to eat too, so we both enjoy it. Mushinsi nodded. Agreed. After all, she had asked Yi-fan for help, so she couldn't treat him unfairly. Yi-fan took her advice and started with the tuna. It just so happened that he had been craving it. The moment Yi-fan took a bite, his eyes lit up. The premium tuna, which cost hundreds of yuan per pound, was incredibly smooth and tender. In the past he would never have splurged on something like this, but now he could indulge without hesitation. Muzinsi, benefiting from the sensory swap, found the taste just as enjoyable as if she were eating it herself. The soft, flavorful fish in her mouth brought a long-awaited sense of satisfaction. The famous white truffle gelato, which cost several hundred yuan per spoonful, was soon being spooned into Yi-fan's mouth. Too good to be true. This luxurious afternoon tea was absolutely divine. Congratulations, host. You've enjoyed a sweet meal with Muzinsi and earned 500 points. With his points adding up, Yi-fan decided to try his luck with the system's lottery. He spun the wheel 3 times. The results quickly appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've gained elite gaming skills. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received an investment information card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won 8 million RMB. Elite gaming skills? That meant he could effortlessly dominate in games, no more watching amateurs mess around. That would definitely come in handy for gaming sessions with his friends. Curious, Yi-fan opened the investment information card. GIU Media Agency is currently experiencing financial issues and is in urgent need of investors. Within a year, it will become the top entertainment company, offering lucrative returns. Yi-fan's eyes widened as he read the card. This was like predicting the future. Previously, with only 300,000 yuan to his name, Yi-fan couldn't have dreamed of investing in such a big company. But now, with 8 million yuan in hand, he could make a small investment that was sure to yield massive profits. Yi-fan had already decided he'd invest in GIU Media as soon as he got back. After enjoying the meal, Yi-fan leaned back in his chair, feeling completely satisfied. As he stretched, his hand absently grazed his abdomen. Ah, wait. Muzinsi's cheeks turned bright red. Stop. What's wrong? Yi-fan asked, confused. Don't touch yourself like that. Mu Yizin bit her lip in embarrassment. Don't forget, whatever you do, I can feel it too. Her hand was still warm from where Yi-fan had touched his abs. Yi-fan's heart raced, his adrenaline spiking. He had completely forgotten they had swapped their sense of touch. Whenever Mu Xinxi touched herself, he could feel it too. Sorry. I'll be more careful. But it's hard to avoid sometimes, Yi Fan said, feeling embarrassed. I understand, but please try to avoid sensitive areas. And definitely don't. Mu Xinxi trailed off, too embarrassed to continue. Yi Fan grinned and teased, Don't what? Don't drive. Mu Xinxi blurted out, taking a deep breath to get the words out. She really didn't want to experience any more strange sensations. Last time, it must have been when Yi Fan was taking a shower, and she had felt something that left her thoroughly embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm single, Yi Fan paused for a moment. So I haven't had the chance yet. Coincidentally, so am I, Mu Xinxi sighed in relief. I guess that makes us even. Yi Fan smirked. Anything else you want to warn me about? We should live together. Yi Fan, in the middle of drinking water, immediately started choking. Live together? What was she talking about? Was this some kind of twisted joke or a breach of ethics? Was the campus beauty about to confess her love and make their relationship official? Mu Xinxi gently rubbed her throat, still feeling the discomfort from being choked by the water. Yi Fan apologized, Sorry, what you said was just too shocking. He took another sip of water, trying to ease the sensation for her as well. Mu Xinxi's complexion slowly improved, but her cheeks remained flushed, and her slightly squinted eyes gave her a sultry, alluring look. I meant that you should come live at my place, Mu Xinxi finally said, her face turning even redder. Not for the reasons you're thinking. The situation we're in is pretty tricky, she continued. To ensure I get proper sleep, I need to control your living environment. It's the only way I can rest easy. Mu Xinxi had never been to the male dormitory, but she could already imagine the unpleasant smell of dirty socks and the general lack of hygiene. Plus, Yi Fan's uncomfortable wooden bed was something she had to endure through the sensory swap. If Yi Fan lived at her place, she'd be able to sleep in a comfortable environment, improving her quality of rest as well. That won't work, Yi Fan quickly rejected. I can't just move into a girl's home like that. It felt inappropriate to him. He couldn't just casually live in the campus beauty's house, it would hurt her reputation. Besides, with a man and a woman under the same roof, who knew what could happen? Yi Fan admitted he had some self-control, but it would be tough to resist temptation, especially since Mu Xinxi was such a stunning 36D beauty. No dirty thoughts, Yi Fan reminded himself. Seeing his refusal, Mu Xinxi's eyes lit up. If it were any other guy, they would have jumped at the offer immediately. The fact that Yi Fan hesitated showed he wasn't someone who would take advantage of her. He's really reliable. Mu Xinxi thought, her opinion of Yi Fan improving further, and she became more determined to convince him. If you stay at my place, you'll enjoy the same comforts I do. The servants will treat you like family, and I'll even give you a monthly allowance. Please, just help me out. Mu Xinxi gazed at Yi Fan with hopeful, pleading eyes. Yi Fan, seeing her so desperate, softened. Why stay in the cramped, dirty dorm when he could live in a mansion? Sure, his roommates were fun, but the dorm environment was awful. Lights out at 10:30 p.m., and the electricity shut off just as his phone needed charging. Sometimes he couldn't even finish a shower before the water stopped. Plus, the dorm was always a mess. His 3 roommates never cleaned up, leaving trash and leftover food everywhere, attracting mosquitoes and flies. And Yi Fan, as the dorm leader, was responsible for ensuring cleanliness. Then there was the constant smell of dirty socks, especially from Xiao Wu, who rarely washed his feet. The stench was unbearable. To make things worse, his roommates were notorious for their flatulence. Pop, 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 pop. It was like a never-ending symphony of farts, making the already terrible dorm conditions even worse. Sorry guys, but I'm out. It wasn't just the allure of the mansion. Yi Fan could no longer endure the chaos of dorm life. Besides, how could he turn down Mu Xinxi's heartfelt request? So, Yi Fan nodded. Alright, I'll move in. Congratulations, host. You've accepted a cohabitation invitation and earned 300 points. Thank you, Mu Xinxi said, satisfied. This had gone much smoother than she'd expected. She just hoped things would go smoothly from now on, though she didn't realize that everything would soon take a wild turn once Yi Fan moved in. When it came time to settle the bill, the waiter instinctively approached Yi Fan. Hello, would you like to pay by scan or card? The waiter glanced at the handsome Yi Fan, then at the beautiful Mu Xinxi sitting across from him. There was no doubt in his mind that Yi Fan was trying to court Miss Mu. After all, Miss Mu was so stunning, even the waitress herself felt a little smitten. Under normal circumstances, the guy would insist on paying. While the waiter silently praised his own perceptiveness, Mu Xinxi pulled out her black card and handed it over. "I'll pay." The waiter froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Did he hear that right? Mu Xinxi was paying the bill? Wasn't the guy supposed to be pursuing the girl? Was it the other way around now? Was Miss Mu pursuing him? Who was this guy? After all, Mu Xinxi was the goddess every guy dreamed of dating. The waiter, still stunned, took another look at Yi Fan. She hadn't gotten a good look at him earlier, but now, seeing him up close, she was blown away by his good looks. Wow, he's handsome. His eyes sparkled like stars, his eyelashes were long, and his nose was perfectly shaped. Was he a celebrity? No wonder Miss Mu was so taken by him. Even the waitress herself felt drawn to him. If he wasn't a customer, she would have asked for his WeChat. Mu Xinxi tapped the table lightly, snapping the waitress out of her trance. "The card?" The waitress blushed and quickly apologized, "Sorry." Before swiping the card and returning it to Mu Xinxi. "Ding. Soft living detected, reward 500 points, the system chimed in. "Let's go," Mu Xinxi said to Yi Fan. He nodded and followed her out. As they left, the waitress watched Yi Fan longingly, wishing she could work up the courage to ask for his contact information. He must have more to offer than just good looks. After all, many handsome men had pursued Mu Xinxi, including top-tier celebrities, but none had caught her attention like this guy had. When they reached the entrance, Yi Fan turned to Mu Xinxi and said, "I'll take the bus back to the dorm to pack my things." "You can't take the bus." Mu Xinxi frowned, shaking her head. "Why not?" Yi Fan asked, puzzled. "It's really hot right now, and buses are crowded and smelly." "You'll ride in my car," Mu Xinxi insisted. She had never taken public transportation herself, but her friend Xiao Yu often complained about being squished on the bus like a sardine. Plus, there were creeps. No way was she risking that kind of experience. "I don't want to deal with any of that," Mu Xinxi thought, shaking her head. "All right," Yi Fan agreed without hesitation. Why take the bus when he could ride in a luxury car? Yi Fan climbed into Mu Xinxi's sports car, already familiar with the experience after earlier. It was amazing. The wind rushing past as they cruised in the convertible, it was pure bliss. Yi Fan settled into a comfortable position, enjoying the ride. The Lamborghini Sesto Elemento truly lived up to its reputation. Being expensive definitely had its perks. Before long, the car pulled up in front of the male dormitory. The flashy car immediately drew attention, as only a few people on campus drove cars like this. "That's the campus beauty's car, right? There's someone in the passenger seat. Is it a girl? I've never seen her drive anyone around before." "No, it looks like a guy." "Wait, what? Has the campus beauty been hanging out with a guy recently?" As the onlookers whispered in shock, the door of the sports car opened, and a tall, handsome figure stepped out. His features were sharp, illuminated by the sunlight, casting a striking silhouette. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, unable to remain calm as they began speculating. Who is he? What's his relationship with the campus beauty? I heard the campus beauty brought a guy milk tea today. Could it be him? Could it be that the campus beauty is finally dating someone? Isn't she supposed to have a cleanliness obsession and never let anyone sit in her car? Someone recognized Yi Fan. That's Yi Fan, the heartthrob of the finance department's second-year class. Lots of girls are after him. I didn't think even the campus beauty would be interested in him. I've got to hand it to him. He is really good looking, and his skin is flawless. Now that I see them together, they really do make a perfect couple. But I can't accept this. I've liked the campus beauty for so long, and now he's the lucky one. As everyone whispered and gossiped, Mu Xinxi locked her gaze on Yi Fan, her eyes sparkling. "I'll be waiting for you. Don't take too long." "All right," Yi Fan replied, fully aware of the envious stares directed at him from all sides. With a confident stride, he entered the male dormitory, only to be immediately surrounded by a group of curious guys. "Yi Fan, what's going on? Are you dating the campus beauty?" "Yeah, why did she bring you back today? When did you two even meet?" With everyone bombarding him with questions, Yi Fan was starting to get a little tired of it, though he couldn't deny that he enjoyed the attention. Who wouldn't want to be admired like this? "I'm not dating the campus beauty," Yi Fan said calmly. At that, the guys breathed a collective sigh of relief, some even feeling like it was the natural order of things. Sure, Mu Xinxi was gorgeous and came from a wealthy family. Why would she date someone so casually? After all, Yi Fan was just an ordinary student, albeit a handsome one. But beyond his looks, he didn't seem to have any special skills. Why would the campus beauty choose him? Then why did she bring you back? "Yeah, she's never given any guy that kind of treatment. Faced with their relentless questions, Yi Fan casually came up with an excuse. I'm living next door to her. That should shut them up and explain everything, right? As Yi Fan headed upstairs, the others were left stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor. The campus beauty lived in the prestigious Green City Rose Garden Villa complex. If Yi Fan lived next door to her, that meant he must also own a villa in the Green City Rose Garden. No way, Yi Fan secretly loaded. He's so low-key. No wonder I saw him riding a Kawasaki H2. A normal student couldn't afford that. Houses in Green City Rose Garden start at 50 million. That place is insanely expensive. It's my dream mansion, and Yi Fan's family lives there. But Yi Fan didn't hear any of this as he returned to his dorm room to pack his things. As soon as he stepped inside, he was ambushed by his 3 roommates, eager for gossip. Leigi, did you just get back from a date with the campus beauty? Did anything? A ham happen? Zhao Wu, come on, spill it. When did you even meet the campus beauty? Fat Tiger, I knew it. That's why you haven't been in a rush to find a girlfriend. The campus beauty had already set her sights on you. Tell us, when did it all start? Yi Fan looked at his roommates, amused and exasperated. It's a long story, but I'm not dating the campus beauty. This revelation left his 3 roommates even more shocked. What? The campus beauty is chasing after you? You're making us proud, man. We barely get to see the campus beauty, and now she's chasing after you? She even brought you milk tea, and you're not interested. Are you even a man? Of course he wanted to date the campus beauty. It just hadn't happened yet. But it was only a matter of time. What was meant to be would be. Nothing's official yet, Yi Fan said as he began packing his suitcase, folding his clothes and placing them inside. Seeing him pack, his roommates became even more curious. Yi Fan, are you going on a trip? Why are you packing? Are you moving back home? Yi Fan shook his head, making up a story on the spot. My family's house is being demolished, so my dad bought me a big mansion. I applied to live off campus. It wasn't entirely a lie. Thanks to the system, anything was possible. Living with Muyu Xinzi would help him rack up points, and soon enough, he'd be able to buy his own mansion in Green City Rose Garden. His roommates were stunned into silence for a moment before the questions started again. Your house is being demolished. Does that mean you're rich? Wow. I can't believe I'm friends with a second-generation rich kid. Damn, you're moving into a mansion. I wish my parents were that rich. Don't forget about us when you're living large. Yi Fan burst out laughing. Don't worry. Even though I'm moving out, my heart is still with you guys. Don't miss me too much. Xiao Wu scoffed. Get out of here. You're not some pretty girl, why would we miss you? Fat Tiger rolled his eyes. Hurry up and leave. We won't see you off, just shut the door on your way out. Li Aigi cheered. Great. Now I don't have to climb up to the top bunk anymore. I'll just take over your bed. Your desk is mine too. Does love really disappear this easily? These guys. After packing his things, Yi Fan grabbed his suitcase and began making his way downstairs. Despite their teasing, Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Li Aigi followed him to help carry his things. They might joke around, but they were all heart. The dorm was on the 5th floor, and without an elevator, carrying the heavy suitcase down was going to be a struggle. Normally, it would have been exhausting to lug the suitcase down all those stairs. But Yi Fan was determined not to let Mu Xinzi feel any extra weight. So, with his roommate's help, they slowly made their way down. Just then, a sweet, melodious voice called out, Yi Fan. The moment Mu Xinzi's voice echoed through the dorm, his roommates' faces flushed red with excitement. Even the guys who had been following Mu Xinzi up the stairs were suddenly overcome with jealousy. They had no idea that what was about to happen next would shock them even more. Mu Xinzi, radiant and beautiful, hurried up the stairs, and without a word, grabbed Yi Fan's suitcase from him. It's too heavy for you. Let me help, she said. From downstairs, Mu Xinzi had already felt the immense weight of the suitcase through their sensory swap. Her arms were sore, and each step down was like torture. She was on the verge of tears, so without thinking, she rushed forward to take the suitcase from Yi Fan. But this scene stunned everyone around them. Mu Xinzi, the daughter of a wealthy family, had been pampered all her life. She was someone who had never had to lift a finger for anything. Why would she need to carry something? Usually a single glance from her would have boys falling over themselves to help, but she never let any of them touch her belongings. Yet now she was worried about Yi Fan carrying something too heavy, and was insisting on doing it herself. There were still 3 flights of stairs to go, and the suitcase was unwieldy. Even a strong guy would struggle with it, let alone a girl. But Mu Xinzi carried the suitcase down without a single complaint. What the onlookers didn't know was that Yi Fan, thanks to his physical enhancement from the system, didn't feel any strain at all. The guys watching were stunned and couldn't believe what they were seeing. No way. The campus beauty actually came into the male dorm just to help carry a suitcase. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a joke. Pinch me. I thought Yi Fan and the campus beauty were dating. But it turns out she's the one chasing after him? This is unreal. The campus beauty has become a simp for him? And she's doing it with no complaints? I'm heartbroken. Yi Fan, the object of everyone's envy, remained unfazed by all the attention. Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Li Ji were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. In an instant, they surrounded Yi Fan, shouting in disbelief. Damn. Did you save the galaxy or something? I knew something was up when you rushed to move out of the dorm. Turns out the campus beauty came to pick you up. This is insane. The campus beauty is chasing after you. Yi Fan hadn't expected that his sensory swap with Mu Xinxi would be interpreted as her pursuing him. But it felt pretty great. So, he decided to just go with it. Yi Fan shrugged, pretending to be nonchalant. What can I say? My charm is hard to resist. I've already turned her down, but she won't take no for an answer. That comment instantly made him the target of everyone's jealousy. The guys felt like cursing him. Damn it. That's the campus beauty we're talking about. She was the dream girl of half the school, and here she was, supposedly pursuing Yi Fan, while he seemed almost indifferent. Not only had she been rejected, but she was still chasing after him. She must really love him. By the time Yi Fan reached the ground floor, Mu Xinxi was already waiting for him. She had loaded his suitcase into the car's trunk and was sitting in the driver's seat. She gave Yi Fan a quick glance, signaling for him to get in. However, from the perspective of the crowd of clueless bystanders, it looked like Mu Xinxi was giving him a flirtatious wink, as if she were playfully begging him to hop in. The onlookers were stunned. Yi Fan's life is too good. The campus beauty really loves him. Under the envious stares of everyone around, Yi Fan casually climbed into the car and drove off with her. The crowd was left heartbroken. How could he take our dream girl away like that? Meanwhile, the entire Huaxing University was abuzz. Not only were the classrooms and dorms full of gossip, but the university's online forums and social media exploded with talk about the campus beauty entering the male dorm to carry Yi Fan's suitcase. Everyone was talking about it. Did you hear? Yi Fan is living next door to the campus beauty's house. Turns out he's secretly loaded. He's moving out of the dorm today, and the campus beauty came to personally help him move, even carrying his heavy suitcase. Within minutes, rumors spread like wildfire, and the story became even more exaggerated. Hey, did you hear? Yi Fan is living in the campus beauty's house. And eventually, it morphed into something even wilder. Did you hear? Yi Fan slept with the campus beauty. The entire campus was in shock. The male students felt their hearts shatter. The goddess they admired had been defiled by Yi Fan, and she had willingly gone to such great lengths for him. Was this a moral collapse, or just human nature at its worst? But Mu Xinxi, the center of it all, was completely unaware of the rumors spreading like wildfire. She had already driven Yi Fan to her home. Yi Fan was in awe when they arrived at Mu Xinxi's luxurious 5-story villa, complete with a garden and a private golf course. The size and opulence of it all left him speechless. The villa was located in Green City Rose Garden, one of the most prestigious and expensive neighborhoods in the city where land was worth its weight in gold. The Mu family must be incredibly wealthy. Host has moved into the Mu residence. You've earned 500 points, the system notified him. Welcome home, miss. A group of elegant maids greeted Mu Xinxi at the entrance. This is Yi Fan. He's a guest in our home. Treat him well, Mu Xinxi said calmly. Yes, miss. Welcome, Mr. Yi, the maids responded respectfully. Yi Fan felt like he had stepped into paradise. The maids, dressed in classic maid uniforms, were all stunningly beautiful, each with their own unique charm. Some had a sweet, innocent look, while others were more sultry and seductive. Yi Fan was thrilled. As a kid, he had always fantasized about being surrounded by beautiful maids who would follow his every command. And now, that fantasy was coming true. But as excited as he was about the maids, the interior of the house left him even more amazed. The villa's design was elegant and luxurious, but not overly flashy. Even the paintings on the walls gave off an air of wealth and sophistication. Wow. From today onward, this was his home. It was unbelievable. Mu Xinxi, meanwhile, had already settled down on the couch but still felt a lingering soreness from earlier. Despite sitting on a high-end, plush sofa, She hadn't been able to fully enjoy its comfort. With a hint of frustration in her voice, she glanced at Yi Fan. "Can't you just sit down for a bit?" "Okay," Yi Fan replied. He had already experienced how soft the couch was, but since she was asking, he had no reason to refuse. Plus, who could say no to a pretty girl? He sat down on the luxurious leather sofa. Instantly, Mu Xinxi felt the relief wash over her. The soreness melted away, and a look of satisfaction spread across her face. As she leaned back, her usual cold demeanor softened. Her eyes closed slightly, and she looked relaxed, almost like a contented kitten. Watching her from so close, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel his heart flutter. It was hard to believe this was real, sitting under the same roof as the campus beauty. The system hadn't lied to him. This was the best kind of hidden benefit. Make yourself at home. Eat whatever you like, use whatever you want, Mu Xinxi said lazily, glancing at Yi Fan. Once our sensory swap returns to normal, our relationship will end. Got it, Yi Fan nodded. In 2 months, it would all be over. But by then he would have enjoyed every luxury, racked up plenty of points, and come out on top. Where am I sleeping tonight? Yi Fan asked, curious. In my room, Mu Xinxi replied without thinking. Yi Fan froze. Did I hear that right? Mu Xinxi said. Her room? Wait. Does that mean I'm sleeping with her? Various thoughts raced through his mind, each one more inappropriate than the last. That's not right. Yi Fan scratched his head, feeling a strange excitement at the thought. Noticing where Yi Fan's mind was going, Mu Xinxi's face flushed bright red. You're thinking about the wrong thing. I mean, you'll sleep in my room, and I'll sleep in the room next door. I can only sleep well in my own bed. How do you know what I'm thinking? Are you thinking the same thing? Yi Fan teased. Mu Xinxi's long, dark lashes fluttered as she blushed even harder. She stammered, of course not. I just want to make sure you don't get any funny ideas. Yi Fan smirked. I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. Sounds like you're the one who's got something on your mind. I definitely don't. Mu Xinxi shouted, her face still red with embarrassment. But her mind began to race, recalling the sensory experiences she had felt over the past few days. No. Stop thinking about it. She told herself, her thoughts spiraling. Once she managed to calm down, Mu Xinxi took Yi Fan on a tour of the house. When Yi Fan saw her bedroom, a small thrill ran through him. So this is what a girl's room looks like. It smelled wonderful, just like Mu Xinxi, with a faint hint of peach blossom. And then, he noticed something, her little secret. She actually has these kinds of things hidden away. The room was spacious and spotless, with everything neatly arranged. The decor was predominantly soft pink, exuding a girlish charm. It was like a princess's dream room. Who would have thought that the usually aloof Mu Xinxi secretly adored pink? Not only that, but her bed was covered with an assortment of cute stuffed animals. You sleep hugging these plush toys every night? Yi Fan asked, sitting on Mu Xinxi's bed. Even though he couldn't feel the softness due to their sensory swap, he figured it must be comfortable to lie on. As he picked up a teddy bear, Mu Xinxi's face flushed bright red. She quickly snatched it back, pretending to be fierce. That's none of your business. Watching her protect her plushies, Yi Fan grinned and leaned in closer. I need to know your sleeping habits so I can help you sleep better. For example, do you like to sleep on your stomach, or on your side? Maybe you hug these toys while you sleep? Mu Xinxi stared at Yi Fan's handsome face, now just inches away. Her heart raced, thumping loudly in her chest. She hadn't paid much attention before, but now she realized how much more attractive he looked. There was an irresistible allure about him that made her shy away from his gaze. I don't care. Just do whatever. She blurted, her face turning crimson as she avoided looking at him. Just make sure you sleep well on the bed. Is the wardrobe empty? I'll put my clothes in there, Yi Fan said. At that moment, Mu Xinxi heard the sound of the wardrobe door opening. Oh no. She'd forgotten to clear it out. Turning quickly, she saw Yi Fan peeking into her wardrobe, and her face turned even redder. Yi Fan was stunned by what he saw. Not only were there beautiful branded dresses, but there were also various colors of JK uniforms. Just imagining Mu Xinxi wearing those short skirts almost gave him a nosebleed. But she never seemed to wear them in public. Could it be that she secretly wore them at home? As Yi Fan continued looking, he noticed a collection of Balenciaga black stockings. Wow. He had a thing for Balenciaga stockings. Girls who wore them were irresistible. Just looking at them could keep him entertained for years. The ones with buttons? Yids. There weren't just black stockings, there were also white ones, flesh-colored ones, and even JK socks. The whole uniform temptation theme was just perfect. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. I'll organize it. Don't touch anything. Mu Jinsi, utterly embarrassed, rushed over and slammed the wardrobe shut, her face burning red. In her haste, she accidentally caught her own hand in the door. Oh, that hurts. Mu Jinsi yelped, clutching her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. Are you okay? Yi Fan asked, concerned. I didn't mean to open it, I was just trying to put my clothes away. I'm sorry. Yi Fan didn't feel any pain himself, but the sensory swap meant Mu Jinsi did. Sob. Mu Jinsi bit her lip, her long eyelashes trembling as tears started to roll down her cheeks. Please don't cry. Yi Fan was usually fearless, but seeing a girl cry made him panic. I didn't ask to swap sensations with you. And now you're hurting me. Mu Jinsi whimpered, her usually cold voice turning soft and pitiful. Yi Fan couldn't stand seeing her like this. Her watery eyes and flushed nose made her look so delicate and vulnerable. I didn't hurt you on purpose. And it was you who accidentally slammed my hand, he gently teased. Mu Jinsi stared at him, speechless. Technically he was right, but she was the one feeling the pain. Don't cry. I'll put some ointment on your hand, Yi Fan said, trying to soothe her. Mu Jinsi sniffled, still teary-eyed. You'll treat your hand, not mine. All right, I'll treat my hand. Finally, her expression softened a little. After calling for a first aid kit, Yi Fan was about to apply the ointment when Mu Jinsi stopped him. I'll do it. You just sit still, she insisted. If you mess up and hurt yourself again, I'm the one who'll suffer. Yi Fan didn't argue and extended his hand for her to treat. As she held his hand, she couldn't help but notice how long and slender his fingers were. His hands were perfect for playing the piano, clean, elegant, and well-proportioned. They were quite beautiful. Her mind drifted back to the moment when those very hands had brushed against his abs. Boom! Her cheeks flushed hotly, and she quickly shook her head, trying to focus as she disinfected his fingers. Ding. Host has received 200 points for Mu Jinsi applying medicine. Yi Fan watched her closely as she worked. Their hands were touching, and the sensation was transmitted clearly to him through their shared connection. Mu Jinsi, her face slightly pink, carefully applied the ointment, and then blew gently on his fingers with her soft lips. Yi Fan's heart raced. Mu Jinsi was being so gentle right now, softly blowing on his injury. How adorable. The once aloof campus beauty seemed to have dropped her cold persona completely. Now, she was nothing but pure sweetness. Her lips looked so soft. He remembered how they had felt when he kissed her last time. And now, Mu Jinsi was attentively caring for him, which made Yi Fan feel even more thrilled. Was he the first guy Mu Jinsi had treated with such care? Make sure not to get it wet today, Mu Jinsi reminded him once she was done applying the ointment. Got it. Yi Fan nodded. Oh, and stop rummaging through my room. I'll clear out the wardrobe for you to put your stuff in, she added, still blushing. Okay, Yi Fan agreed. He watched as Mu Jinsi hurried to the wardrobe, gathering up her personal belongings to move them to the room next door. When she opened a drawer, Yi Fan caught a glimpse of something very private, delicate lingerie. His face instantly heated up. It was the first time he had seen so much of that kind of thing up close. There were lace ones, silk ones, and even sheer, see-through pieces. Don't look. Mu Jinsi, noticing his gaze, blushed furiously. She quickly used her body to block his view as she stuffed her lingerie into a bag. Yi Fan shifted uncomfortably, his skin heating up. He had forgotten to mention that they shared sensations. Even though he couldn't see the items, he could feel their texture. Those silky fabrics felt so smooth. Based on the sensation, he could almost tell what kind of design they had. This one feels cute. This one's sexy. And this one seems lacy. Wow. He felt like he had just discovered a new world, and was both excited and embarrassed. This system really did offer some unexpected perks. Once Mu Jinsi had packed up her things, she bolted from the room, her face as red as a tomato. Yi Fan chuckled to himself. The campus beauty is actually kind of fun. After she left, he lay down on the bed and opened the system interface for a 5-item draw. He quickly received some surprise rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a double deposit reward card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked the ability to purchase limited edition game skins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've acquired advanced combat skills, equivalent to those of a professional boxer. Yi Fan felt pleased with the results, as all 3 rewards were highly practical. He immediately activated the double deposit reward card, which doubled all the money in his account. Currently, Yi Fan had around 8 million yuan. With a single use of the card, that number doubled to over 16 million. Wow. This was amazing. Yi-fan couldn't help but marvel at how easily he had become a multi-millionaire. He wished he could get more of these double deposit cards. They would make earning money effortless. But with his investment information card in hand, there was no need to worry about future income. Yi-fan quickly searched for the contact information of GAU Media, the company he had identified for investment. Soon, he set up a meeting for the next day to discuss partnership opportunities. Done. Yi-fan grinned. Everything was going smoother than expected. Once he invested in GAU Media and became the majority shareholder, his wealth would grow exponentially. He could buy limited edition luxury cars, grand mansions, or even travel the world whenever he wished. Feeling ecstatic, Yi-fan remembered that he had also been granted advanced combat skills. He felt eager to try them out. A maid informed him that the mansion had not only a gym but also a boxing room, so he immediately headed over to check it out. Wow! Yi-fan was shocked by what he found. The boxing room looked like a professional arena, fully equipped with everything he needed for a proper workout. Forgetting all about the sensory swap with Mu-Zinsi, he eagerly put on the boxing gloves and began practicing on the punching bag. Bang! 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 Incredible! His punches were powerful and precise. With these new skills, Yi-fan felt invincible. He could probably knock out several people in one punch. He couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Who would dare to challenge him now? If anyone tried to start trouble, he'd easily beat them into submission. He didn't even need bodyguards. He could handle any threat with his bare hands. Just as Yi-fan was about to wrap up, the door to the boxing room swung open. "Please, stop for a moment," came a tired voice. Yi-fan looked over to see Mu-Zinsi leaning against the wall, panting. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her delicate face was flushed, a light sheen of sweat making her features even more radiant. Damp strands of hair clung to her pale cheeks, highlighting her perfect skin. Her curvy figure was accentuated as her chest rose and fell with each breath, her body covered in a thin layer of sweat. Yi-fan swallowed hard, feeling his throat go dry. He hadn't realized how stunning and sexy Mu-Zinsi looked. Her body was incredible, and the way she was gasping for breath was making it hard for him to concentrate. At the same time, guilt hit him hard. He had forgotten about their sensory swap again. Mu-Zinsi, clearly exhausted, grabbed a fistful of Yi-fan's shirt, biting her lip. "Could you at least take a break?" Her eyes were glistening with unshed tears, looking as if she was about to cry from sheer frustration. She had only just begun to relax on the soft mattress when a barrage of intense punches left her feeling sore and breathless. Her arms ached, and she could barely stand. "I'm so sorry, I completely forgot," Yi-fan quickly apologized, realizing how much strain he had caused her. "Do you know how tired I am?" Mu-Zinsi's voice trembled with fatigue, and she looked like she was on the verge of tears. "I can't take it anymore." Yi-fan winced. He hadn't realized just how rough he had been. "I'm really sorry, I just got carried away. I only punched for a minute. I'll stop now and rest," Yi-fan promised, noticing how utterly drained Mu-Zinsi looked. "How about I help you get to bed? You should be the one going to bed," Mu-Zinsi retorted, frustration evident in her tone. After all, if he rested, she could rest. But if he kept going, she'd end up collapsing from exhaustion. All right, I'll go sleep." "Happy now?" Yi-fan soothed her. Hearing that, Mu-Zinsi finally let out a sigh of relief. At least now she could get a break. "Wait." As she turned to leave, Yi-fan called out to her. Mu-Zinsi blinked her long lashes and asked nervously, "You're not going to back out on sleeping, are you?" She was genuinely afraid of what might happen if he decided to keep training. "No, of course not." "But look at you, you're covered in sweat. Don't you want to wipe it off first?" Yi-fan offered her a towel. "You're sweating, and if you're uncomfortable, I'll be uncomfortable too." Mu-Zinsi's ears turned pink as she stood there, feeling his intense gaze on her. Yi-fan gently wiped the sweat from her face, and Mu-Zinsi felt her heart start racing. She inhaled deeply, trying to calm her nerves. For some reason, Yi-fan seemed even more handsome than before. Yi-fan, on the other hand, was trying to stay composed, though his hand was trembling slightly. Mu-Zinsi's skin was so smooth, and even though she was sweating, she still smelled wonderful. No wonder she was the school beauty. Her skin was flawless, her cheeks flushed pink, and her almond-shaped eyes gazed up at him, making his heart flutter. "Here, I'll do it myself." Mu-Zinsi, her face now a deep red, snatched the towel from his hands. In that moment, Yi-fan could feel her soft skin through their shared sensations. Her skin was as smooth as silk, like soft tofu. Host has earned 300 points for wiping the campus beauty's face. Alright, now go rest. Muzinsi huffed, reminding him to stick to his promise. Got it. Yi-fan couldn't help but chuckle. She was like his own little alarm clock. He grinned, thinking how fun it would be if Muzinsi were his girlfriend. She was so adorable when she acted tough. As Yi-fan took off his gloves and started heading back to his room, he noticed Mu Yizi following him. Does this mean you want to sleep with me, Miss Mu? Yi-fan teased, lifting her chin playfully. Already exhausted, Mu Yuzinsi blushed even harder, stepping back in embarrassment. No, of course not. Pouting, she explained, I just want to make sure you actually go to sleep. I'll leave once you're resting. Yi-fan chuckled. I said I'd sleep, so I will. You don't need to worry, I won't keep pushing myself. Alright, then make sure you rest. If you need anything, just let the maids know, Mushinsi said, her mood finally easing. Yi-fan smiled. Got it. With one last proud huff, Muzinsi turned and left for her own room. Watching her leave, Yi-fan couldn't help but shake his head with a fond smile. For someone so cold on the outside, she was actually kind of cute. Little did Yi-fan know, there was an even bigger surprise waiting for him. After returning to her room, Muzinsi immediately felt the softness of her luxurious mattress and the soothing coolness of the air conditioning. It was blissful. She nestled her face into the blanket, relishing the sense of comfort as the heat and exhaustion began to dissipate. Her body, previously aching, relaxed into the cozy sensation of rest. A satisfied smile spread across her lips. Looks like you kept your word this time. Her almond-shaped eyes curved with joy, and a soft, contented look appeared on her delicate face. Yi-fan woke up after a long nap to find the world outside completely dark. Checking the time, he realized it was already 8 p.m. He had been asleep for several hours, which explained why he felt hungry. He quickly got up from the bed, now focused on one thing satisfying his hunger. Rummaging through his suitcase, Yi-fan found a packet of instant noodles, his go-to, old tan pickled cabbage beef noodles. He decided to make it since he wasn't sure if there was any other food available. He hurried downstairs, boiled some water, and made his instant noodles, adding 2 sausage links for extra flavor. A decent balance of protein and carbs. As he gazed at the steaming bowl of noodles and pickled cabbage, Yi-fan's mouth watered. It smelled delicious enough to make anyone envious. He eagerly took his first bite only to be met with an utterly bland taste, like plain water. Of course. He had forgotten that his sense of taste was still swapped with Mushinsi's. As long as she had eaten well, he was left with this bland experience. No choice but to endure it for now. Just as Yi-fan was resigned to slurping down tasteless noodles, he heard the rapid thud of footsteps approaching. Stop that right now. A voice called out. Muzinsi suddenly appeared, running over and stopping in front of him, her expression filled with both shock and frustration. She pressed her hands on the table, staring at him in disbelief. How can you eat instant noodles? Mushinsi's voice trembled slightly, her delicate nose wrinkling at the pungent smell of pickled cabbage noodles in the air. What's wrong with instant noodles? I'm hungry. I don't need anything fancy. It's got sausages too, and I can add a boiled egg if you want. Yi-fan responded, confused by her reaction. Muzinsi looked like she was about to cry. It's not about the sausages or eggs. I just hate instant noodles. She couldn't stand the smell or taste of instant noodles, let alone the heavily flavored pickled cabbage version. The smell was enough to make her feel nauseous, and upstairs, she had been rudely awakened by the overwhelming aroma. Not wanting to suffer any longer, she rushed downstairs, grabbed the bowl from Yi-fan's hands and announced, "No more instant noodles. You're not allowed to eat them anymore." Yi-fan, still confused, asked, "If I can't eat noodles, then what should I eat?" In his mind, instant noodles were perfectly fine and convenient. "Come with me," Mushinsi said, tossing the noodles into the trash. She then led Yi-fan to another part of the villa. What they walked into was something that blew Yi-fan's mind. It was a dining room that looked like a scene straight out of a high-end restaurant. The decor was lavish and intimate, with soft lighting and elegant furniture. Muzinsi sat him down and soon, the head chef of the household appeared, bowing respectfully to them. "Miss Mu, Mr. Ye." The chef had already heard whispers around the house about Miss Mu bringing a male guest home, an unprecedented event. Normally, Muzinsi had no interest in men, but this young man seemed different. Not only was he invited into her home, but he was also treated with special care, including Muzinsi moving out of her own bedroom for his comfort. Everyone in the household was shocked. Not even Muzinsi's father, the head of the Mu family, was treated with such favor. Yet here was this young man, enjoying her attention and kindness. The chef glanced at Yi-fan and was struck by his appearance. He was handsome, tall, and carried himself with an air of confidence that rivaled that of any celebrity. It was no wonder Miss Mu seemed smitten. "What's on the menu tonight?" Yi Fan asked, unsure of what to expect from such a high-class setup. The chef proudly listed off an impressive array of gourmet dishes, speaking so fast that Yi Fan couldn't help but think the chef was rattling off a menu like a professional auctioneer. "Ho ho, slow down. Is there anything you can't cook?" Yi Fan finally interrupted. The chef paused for a moment, then smiled. "I can cook just about anything, sir. I was once a head chef for state banquets." "Seriously?" Yi Fan was stunned. Hiring a chef of this caliber meant Mu Xinqi's family spared no expense on quality. Mu Xinqi, however, responded casually, "My father hired him to make sure I eat well." Yi Fan was speechless. The Mu family's wealth and indulgence were beyond his wildest imagination. If he ever became that rich, he'd definitely want to hire a chef like this too. "Since you don't know what you want to eat, I'll order for us," Mu Xinqi said, before confidently rattling off her choices. 2 char-grilled Australian M9 steaks with port wine sauce, caviar linguine, foie gras with salad, black truffle duck breast pizza, seared salmon sushi, creamy baked Boston lobster, mango avocado shrimp salad, and strawberry mousse. The chef's eyes lit up as he quickly wrote down the order. These were high-end dishes, made with the finest ingredients. Australian M9 beef was known for its exceptional tenderness, and caviar linguine was a luxury served at only the finest Michelin-starred restaurants. He had never been more excited to cook. "Right away, Miss Mu," the chef said, hurrying to the kitchen. Yi Fan's mouth watered as he heard the list of delicacies. He was going to enjoy a meal prepared by a state banquet chef. What luck! Compared to instant noodles, these gourmet dishes were on a whole other level. It was a good thing he hadn't finished the instant noodles. These dishes were far superior. Yet, little did Yi Fan know, the evening had more surprises in store. After a short wait, the beautifully presented dishes began to arrive at the table one by one. The first dish was French foie gras pate served with salad. Just by looking at it, you could tell the vegetables were incredibly fresh, and the foie gras was rich and tempting. The flavor of the foie gras was smooth and decadent, perfectly complemented by the crisp vegetables. It wasn't overpowering. Instead, it left a lingering sweetness. Yi Fan's taste buds were in heaven. Next, he and Mu Xinqi shared the char-grilled Australian M9 Wagyu steak. The sauce was the perfect finishing touch, with a fragrant hint of port wine that made his mouth water. The steak itself was tender and juicy, and as soon as he cut into it, the meat's natural juices spilled out. The flavor was rich and satisfying, with a crisp outer layer and a tender, flavorful inside, all enhanced by the delicate sweetness of the sauce. This was, without a doubt, the best steak Yi Fan had ever tasted. It proved that sometimes the high price tag is completely justified. Yi Fan was thoroughly enjoying himself, savoring every dish that came his way, each one better than the last. It was clear that the reputation of a state banquet chef was well deserved. The ingredients were important, but it was the chef's skill that made the difference. Now he understood why it cost so much to hire a chef of this caliber. The dishes were leagues above anything he'd ever had before. After the meal, Yi Fan felt an unprecedented level of satisfaction, both physically and mentally. It was delicious, and with a state banquet chef in the house, he could enjoy meals like this every day. The mere thought of it made him incredibly happy. It wasn't just Yi Fan who was content. Mu Xinqi, too, felt a great sense of relief. Finally, she had been able to enjoy a proper meal, tasting everything perfectly through Yi Fan's senses. The chef's expertise remained as excellent as ever. Compared to instant noodles, this was a feast fit for royalty. If she hadn't stopped him in time, she would have been stuck with nothing but the taste of those noodles today. "Are you full?" Mu Xinqi asked, wiping her mouth elegantly. "If you are, come with me." "Where are we going?" Yi Fan asked, curious. "You'll see soon enough." Yi Fan couldn't help but feel intrigued. With how rich Mu Xinqi's family was, there was no telling what she had in mind. But whatever it was, it surely wasn't anything dangerous. Shrugging, he followed her, trusting that she wasn't going to take him somewhere shady. What he didn't expect was for Mu Xinqi to lead him to the garage. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment at what he saw. Was this a garage or a luxury car showroom? It looked like a parking lot for exotic cars. There were more than 100 vehicles neatly lined up inside. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Maseratis, Aston Martins, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, Bugatti Veyrons, Pagani McLarens. Yi Fan couldn't contain his excitement. Is that a Koenigsegg 11? Isn't that a limited edition model that money can't even buy? He couldn't take his eyes off the Koenigsegg 11, a car he had only ever dreamed of seeing, let alone touching. Now here he was, standing in front of one, his hands grazing its sleek surface. He was utterly captivated. "You like it? Then take it for a drive," Mu Xinxi said casually. "Wait, you're serious? You're letting me drive it?" Yi Fan was in disbelief. Limited edition cars like this were typically kept in collections, not taken out for joyrides. "I can't always be around to drive you wherever you need to go. As long as you have a driver's license, you can take any car here whenever you want," Mu Xinxi replied calmly. "I only have one condition." "Don't crash it?" Yi Fan asked, jumping in before she could finish. "No," Mu Xinxi corrected, glaring at him. "You're not allowed to take the bus, the subway, or ride a bicycle." Yi Fan blinked in surprise. It was such a peculiar request, but it made sense when he thought about it. Mu Xinxi had been raised in luxury, accustomed to the best of everything. The thought of squeezing onto public transportation, or enduring the smells of a crowded bus or subway, was likely her worst nightmare. Plus, there was no way she would allow him to ride a bicycle all day. If he did, she'd feel exhausted from their shared sensory connection. "All right, deal," Yi Fan said with a grin. Mu Xinxi breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried about how to convince him, but now that he had agreed, she felt much more at ease. She quickly instructed the butler to hand Yi Fan the keys to the Koenigsegg 11. Without wasting any time, Yi Fan eagerly got behind the wheel and took the car for a test drive. It was everything he imagined and more. The car drove like a dream, smooth, powerful, and exhilarating. The luxury interior, the incredible handling, and the sheer performance were unlike anything he had ever experienced. Now he understood why people were willing to spend millions on a car like this. After driving a few laps around the estate, Yi Fan parked the car, completely satisfied. "Don't worry, I'll definitely be driving this car more often," Yi Fan promised with a smirk. With a Koenigsegg 11 at his disposal, his Kawasaki H2 seemed almost irrelevant. Mu Xinxi couldn't help but smile genuinely at his words. This was the best news she had heard all day. Of course, the happiest person in this situation was Yi Fan. After all, what guy wouldn't love having access to a supercar? Later, Yi Fan headed back upstairs. It was still early, just past 8 p.m., so he decided to play some games before bed. To his amazement, the villa even had a fully equipped gaming room, far better than any internet cafe. The setup made Yi Fan's jaw drop. First, there was a custom version of the lazy gamer's dream chair, a luxurious, ergonomic gaming chair that was modeled after a spaceship design. The chair could be reclined at any angle, making it perfect for long gaming sessions. Yi Fan had always wanted one of these chairs, but the steep price had always held him back. Even the cheapest version started at 30,000 yuan, and this one was bound to be even more expensive. As he sank into the chair, Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh in contentment. This chair was amazing. Next, he spotted the ROG Zephyrus gaming laptop sitting on the desk, a high-end powerhouse that was considered one of the best gaming computers in the world, priced at 59,999 yuan. And if that wasn't enough, the room also boasted an Alienware AW2521H monitor, known for its incredibly high refresh rate, perfect for competitive gaming. Every peripheral in the room was top of the line, from the mechanical keyboard to the state-of-the-art headphones. For a gamer like Yi Fan, this was heaven. With everything he needed to dive into gaming, he decided to fire up League of Legends and try out his new system abilities, supreme gaming skills, and exclusive skin access. He had always been late to the League of Legends scene, and many of the game's limited edition skins had passed him by. Now, with his newly acquired skills, it was time to make up for lost time. To his surprise, there was also an unexpected bonus waiting for him. After using the special item, Yi Fan found that the previously locked limited edition skin store had opened just for him. There were rare skins like Dunkmaster Darius, Silver Kale, Dragon Fist Lee Sin, Star Guardian Jinx, Pax Jax, the 3rd anniversary exclusive Arcade Misfortune, Arcade Ari, Blood Moon Talon, and more. Every rare and highly sought-after skin was available. Yi Fan was ecstatic. With a click of his mouse, he purchased everything, only to realize he hadn't spent a cent. It was all free. This was a dream come true. The system truly understood him. He quickly added all the skins to his collection, and felt incredibly satisfied. After obtaining every skin he had ever wanted, Yi Fan opened his phone and sent a message to his dorm's WeChat group. "Yi Fan guys, get online for some League of Legends. Let's game." The group, which had been silent, exploded with activity. "Fat Tiger, is that you, Yi Fan? I thought you'd disappeared into some romantic getaway and forgotten all about us. Xiao Wu, how are you not playing duo with the campus queen? You actually remembered the game? Lei Gi Yi Fan, You're trending all over campus. I suggest you stay away for a few days. Every guy in school is out for your blood after what happened. You've become public enemy number 1. Yi-fan smirked, remembering the scene when Mu Xinxi had driven him away from campus earlier. It must have caused quite a stir. After all, Mu Xinxi was the school's goddess, admired by many. No wonder tonight would be a restless night for all her fanboys. But what did it matter? As long as he was enjoying himself. Are we gaming or not? Yi-fan sent a voice message. His roommates answered in unison. We're logging in right now. Soon, the group was formed, and they were ready to play. As they picked their champions, Xiao Wu spoke up. Yi-fan, just play support. You're best at it. Yi-fan had always been their go-to support player, often carried by Xiao Wu's jungling skills. No, I'll jungle this time, Yi-fan declared confidently. His words shocked Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Lei Yi. Are you serious? Do you remember how bad things were the last time you tried to jungle? Fat Tiger asked, clearly skeptical. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Yeah, we got destroyed. And the other team kept mocking us while you kept feeding them kills. Lei Yi chimed in. You know, playing support isn't that bad. There's no shame in it. But Yi-fan stood his ground. Trust me, this time will be different. Now that he had god-level gaming skills, he was no longer the noob they remembered. Alright, let him try it. I'll tank, Xiao Wu said, somewhat reluctantly. Lei Yi agreed. I'll do my best to deal damage. Fat Tiger shrugged. It's all good. Winning isn't everything, having fun is what matters. Their willingness to support Yi-fan moved him. Despite how terrible he had been before, his friends had never scolded him. This time, he would make sure to carry them and show them what he was capable of. Before the match began, one of their random teammates boasted about his new skin. Check out how cool my skin is. It cost me a fortune to get it. Xiao Wu and the others couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The skin the teammate showed off was one they had wanted for a long time, but it was too expensive for a bunch of students. Yi-fan, however, simply replied, it's alright, I guess. The teammate scoffed. Oh, come on, don't be jealous just because you can't afford it. Actually, I have that skin, Yi-fan replied casually. Yeah, right. The teammate began to retort, but he stopped mid-sentence as soon as he saw Yi-fan's champion selection. Yi-fan had picked Lee Sin, and he was using the Dragon Fist Lee Sin skin, an ultra-rare, limited edition skin that was practically impossible to get. The teammate's breath caught in his throat. That skin was one of the most sought after in the entire game, and he had always wanted it, but it was far too rare to obtain. He had never even seen anyone else use it in a match before. And now, after making fun of Yi-fan, here he was, playing alongside someone who owned that legendary skin. His arrogance evaporated instantly, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Wu couldn't believe it either. No way, you actually have that skin? Fat Tiger was thrilled. Dude, you're a legend. Can I borrow your account? Lee was amazed. When did you get it? You've been hiding your true strength all this time. Yi-fan rubbed his nose, feeling rather proud. I thought I'd give it a try and show off a little. The teammate, still trying to save face, muttered. So what if you have a rare skin? The game is about skill, not cosmetics. If you're bad, you might as well uninstall. In most cases, people who spent a lot on the game weren't always skilled players. But Yi-fan only smirked. Watch and learn. Initially, his roommates were worried. They silently hoped that Yi-fan would at least have a decent game so they wouldn't lose too badly. But as soon as the match began, they realized their worries were unnecessary. Yi-fan dominated the game from the very start. He tore through the enemy team like a hurricane, taking down one enemy after another. No matter how many came at him, he slaughtered them all. Within just 10 minutes, the enemy team surrendered. There wasn't even a need to push their base. His roommates were in total shock. They had just been carried by Yi-fan of all people. What the heck? Did you hire a pro to play for you? When did you get so good? Climbing the ranks is gonna be a breeze now. Yi-fan, you're amazing. You're the best, teach me your ways. Yi-fan smiled modestly. It's all about the skin. The hand feel is just better. Of course, it also helped that Mu Xinxi's house had incredible internet speeds and a top-tier gaming setup, but he kept that to himself. No need to attract any more jealousy than he already had. Just as Yi-fan was preparing for the teammates' usual insults after the match, something unexpected happened. His notification lit up with a friend request. Big bro, please carry me. I'm begging you. Can I be your apprentice? I was blind before I didn't realize who I was talking to. Some people just had no shame. Not only that, but all the players from the previous match, including the enemy team, sent him friend requests. Everyone wanted a piece of the action. Master? I'll send you skins if you carry me in ranked games. Big bro, I've got a 50 gigabytes collection of Black Stockings photos, just add me on WeChat. And they're yours. Hey man, I can help you get discounts on everything. I have a cute sister. Need I say more? As night deepened, Muzinsi took off her Balenciaga black stockings and changed into a light, comfortable nightgown. She lay down on her bed, trying to fall asleep, but her mind was wide awake. She could still feel the sensation of fingers tapping rapidly on a keyboard and the tingling numbness from sitting still for too long. Even more frustrating, her nervous system was in a state of constant excitement, making it impossible for her to fall asleep. Bang! She suddenly sat up in bed. This situation was unbearable. Meanwhile, Yifan was immersed in his gaming session, having racked up 20 consecutive wins. The god-tier gaming skill was incredible. His opponents didn't stand a chance against him. People say League of Legends is a team game, but he was carrying all 5 positions by himself. In the past, Xiao Wu would carry him to victory, but now it was Yifan who was making everyone else win effortlessly. As one match began, over 40 people were spectating, which only fueled his excitement further. This was the best gaming moment of his life. Just as he was engrossed in the heat of battle, a figure appeared before him. Thump, thump, thump. Someone tapped on his desk. Yifan looked up, only to be stunned by what he saw. Standing before him was Muzinsi, dressed in a V-neck spaghetti-strap nightgown. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, framing her delicate and radiant face. She looked both pure and alluring, with her swan-like neck, slim waist, and long legs. The air around her seemed to carry the sweet scent of ripe peaches. Yifan's eyes were glued to her. Who could focus on a game with such a sight in front of them? Can you go to bed already? Muzinsi pouted, her red lips barely moving as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. It's already 1 in the morning, and we have class tomorrow. Her tone was soft, more like a sleepy complaint than a scolding. Yifan was momentarily taken aback. He'd been so engrossed in the game that he had completely lost track of time. Oh, it's that late already? Sorry. I'll finish this last game and then stop, Yifan said quickly. After all, he couldn't just abandon his teammates mid-game. Last game? Muzinsi asked suspiciously. I promise, this is the last one, Yifan reassured her. Alright, I'll sit here and watch, Muzinsi replied. With no chair nearby, she simply sat on the edge of the desk next to his computer. She knew boys loved their video games. If she didn't watch him, he might end up playing all night. She let out a small yawn, her tired face only making her look more enchanting. The sight of her so close, her long legs just inches away from him, made Yifan's breath quicken. He only needed to glance to see her fair skin. He didn't even need to touch her, he could feel the softness just by looking at her. Yifan's body began to heat up. How could anyone keep playing a game with a girl like Muzinsi sitting next to them? He couldn't understand those guys who could still focus on gaming with a girl around. If it were up to him, he would have already made his move. Now his body was tense, and ever since Muzinsi had sat down next to him, he had been thoroughly distracted. To make matters worse, the voices of his roommates echoed through his headphones. What's going on? Why did you go quiet all of a sudden? Xiao Wu asked, confused. Yeah, what's up? Gone silent for no reason. Haha, don't tell me you've got a girl hiding in the room. Fat Tiger teased. Yifan's face flushed even more. If only they knew how close to the truth they were. He really did have a beautiful woman sitting next to him. Especially since Muzinsi, already drowsy, looked at him with sleepy, half-lidded eyes, as if she were gazing at him tenderly. The pressure of having such a stunning girl beside him was almost too much to bear, but there was no way he could tell his friends that the campus goddess was sitting in his room. That would cause an uproar. Thinking quickly, Yifan turned on his mic and replied, You're overthinking it. I'm just focused on killing enemies. Worried they might overhear something suspicious that would give him away, Yifan quickly muted his mic again. His roommates continued their banter, but Yifan didn't pay attention. He wanted to finish the game as quickly as possible. Luckily, it didn't take long. Yifan pushed the tower and won the game. With the game over, he logged off, took off his headset, and breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like he had been sneaking around, constantly afraid of being caught. It's over, Yifan said to Muzinsi. Muzinsi, who had been fighting to stay awake, smiled happily. Finally, she could go to bed. She was exhausted. But then she noticed Yifan wasn't heading to bed, he seemed to be looking for something. What are you doing? Don't tell me you're planning to work out now, Muzinsi asked, panicking slightly. If he decided to work out, she would be utterly exhausted from the shared physical sensation. Anxious, she grabbed the corner of Yi Fan's shirt. The system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. Detected close interaction. You've gained 300 points. Yi Fan's body tensed. He could feel her soft hand clutching his shirt. Turning around, he met her wide, clear eyes, filled with worry and hope. Her anxious expression stirred something in him. His throat went dry. Especially with how lightly she was dressed, standing so close to him. Thoughts began to race through his mind. "I don't see anything wrong with some exercise before bed," Yi Fan teased, smirking as he took a step closer. Mujinsi immediately grabbed onto his shirt tighter, standing on tiptoe as she glared at him. "No way. We're going to bed." "You sure we're going to bed?" Yi Fan deliberately emphasized the word we, moving in even closer. He playfully trapped her against the wall, his face inches from hers. Mujinsi's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. His eyes, filled with a mix of teasing and indifference, made her pulse quicken even more. I misspoke. Can't you just go to bed already?" Mujinsi mumbled, her face hot with embarrassment. She could hardly bring herself to meet his intense gaze. "All right, I was just planning to take a shower first," Yi Fan replied, leaning in even closer. "After all, you wouldn't want to sleep next to someone who smells like sweat, would you?" Mujinsi instinctively glanced at him, noticing how defined his features were. Despite his light layer of sweat, he still smelled clean and fresh, nothing unpleasant. But his words made her flush with shame. Hurriedly, she ducked out from under his arm. "Then go take a shower." Yi Fan chuckled. "Just a minute ago you didn't want me to go. Now you're rushing me off. What, want to join me in the shower? Don't even think about it." Mujinsi's face flushed bright red. She quickly stepped forward, pushing Yi Fan's back, her cheeks glowing with embarrassment. "Just hurry up and go. I'm so tired." Her voice, full of frustration, carried a hint of a soft, pleading tone. Yi Fan, amused by her reaction, listened and headed into the bathroom to shower. Once he was inside, Mujinsi returned to her own bed, sinking into the soft mattress. Although she couldn't hear the sound of running water, she could vividly feel the sensation of Yi Fan unbuttoning his shirt and undressing, every movement sending shivers through her. His shower, and the intimate sensations that came with it, made her heart race. Blushing, Mujinsi buried her face into her pillow, muttering, "Hurry up and finish already." Her delicate features were tinged with embarrassment as she kept rubbing her face against the pillow, trying to escape the vivid images swirling in her mind. Every touch, every movement from Yi Fan's shower only heightened her sensitivity. When his fingers brushed over his body, Mujinsi couldn't help but let out a soft whimper. She clutched her pillow tightly, burying her face deep into it, hoping for the ordeal to end soon. Biting her lip in embarrassment, she scolded herself internally. "This is so humiliating." If it wasn't for the fear of mortifying herself, she would have knocked on the door and told Yi Fan to stop. Thankfully, after what felt like an eternity, Yi Fan finally finished his shower, allowing Mujinsi to relax. She could tell he had laid down on the bed, his clean skin sinking into the soft mattress, which in turn brought her relief. Her face softened, and she smiled slightly, satisfied. The next morning, Yi Fan woke up in the large, luxurious bed. It was incredibly comfortable, unlike the cramped wooden bed in his school dorm that never allowed him to stretch out fully. He could roll around in this bed without worrying about falling off. It was huge. And just like Mujinsi's bed, it was top quality, giving him one of the best nights of sleep he'd ever had. As Yi Fan stirred and prepared to get up, he suddenly felt a soft touch on his shoulder, as though delicate fingers were brushing against him, perhaps moving through hair. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed as vivid images formed in his mind. He could almost see the graceful silhouette of a woman sitting on the bed, her long hair cascading down her back, her figure perfect in every way. Her fingers trailed through her hair, revealing her slender, elegant shoulders. The image was so clear that Yi Fan's thoughts quickly drifted to the night before, when she had sat on the desk in front of him, looking sensual and alluring. If only she were my wife, he thought for a moment, his imagination running wild. Moments later, the soft touch disappeared. But then, soft? Yi Fan's breathing became irregular. Wait. This is. He started to feel restless, an uncontrollable fire building inside him. How long could he endure this? It was driving him crazy. He could now feel the sensation of fabric stockings, to be precise, being pulled up smoothly from her feet. The stretchy feeling as they snapped into place was unmistakable. Black stockings? Yi Fan struggled to control his thoughts. Focus. Focus. Despite trying to suppress his thoughts, it was impossible to stay calm in the face of such temptation. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Fan panicked. unable to break free from the situation he found himself in. Yi Fan, you're going too far. Stop acting like a pervert. The door swung open, and a voice fierce yet flustered rang out. A red-faced girl burst into the room. What she saw made her gasp in shock. Yi Fan was equally startled, his face turning red. She was dressed in a light blue sailor uniform, the skirt barely reaching above her knees, and her legs were elegantly wrapped in black stockings. Her delicate face was flushed, and she quickly covered her burning cheeks with her hands before spinning around. Neither of them had expected this turn of events. Embarrassed, Yi Fan immediately grabbed the blanket to cover himself. His skin felt hot to the touch. Why did you barge into my room? Isn't that a little perverted too? With her back to him, Mu Xinxi's body trembled, clearly flustered. This is my house. You're the shameless one. She stomped her foot in frustration, her emotions all over the place. She had just finished getting dressed when she realized something was off. If she hadn't come in, who knows what might have happened. Sorry, I shouldn't have been so sudden. But you can't just barge in like that either. Yi Fan quickly apologized. I had no choice. You. Mu Xinxi's ears were bright red. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't take things too far? I wasn't doing anything. Yi Fan protested, on the verge of tears. This kind of thing happens naturally, it's not something you can avoid. You're just making excuses. Can't you control yourself a little better? She snapped. I tried my best, but things didn't go as planned. After all, I am a guy. Yi Fan looked genuinely apologetic. Most things could be negotiated, but controlling his reactions in this situation was a real challenge. He had tried, but sometimes, no amount of effort could prevent it. If you feel like it's unfair, I'll let you do the same. I promise I won't say a word, then it'll be even, Yi Fan suggested, coughing awkwardly as he tried to make things fair. That might be true in theory, but how could a girl possibly compare to a guy in this kind of situation? Pervert. You're nothing but a big pervert. Mu Xinxi exclaimed, her face flushed crimson. Deep down she was convinced Yi Fan was messing with her. Her face grew redder as she thought about how she had unintentionally shared sensations with Yi Fan. Whatever he felt, she felt too. And now she had to endure this kind of embarrassment. What am I supposed to do? Mu Xinxi thought, nearly in tears. Can't you at least do it less often? I could, but if I hold back too much, it might affect me in the future. What if I can't get married because of it? Yi Fan sighed. Mu Xinxi thought for a moment and realized her request for Yi Fan to stop might have been a bit unreasonable. After all, guys and girls are built differently. While she could hold back, could Yi Fan? Fine, I'll just pretend I wasn't here. Mu Xinxi, feeling embarrassed, covered her face and quickly ran out of the room. Yi Fan was also feeling awkward. Mu Xinxi barging in had scared him for a moment. I really need to be more considerate of her. How did I lose control so easily? Especially with someone like Mu Xinxi, who was so pure and innocent. She must have been completely taken aback. Sighing, Yi Fan wiped his hands with a tissue and decided to stop before things went too far. He didn't want to actually be labeled as a pervert. After washing up, Yi Fan headed downstairs for breakfast. Mu Xinxi was already sitting at the table, her face still flushed red, staring intently into her bowl of porridge. Seeing her, Yi Fan felt guilty. About this morning. What morning? I don't remember anything. Don't bring it up, she interrupted quickly, downing her porridge at lightning speed. I'm heading to school now, she mumbled hurriedly before making a hasty exit. Watching her scurry off, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He could still picture the way her ears and cheeks had turned red. She's really not as cold as people think, she's actually kind of cute. Later that morning, Yi Fan drove his Koenigsegg 11 to school. The sleek, eye-catching car immediately turned heads as he cruised through campus. All eyes were on the car. Students couldn't believe what they were seeing. Is that a Koenigsegg? Who would bring such a flashy car to school? That's insane. I have to get a picture for my social media. I wonder which rich kid owns it. Do you think just any rich kid can drive this? That looks like a Koenigsegg 11. There are only a few of those in the entire world. Not even money can always get you one. I can't believe I'm seeing one at our university. Others, more cynical, chimed in. That kind of car? What's the big deal? It guzzles gas. My electric scooter is way more practical. Of course, this comment was quickly dismissed as sour grapes. After all, a single part from the Koenigsegg could probably buy a dozen electric scooters. After parking the car, Yi Fan made his way to class. As soon as he walked into the building, he attracted the attention of several girls, who blushed as they trailed behind him, whispering, Yi Fan is seriously handsome. I heard he was originally supposed to be the campus heartthrob, but the title went to the principal's nephew because Yifan isn't as tall. Yeah, but he's definitely grown taller and looks even better now. He must be over 6 feet. If I were dating him, I'd probably have to stand on my toes to kiss him. Wake up from your dream, someone splash water on her. In broad daylight too. Don't forget, the campus queen is already after him, we don't stand a chance. Right. I'm so jealous that my rival is the campus queen herself. I heard she's completely smitten with him. I don't stand a chance. The girls sighed in disappointment, knowing they could only dream of being the one Yifan liked. After all, he hadn't even looked their way. At the same time, the boys on campus were talking too, though their tone was less admiring and more bitter. How the hell did he end up with the campus queen? Just because he's good looking? One of the guys chimed in to correct him. You think it's just because he's handsome? Did you see the car keys in his hand? That's a Koenigsegg 11. I heard his family's loaded, and he's just here to experience life. I even saw him riding a Kawasaki H2 once. They squinted and sure enough, Yifan was holding the keys to the supercar. The realization hit them hard. Seriously? How are we supposed to compete with that? He's rich and good looking. The only thing I had over him was grades, and now that doesn't even matter. Do grades even count when you've got that kind of money? He can just inherit the family business. We're the ones who'll end up working for him. Yeah, no kidding. Honestly, with that kind of wealth, he's more than a match for the campus queen. Faced with the truth, no one dared badmouth Yifan anymore. They didn't have his looks, his money, or his social status. What could they possibly say? As Yifan walked into the classroom, he immediately felt the stares of several boys. Yifan, you're here. Your exploits are all over campus, man. The campus queen brought you milk tea, and even carried your luggage. You're a legend. You've made all of us proud. Seriously, man, it's always been us chasing after her, and now the tables have turned. It feels amazing. So, are you actually dating her? I heard you two have already hit a home run. Surrounded by curious classmates, Yifan looked bewildered. Home run? What are you talking about? I'm still single. His words sent a shockwave through the group. Wait, seriously? You managed to keep your cool around the campus queen? So she's just chasing after you while you play hard to get? That's insane. Everyone's been saying you and the campus queen were a done deal. You're really still single? Come on, man, there are so few girls on campus and you're taking all the good ones. Cut us some slack. Just get it over with and start dating her. You two are a perfect match anyway. The boys were starting to get desperate, worried that their own chances with the girls on campus were slipping away. If Yifan stayed single, they were doomed. Yifan hadn't expected such an intense reaction from the guys. As the group pressed around him, another student named Hong Yi stood on the sidelines, feeling a growing sense of frustration. He couldn't understand how Yifan had gotten so lucky. How could the campus queen be pursuing him? Jealousy gnawed at Hong Yi, and he couldn't help but wish he were the one everyone was paying attention to. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure entering the room. It was a girl with brown hair cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a white dress. Her figure was petite but curvy, and her face was soft and delicate, exuding elegance. As she walked in, holding breakfast in her hands, the boys' attention quickly shifted from Yifan to her. Isn't that the campus beauty from our department? What's she doing here? She looks adorable in that dress. Who's she here for? Hong Yi smirked, puffing out his chest. Of course she's here for me, my girlfriend. The boys couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Hong Yi. Even if he didn't have the campus queen, having the department beauty as his girlfriend wasn't a bad deal at all. After all, she was well known for her talent, particularly her skill with the violin, and now she was bringing him breakfast. What more could you ask for in a girlfriend? With all eyes on him, Hong Yi strutted confidently over to the department beauty, a smug grin on his face. Shuexu, why are you here? You didn't have to bring me breakfast, you know? I've already eaten. His voice was loud enough for everyone around to hear, clearly wanting to show off. But just as he reached out to take the breakfast from her, the department beauty pulled it away, looking displeased. Who said this was for you? Hong Yi froze, his grin vanishing in an instant. If it's not for me, then who's it for? Of course. The department beauty smiled sweetly and turned toward the classroom, walking over to Yifan, who was sitting at his desk. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, she handed the breakfast to him. Blushing slightly, she said shyly. I waited in line for a long time to buy this for you, Yifan. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got a little of everything. I hope you like it. Yifan was taken aback. What kind of confusing situation is this? He couldn't believe his charm was strong enough to make the department beauty switch her affections. Hong Yi's face turned as dark as a storm cloud. The other students were equally surprised, whispering amongst themselves. Wait, wasn't the department beauty supposed to be Hong Yi's girlfriend? Yeah, what happened? Did she suddenly fall for Yi Fan? Isn't this like putting a green hat on Hong Yi? Hearing this, the department beauty quickly spoke up to clear the misunderstanding. What? Since when was I Hong Yi's girlfriend? One of the students chimed in. Didn't Hong Yi brag to us the other day, saying you'd been crushing on him for ages and begged him to date you? The department beauty glared furiously at Hong Yi, who looked like he wanted to disappear. How dare you spread lies? It was you who kept bothering me, and I rejected your confession. How did that turn into me liking you? She was so worried that Yi Fan might misunderstand that she turned to him with a flustered expression, eager to set the record straight. Please believe me, I've never dated anyone. I've only ever liked you, Yi Fan. I've had a crush on you for a long time. The truth was out. The students around them finally understood Hong Yi had made up the story to save face after being rejected. He'd fooled them all. Wow, Hong Yi, you're really shameless. You just make stuff up to sound impressive. You really think you deserve to be with the department beauty? Know your place, man. The truth is she's into Yi Fan, not you. How could you smear her reputation like that? We all fell for your lies, but who knows how many other lies you've been telling. The whole classroom began to turn on Hong Yi. Seeing his crush furious with him, and declaring her feelings for Yi Fan in front of everyone, Hong Yi felt his world crumble. He had been chasing the department beauty for so long, only to find out she had feelings for Yi Fan all along. It was more than he could bear. Yi Fan watched as Hong Yi's facade crumbled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. That's what you get for acting like a big shot, Hong Yi. Now look at you. Class rep, got anything to say for yourself? Yi Fan asked, his voice laced with amusement. Flustered, Hong Yi stammered, I just liked her so much. In my mind she was already my girlfriend. It was only a matter of time before I won her over. He turned desperately toward the department beauty. UXU, please just give me a chance. But the department beauty's face was set in stone. No way. I don't have any feelings for you. Even if I ended up with someone else, it would never be you. My heart belongs to Yi Fan. She looked at Yi Fan, her cheeks flushed as she stammered, Would you be willing to be with me? I could bring you breakfast every day, no matter the weather. Everyone in the room was stunned. It seemed like every attractive girl on campus was head over heels for Yi Fan. First the campus queen, now the department beauty. It was enough to make anyone jealous. Hong Yi couldn't believe his ears. His face contorted in frustration. He had been trying to woo the department beauty for ages, showering her with gifts, only to find out that all his efforts had been for nothing. She liked Yi Fan instead. It felt like his prized treasure had been stolen from under his nose. Sorry, I'm not looking to date anyone right now, Yi Fan replied simply. As a student, I just want to focus on my studies. The department beauty looked heartbroken, her eyes cast down. Hong Yi thought this would finally end her infatuation with Yi Fan. Now maybe she'll realize that I'm the one who actually cares about her, he thought. But before he could say anything, the department beauty stepped closer to Yi Fan, her eyes filled with determination. Yi Fan, you're so focused and driven. I admire you even more now. I'll go with you to the library every day if you want. Hong Yi's jaw dropped. What? She's still going after him? No need for that, Yi Fan said, politely turning her down once again. I don't care. I'm going to keep liking you, and I'll wait for you to change your mind, the department beauty said, before covering her face with her hands and running out of the classroom in tears. Yi Fan sighed. Being so popular has its downsides. He had just turned down yet another pretty girl. Meanwhile, Hong Yi was left heartbroken. I did everything for her, and now I'm left with nothing. Even worse, the guy I can't stand is the one she loves. With rage bubbling inside him, Hong Yi glared at Yi Fan. You'll regret this. The combination of public humiliation and the pain of losing the girl he adored was too much for Hong Yi to bear. His face twisted in anger as he ran after the department beauty, still calling her name. Ice? Yi Fan, unfazed, shrugged his shoulders. Bring it on. With my system, what do I have to worry about? A little later, Yi Fan's dormmates arrived and were stunned when they heard about the drama that had just unfolded. Man, with your potential to be a player, why are you sticking to being single? You're gonna be the #1 target for all the guys here. Good thing I already have a girlfriend, otherwise, I'd have no shot at finding one with you around. Yi Fan calmly replied, Women can only slow me down from drawing my sword. With no woman in my heart, I can wield my blade with ease. The first rule of the sword: forget your loved ones. The second rule of the sword: cut through all worldly ties. Maybe staying single is the way to go after all. At the school's art studio, Mu Jingxinqi could feel multiple pairs of eyes on her as she walked in. It made her uncomfortable, and she could hear the whispers from the people around her. She felt confused. What's going on? She sat down beside her best friend, Xiaoyu, and was about to start drawing when Xiaoyu leaned in and whispered, "Were you with the finance department's heartthrob last night?" Mu Jingxi's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know? Had someone spilled the beans? Could Yi Fan have let something slip? It's not just me. The whole school knows, Xiaoyu said excitedly. What? Mu Jingxi was shocked. How could the whole school know? What's going on? Could Yi Fan really have told someone? Though Mu Jingxi had never met Yi Fan in person, she had heard about his good looks. But handsome guys weren't always trustworthy. If he was a playboy who used people and left them behind, she would be in big trouble. And if she were to end up pregnant, that would be even worse. You. What are you even saying? Mu Jingxi's face flushed red, burning with embarrassment. I'm your best friend. How long were you planning to keep this from me? The whole school forum is buzzing about it. Xiaoyu immediately pulled out her phone and showed Mu Jingxi a post on the school's internal forum. Mu Jingxi glanced at it and instantly felt furious. They were saying Yi Fan had slept with her? At most, she had only kissed him. And even then, the furthest things had gone was accidentally seeing him without clothes, something that only happened because she was trying to stop him from doing something indecent. How could these people on the forum make up such absurd stories? This is pure slander. Mu Jingxi's face was flushed with anger and embarrassment. So nothing like that happened? Xiaoyu sighed in relief but still looked puzzled. But are you his fangirl? What kind of question is that? I heard you brought him tea at the sports field, barged into the boys' dormitory, and even carried his suitcase just to make him smile. Xiaoyu teased. Mu Jingxi massaged her temples. It's a long story. But no, I'm definitely not his fangirl. She couldn't tell Xiaoyu about the bizarre situation she was in with Yi Fan, where they had somehow exchanged sensations. Even if she did explain, who would believe her? Xiaoyu would probably think she'd gone mad and might even get her sent off for experiments. Good, Xiaoyu muttered. In my eyes, there's no guy worthy of you anyway. I mean, Yi Fan may be good looking, but what else does he have going for him? His grades are a disaster. He barely made it into the school with one of the lowest scores. And all these girls confessing to him? He's probably gay. Mu Jingxi immediately shot back. So what if his grades aren't great? He can improve. And just because he doesn't have a girlfriend doesn't make him gay. If that logic holds, you've been single since birth, so are you a lesbian? Still claiming not to be his fangirl, huh? I need to contact the administrator and get them to delete these posts, Mu Jingxi said angrily, glaring at the slanderous comments. How could so many people be spreading rumors like this overnight? This was the first time she'd ever been accused of something so absurd, and now people thought she had slept with someone. How was she supposed to get married after this? Wait, look, Yi Fan just posted. Xiaoyu interrupted her, pointing at her phone screen. Mu Jingxi quickly looked over and was surprised to see that Yi Fan had made a post himself, clarifying that he hadn't slept with her and that their relationship was completely innocent. Instantly, the post gained countless replies, and the forum administrators pinned it to the top. Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows, somewhat impressed. Honestly, most guys would probably let these rumors keep going. You're so amazing, they'd want to brag about it. But Yi Fan actually stepped up and clarified right away. Guess he's not so bad. Those words hit Mu Jingxi right in the heart. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to defend her like that. As she scrolled through the replies, she noticed some trolls bashing Yi Fan, even calling him a freeloader. How unfair. Freeloader? He's not living off anyone. It's not like he's eating from their rice bowls. Why do they care so much? Mu Jingxi was even more furious now. Without hesitation, she created a new account to defend Yi Fan. Then, she called the school's forum administrator. Not only did she demand the removal of all posts spreading rumors about her, but she also instructed the administrator to expose and ban the accounts of anyone who had insulted Yi Fan. Ban those user accounts permanently, she commanded. No, actually, don't just ban them, completely delete them. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded by what she was hearing. All this trouble just because some trolls insulted Yi Fan? Didn't you just say you weren't his fangirl? She mumbled. The forum administrator, faced with Mu Jingxi's demands, immediately complied. Of course, no problem at all. Mu Jingxi wasn't just any student, she was the heiress of the Mu family, which had heavily invested in Huaqing University. Her father was one of the school's shareholders and had contributed significantly to its funding. Offending her was out of the question, especially if the school wanted to keep benefiting from her family's investments. Within 5 minutes, the administrator had efficiently cleared the forum of any posts about Mujinsi. The anonymous accounts spreading defamatory rumors were all deactivated, and any mention of her or Yi Fan was automatically filtered and removed. Anyone who had previously insulted Yi Fan also found themselves permanently banned from the forum. With their posts gone and their accounts locked, it became obvious to the other students that something was up. And soon enough, the gossip began to spread again, but this time with a different twist. This is definitely the work of a protective girlfriend. Look at Mu Xingxi's power people insulted Yi Fan, and she wiped them out in an instant. She must really be head over heels for Yi Fan. That guy must have saved the universe in his past life. The school was abuzz with rumors about Mu Xingxi's behind-the-scenes efforts to protect Yi Fan. Everyone was in awe of her dedication to him, marveling at how lucky he was to have such an influential person looking out for him. Mu Xingxi, satisfied with the outcome, leaned back with a small smile. The negative comments about Yi Fan had disappeared entirely, but along with her satisfaction came an unexpected feeling. Why is it suddenly so hot? She thought as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, tugging at the collar of her shirt. Hot. But the AC is on, and it's set pretty low, Xiaoyu said, looking puzzled. The art studio was actually quite cold, and some of the other girls were shivering, wrapping themselves up in jackets. Even Xiaoyu could feel the chill, huddling her shoulders against the cold air. Really? Mu Xingxi froze for a moment. If it wasn't the temperature in the room, then it had to be something on Yi Fan's side. As Mu Xingxi suspected, Yi Fan was indeed facing a tricky situation on his end. That afternoon their class was held in one of the B-level classrooms, but the air conditioning wasn't working. And to make matters worse, the temperature outside had climbed to over 30 degrees Celsius. With a packed classroom, the heat was unbearable. Xiao Wu was already using his notebook to fan himself, sweating profusely. It's like a sauna in here. When are they going to fix the AC? How are we supposed to focus in this heat? Exactly. Fat Tiger agreed, taking a gulp of iced lemonade. It's so hot, and we've been complaining for ages, but the school just doesn't bother fixing the AC. What a joke. The rest of the students joined in, grumbling about how difficult it was to concentrate in such a stifling atmosphere. Even with the windows open, all that came in was more hot air, making it impossible to cool down. But while everyone else was complaining, Yi Xiao Wu suddenly noticed something strange. Yi Fan seemed completely unaffected by the heat. He sat there calmly, not a drop of sweat on his face, as if the oppressive warmth didn't bother him at all. Aren't you hot? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Fat Tiger looked at him, puzzled. Lao Yi, did you get heat stroke or something? But Yi Fan wasn't feeling hot at all, since he had swapped his body sensations. All he could feel now was the refreshing coolness of the air conditioning and the crisp taste of soda. It was truly a chilling relief, making his heart feel light. In any case, all of Mu Xingxi's comforts were his to enjoy. Yeah, I'm hot, Yi Fan said, pretending to feel the heat so his roommates wouldn't get suspicious. He complained, hasn't anyone come to fix the air conditioner yet? Looking around at everyone sweating from the heat, Yi Fan felt a bit guilty, knowing that Mu Xingxi must be uncomfortable too. He quickly unbuttoned a few buttons on his shirt. If it weren't for the fact that he was in class, he would have taken his shirt off completely. To make things a little better for Mu Xingxi, he drank some cold soda and fanned himself with a book. Hopefully Mu Xingxi could feel a bit of the coolness. But the real issue was, when would the air conditioner get fixed? I have no idea. Xiao Wu, seeing Yi Fan sweating, was no longer worried about him hallucinating from heat stroke. He joined in the complaint, we've reported it, but no one's come. They just think they can bully us students. Exactly. How are we supposed to survive this heat? Lei Ji chimed in. It's impossible to focus in class, everything smells like sweat. Even standing in the hallway would be better. While the roommates grumbled, Yi Fan's phone buzzed. He looked at it, and saw a message from Mu Xingxi on WeChat. Mu Xingxi, what's going on? It's so hot. What happened? In Yi Fan's mind, an image of Mu Xingxi's beautiful face, flushed and covered in sweat, flashed by. Clearly, all the heat he wasn't feeling was being suffered by her instead, making him feel sorry for her. Yi Fan explained honestly that the air conditioner was broken. Mu Xingxi replied, got it. I'll handle it. A few minutes later, 2 workers carrying toolboxes suddenly entered the classroom. Hello, we're here on Miss Mu Xingxi's request to fix the air conditioner. Yi Fan was stunned. He hadn't expected Mu Xingxi to act so fast. She really was incredible. It made him realize how inadequate he was by comparison. The moment those words were spoken, the entire class was shocked. They had reported the issue many times, but no one ever came to fix it. Yet as soon as Mu Xinxi made a request, the school immediately allowed it. It was obvious the only reason Mu Xinxi intervened was because of Yi Fan. The campus bell was pursuing Yi Fan. Then, a system notification appeared in Yi Fan's mind. Congratulations to the host. Mu Xinxi has arranged for the air conditioner to be repaired. You've earned 500 points. Satisfied with the points, Yi Fan immediately started a lottery draw. Ding, congratulations, host. You have won a villa in the Yan family garden. Ding, congratulations, host. You have won a black card with an unlimited spending limit. Yi Fan was ecstatic. The Yan family garden was the city's most expensive and luxurious neighborhood. Owning a villa there would cost at least 80 million yuan. Yi Fan didn't own any property, and he had been planning to save up for a house. Now that he had won a villa, there was no need to buy one anymore. Many people worked their entire lives without being able to afford such a house, yet he had acquired one effortlessly. It felt amazing. As for the black card with an unlimited spending limit, Yi Fan had heard about it from some influencers. It was a symbol of status and an absolute treasure. Even wealthy people often struggle to get a black card, and fewer than 50 people in the country owned one. But now he had one, and with no spending limit. It fulfilled one of his biggest dreams. The paperwork for the Yan family garden villa has been processed successfully, and the black card has been placed in your bag. The host can check it now. Yi Fan immediately reached into his backpack. Sure enough, there was a property deed and all the necessary documents. The villa was located at No. 215, Yan Family Garden. And the owner's name? Yi Fan. He laughed to himself. Finally, he was a property owner. He took out the black card and admired it. Its elegant and high-class design perfectly matched his style. While Yi Fan was overjoyed, the workers had already finished fixing the air conditioner, and the classroom quickly returned to its former coolness. With the air conditioner working, the once stuffy atmosphere became refreshingly comfortable, and everyone was soon lost in the blissful cool air. All eyes turned to Yi Fan in admiration. Brother Ye, you're a legend. You're our savior. If it weren't for you, who knows how long we'd have been roasting in here. The campus belle did all this for you. Even I'm touched. Are you really not going to give her a chance? She's clearly head over heels for you. Even Xiao Wu and the other roommates were overwhelmed with gratitude. Big brother, I'm kneeling before you. Lao Yi, thanks for saving our lives. Using your name really works wonders. I'll treat you to anything you want later. Yi Fan was taken aback by all the praise. He had only casually mentioned the issue to Mu Xinxi, and she had pulled some strings for him. Although it was only because of their sensory exchange, and Mu Xinxi wanted him to be more comfortable, no one else knew that. Everyone thought Mu Xinxi was completely devoted to him. It seemed like Yi Fan had saved the galaxy in a previous life to deserve the deep affection of such a beautiful girl. Yi Fan sent a message to Mu Xinxi. It's fixed. Thank you. Are you feeling better now? Mu Xinxi replied, phew. That's good. I already feel much cooler. Yi Fan smiled at the message, picturing the scene in his head, and his gaze softened with affection for Mu Xinxi. At the same time, Mu Xinxi saw Yi Fan's message. The cooling sensation from the air conditioning spread through her, and she no longer felt as sweaty as before. After reading Yi Fan's message, Mu Xinxi couldn't help but smile. Her friend Xiao Yu, who had been drawing nearby, froze when she heard the sound. Did she hear that right? It sounded like Mu Xinxi was laughing. When she looked over, she saw Mu Xinxi's face lit up with a joyful smile. Mu Xinxi had a truly beautiful smile. Her eyes curved, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, making her appear even more gentle and sweet. What's making you so happy? As Mu Xinxi's close friend, Xiao Yu rarely saw her in such a good mood. After all, Mu Xinxi was known as the school's ice queen. Only Xiao Yu, with her lively personality, had managed to get close enough to break through Mu Xinxi's icy exterior. She knew Mu Xinxi had been through some tough experiences that made her shut herself off from others and rarely smile. Xiao Yu tried to peek at her phone, making Mu Xinxi's face flush with embarrassment. She quickly pocketed her phone, avoiding Xiao Yu's gaze. Oh, it's nothing. Just saw a funny joke. Let's get back to drawing. She couldn't let Xiao Yu know she was smiling because of Yi Fan's message, or she'd never hear the end of it. But why was she smiling so foolishly? Just because of a simple thank you from Yi Fan. How ridiculous. After school, Xiao Wu stretched and got up from his seat. Ah, finally free. Yi Fan, let's go to the internet cafe and play some games. You were awesome yesterday. Fat Tiger was equally excited. Yeah. I even recorded it and uploaded it to Bilibili. It's gotten thousands of views. You should really consider becoming a professional streamer. I can't today. I've got something to take care of, Yi Fan declined. Maybe next time. He hadn't forgotten his upcoming meeting with the president of GIU Media. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity to make some serious money. Inside an upscale cafe, a woman with skin as white as snow was sipping her coffee. She looked like a fairy, with radiant skin and striking beauty. Her black hair was tied up at the back of her head, secured with a crystal hairpin, revealing her graceful swan-like neck and delicate collarbones. She wore a black strapless gown, exuding elegance and nobility, her hands crossed in front of her, radiating an aura of power. The men in the cafe couldn't help but steal glances at her, but she paid no attention, her gaze fixed on the window, seemingly waiting for someone. "Are you Miss Zhu, the CEO?" Hearing a deep voice, Zhu Kaiwen lifted her eyes and saw a handsome young man standing before her. He had a slight smile at the corner of his lips, forming a charming curve, the type of look popular with young girls these days. His complexion was fair, his features delicate, and he had a tall, strong build. Despite wearing just a black t-shirt, his entire demeanor exuded the vitality of youth. Zhu Kaiwen was momentarily stunned. Feeling that her reaction was too abrupt, she quickly stood up. "Yes, that's me. Hasn't your father arrived yet?" The young man looked like a student. How could he be the one to invest in her company? He was probably just accompanying his father. "No, it's me. I'm the one who wants to invest." Yi Fan shook his head, speaking with calm sincerity. Zhu Kaiwen was shocked. She looked Yi Fan up and down. He was very young and incredibly handsome. He could pass for a pop idol. And he was saying he wanted to invest in her company, to become a shareholder? How could that be? Zhu Kaiwen had imagined what an investor might look like, not an elderly man, but at least someone middle-aged. This young man didn't fit the image at all. Plus, looking more closely, he didn't seem to have that much money. Feeling a bit annoyed, Zhu Kaiwen said, "If you think it's fun to play games with me, I'm not in the mood." Her company was facing a financial crisis, and the situation was dire. In the past, she might have entertained the idea of keeping a young man around, but now, with everything happening, she had no interest in such games. As she grabbed her bag to leave, a shadow blocked her path. It was Yi Fan. His deep eyes looked at her with confidence. "Who said I was joking? I'm serious about discussing a partnership with you." With a soft thud, Yi Fan placed a black card and a set of car keys on the table. Zhu Kaiwen froze. A black card, an ultimate status symbol for the world's wealthiest. It was known for its exclusivity, only issued after strict evaluations by banks. Zhu Kaiwen herself had applied for one multiple times, only to be rejected. The fact that this young man had a black card showed that he was extraordinarily wealthy. And the car key, it belonged to a limited edition Koenigsegg. There were only a few in the world, and Yi Fan owning one was undeniable proof of his wealth and influence. Yi Fan could easily read the astonishment on Zhu Kaiwen's face. With determination and confidence, he crossed his arms and gazed down at her. "Now, do you believe in my sincerity, Miss Zhu?" Zhu Kaiwen, who had been so dissatisfied just moments before, quickly became excited. She humbly apologized. "I'm sorry for my rashness. Please, you have to help me through this difficult time. My company desperately needs your assistance. Here's our company profile and the contract. Feel free to review it, or let me know if you have any other requirements." She laid out a stack of documents in front of Yi Fan. She hadn't expected that this young, incredibly handsome man was actually a hidden billionaire. Her judgment had been completely off, and now she was terrified that he might lose interest and walk away from the deal. "No need, let's just sign the contract." Yi Fan's firm tone left Zhu Kaiwen momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected him to agree to invest without even reviewing the documents. Was this what they called the recklessness of the wealthy? For someone of his caliber, investing in a company was probably as insignificant as spending a single dollar. Zhu Kaiwen, overwhelmed with gratitude, replied, "All right. Once you sign, you'll be our company's largest shareholder. We'll also prepare an office for you at GIU Media." "That's fine." Yi Fan knew, thanks to the system, that this company was a surefire success. He had nothing to worry about. When the contract was handed over, Yi Fan verified it and immediately signed. Zhu Kaiwen glanced at the bold, flowing signature at the bottom of the contract. Yi Fan. She was filled with admiration for him, deeply moved by his generosity. Few people offered help in times of need, and even fewer had the insight to see potential in such situations. "Thank you, Mr. Yi. You won't regret this decision," Zhu Kaiwen said, nearly in tears. Yi Fan had invested 16 million yuan, becoming GIU Media's largest shareholder. Though he had only a few $100,000 left in his account, he wasn't worried in the slightest. With the system on his side, he had no reason to fear running out of money. After their meal together, Yi Fan drove off in his luxury car, while Xu Kaiwen rushed back to her office and called a meeting. I'm happy to announce that we have a new shareholder who has helped us overcome our financial difficulties. Xu Kaiwen cheerfully shared the good news. He now owns 25% of our company's shares. One of the male shareholders, excited, asked, which company's CEO invested? Xu Kaiwen shook her head. It's not a CEO. Then it's a top executive? No, not an executive either. Xu Kaiwen shook her head again. An overseas investor? Not that either. Now, everyone was confused. Then who? I'm not entirely sure of his background. He's just a student, a sophomore at Huaking University, Xu Kaiwen explained, to everyone's shock. Miss Xu, you must be joking. One of the male shareholders laughed. A student wants to be a shareholder? And you believed him? Is he planning to buy the whole company next? Other shareholders began to worry. Exactly. These days, even students struggle to find jobs. How could one possibly invest in a company? Even if he's a rich kid, his interests are probably in clubbing and chasing girls. He wouldn't care about investing in our projects. Miss Xu, have you downloaded the anti-fraud app yet? President Xu, is this young man just trying to get close to a wealthy woman? Using this as an excuse to approach you? Everyone agreed that this was a plausible explanation. After all, Xu Kaiwen was beautiful, with a stunning figure. Many had tried to pursue her but none had succeeded, leaving her single. Plenty of male executives and employees admired her. It wouldn't be surprising if a university student found this method to approach her. He won't. The documents have already been signed, Xu Kaiwen said confidently, waving the papers in her hand. He's not lying. However, the male shareholder who had feelings for Xu Kaiwen scoffed internally, thinking to himself, what if he used a fake name to fool you? The documents would be invalid, and he'd just be playing with you. Kaiwen, you're too naive. Others in the room also sensed that something was off. But Xu Kaiwen, clearly displeased, retorted to the male shareholder, even though he's a student, he's driving a Koenigsegg and owns a black card. He also transferred 16 million yuan into my account in one go. Her words left everyone in the room stunned. The male shareholder, who had just been expressing his doubts, was now so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He was already in his 30s, and the best he could afford was a Mercedes. It wasn't that he didn't want a Koenigsegg, it was just way too expensive, far beyond his means. And as for the black card, he didn't even qualify for one. The rest of the group murmured in amazement, clearly taken aback. A student with a black card. Couldn't it be a counterfeit? Didn't you hear what Miss Xu said? He drives a Koenigsegg and invested 16 million yuan at once. You can fake a black card, but can you fake that kind of money? This student is amazing. He probably invested in our company with his pocket money. Everyone gasped at the thought. They were particularly envious of this new shareholder. Some of them had worked tirelessly for decades and still couldn't earn even a fraction of what this young man seemed to have as pocket change. Seeing their attitudes shift, Xu Kaiwen added, even though he's a student, he saw the potential in our company and decided to help us. That proves his insight and capability. I don't want to hear anyone saying anything bad about him. If I do, I'll hold you accountable. With such a strong statement from their boss, no one dared to speak ill of the new shareholder. Especially since he clearly had both money and influence, he was now seen as a benefactor to the company. The company had been on the brink of bankruptcy, but with this new investment of over 16 million yuan, they could finally weather the storm. Everyone was immensely grateful for the new shareholder's involvement. When can we meet the new shareholder? He's amazing. Yeah, I really want to know what he looks like. We should properly welcome him. He's helped us out so much. Xu Kaiwen, seeing their enthusiasm, nodded. That's right. We need to hold a welcome event to celebrate his joining the company. I'll ask him when he's available and arrange for him to visit. Great. The team's morale was high, and they eagerly looked forward to meeting the new shareholder in person. However, the male shareholder was far from pleased. So what if he's a rich second-generation kid? He just had the luck to be born to a wealthy father. Without that, how would he have the money to invest in our company? If I had been born into a rich family, I could invest in any company I wanted. Does he really deserve to be praised so highly? What annoyed him even more was that Xu Kaiwen seemed to admire this young man, which made him dislike the student even more. When that kid shows up, he thought, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson and put him in his place. He'll learn that I'm still the most respected figure in this company. After finishing her work, Xu Kaiwen opened WeChat. She quickly found Yi Fan's contact and sent him a message. Mr. Yi, we are planning to hold a welcome event for you at our company this week. Are you available? This was the first time she found herself waiting for a reply from a young man. She ended up waiting for more than 10 minutes. Finally, a response came. Just got out of the shower. No need for the event, I have exams. His tone was cold and indifferent, unlike other men who always tried to please her. Shu Kaiwen immediately pictured the relaxed and carefree look on Yi Fan's face. It was clear that Yi Fan had no interest in her. So, all the jokes from her subordinates about him spending money to impress her were completely baseless. This made Shu Kaiwen admire him even more. He wasn't trying to pursue her, he genuinely believed in the potential of the company. His intentions were pure, and his investment was a vote of confidence in the company's future. Shu Kaiwen couldn't help but smile. Her respect for Yi Fan deepened. For a student to invest in a small, relatively unknown company, even if he was a rich second-generation heir, showed great foresight. She had met many wealthy heirs before. Some were incredibly stingy, while others were generous but wouldn't invest a cent in risky ventures. Yi Fan's investment wasn't impulsive, it was clearly well considered. Feeling determined, Shu Kaiwen sent another message. As our company's top shareholder, we really should hold a formal welcome for you. Could we arrange a time that's convenient for you? We can accommodate your schedule. Yi Fan hadn't expected Shu Kaiwen to be so insistent. He typically avoided unnecessary trouble and didn't care much for formalities. But given her sincerity, he decided to go along with it. Next Friday morning? I don't have any classes then. Shu Kaiwen immediately replied. Great. Her secretary, who had been watching from the side, stared at Shu Kaiwen in shock. Miss Shu was actually holding her phone, waiting for a message, and smiling. As a strong, career-focused woman, Shu Kaiwen rarely touched her phone during work hours to avoid distractions. Yet here she was, waiting for a message and smiling like a schoolgirl. It was totally out of character. Who could possibly make Miss Shu so attentive? That evening, Yi Fan lay back on the bed, enjoying a movie projected onto the wall. He was incredibly comfortable. His dorm room was cramped and had no space for a projector. But Mu Xinxi's room was spacious, with a large bed and a high-end projector, a top-notch brand from abroad. He could watch any movie he wanted without needing to buy a membership. There was no need for him to spend money on subscriptions, as her projector had access to an extensive film library with every movie imaginable. Plus, the room had a state-of-the-art sound system, making the viewing experience just as good as watching a movie in a theater. As Yi Fan enjoyed the film, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Yi Fan called out. It was late, who could be visiting him now? A slender, graceful figure entered the room, her expression slightly annoyed. Yi Fan, do you seriously not dry your hair after washing it? Huh? Yi Fan hadn't even noticed that his hair was still damp. He never had the habit of drying his hair right after a shower. With the hot summer weather and his short hair, it would dry on its own soon enough. There's no need to blow dry it, he replied. That'll give me a headache. If you catch a cold, I'll have to suffer for it too. Lying down with wet hair is really uncomfortable, Mu Xinxi complained as she walked over to him, grabbing his hand and pulling him up. Alright, I'll dry it, Yi Fan relented, seeing how persistent Mu Xinxi was. She immediately grabbed a towel and a hairdryer. In the next moment, she gently pushed Yi Fan down in front of the bed. She sat cross-legged on the bed, gently towel drying Yi Fan's hair. Yi Fan could vaguely feel the smoothness of her fingers, especially as they brushed through his hair. It was a comforting sensation, and he closed his eyes in contentment. This was the first time he had experienced such care from the campus beauty, and it was surprisingly tender. So relaxing, Yi Fan murmured, clearly enjoying himself. At that moment, he felt a warm gust of air. Ding detected that Mu Xinxi is blow-drying the host's hair, awarded 300 points. Mu Xinxi had turned on the hairdryer, her tone carrying a bit of annoyance. You're all relaxed while I have to suffer. Now that we've swapped body sensations, you're living like two people in one. She added seriously, you must take care of your body. If something happens to you, what about me? Her soothing voice made Yi Fan's heart race. Although he knew she didn't mean it in that way, his mind couldn't help wandering to other thoughts. Hey, why does this feel so sweet? I'm naturally careless and not too particular about details, Yi Fan teased, playing along. I don't usually blow dry my hair, and I love staying up late. Mu Xinxi pouted, her red lips pursing. Can't you just be a little more careful? Your health is important, don't you know that? My body's strong, don't worry, Yi Fan boasted proudly. You. Mu Xinxi was almost at her wits' end with him. Besides, with you looking after me, You can dry my hair and make sure I go to bed early, Yi-fan added with a mischievous grin. That's too much trouble, Muzinsi muttered, biting her lip in frustration, clearly torn. She'd always been the one taken care of by servants. When had she ever taken care of anyone else? Oh, can't handle it. Then I guess I'll have to find a girlfriend to look after me. Once I'm driving around, you won't be able to boss me around anymore, Yi-fan teased with a sly tone. In less than a second, Muzinsi panicked. No way. If Yi-fan really got a girlfriend and started doing unspeakable things, she'd feel all of it. If Yi-fan kissed a girl, she would feel it. If Yi-fan touched a girl, she would feel it. If Yi-fan got intimate with a girl, it would be her experiencing those sensations too. Just the thought of it was mortifying. Muzinsi immediately shook her head vigorously, utterly rejecting the idea. Seeing her cheeks flush red, Yi-fan couldn't help but feel delighted. She was just too cute. Right now she was like a little kitten, adorable and clumsy. Then you better behave and take good care of me, Yi-fan hummed contentedly. Muzinsi clenched her teeth. I'll endure you. Anyway, once we swap our sensations back, things will go back to normal. After making sure his hair was dry, she nudged him, urging, hurry up and get to bed. I need someone to tuck me in, Yi-fan quipped, raising an eyebrow. Muzinsi, who had been about to leave, stopped in her tracks. Though reluctant, she returned to pull the blanket over Yi-fan. My arm feels a little sore. Could you give me a massage? Yi-fan asked with a playful grin. And you? All right then, I'll just go find a girlfriend, Yi-fan chuckled. I'll massage your arm. Muzinsi quickly sat down beside him and started massaging his arm. Normally she would have punched him by now. But with their sensations swapped, any pain Yi-fan felt would be felt by her, so she carefully massaged his arm with delicate attention. Yi-fan closed his eyes, enjoying the personalized service from Muzinsi. Her small hands were soft yet surprisingly strong as she massaged his arm. Her nose twitched slightly and her face puffed up a little, clearly annoyed, but she still let out a soft hum as she worked. Yi-fan feigned displeasure with a grunt. Not happy about it? I'm happy, she quickly responded, turning into a little lamb, her tone obedient. Hey, so soft and cute. This one's definitely marriage material. Though their body sensations would only be swapped for 2 more months, Yi-fan was confident that he could win Muzinsi over within that time. And if he couldn't, well, he'd joke about marrying the author instead. Now will you go to sleep? Muzinsi asked, a bit flustered. Though her hands weren't tired, Yi-fan's teasing look made her want to run away from embarrassment. I'm not sleepy. It's boring being alone, Yi-fan said with a lazy grin. Keep me company and finish watching the movie with me. You. She glared at him. No? Well then, who knows what time I'll go to bed, Yi-fan smirked. Fine. Muzinsi grumbled. After weighing her options, she reluctantly agreed, I'll stay with you. If Yi-fan stayed up late, she wouldn't be able to sleep either. If she didn't sleep well, she'd be exhausted the next day. Come on, hop in, Yi-fan patted the spot next to him on the bed. Muzinsi hesitated, but eventually lay down beside him. As soon as she sensed the warmth of his body, her nerves tightened. Sharing a room with a guy late at night was one thing, but lying next to him? She had never experienced anything like this before. Yi-fan glanced over at Muzinsi, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. She was wearing a nightgown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her downcast face glowing with a soft pink hue. Under the projector's light, her figure was accentuated, her lips looking soft and full. The sight of her made Yi-fan feel a surge of heat. Aren't you watching the movie? Muzinsi asked, noticing Yi-fan's intense gaze. She instinctively pushed his face away with her palm. Yi-fan chuckled quietly. You're more interesting than the movie. How can I not look at you? Boom! His deep, magnetic voice sent ripples through Muzinsi's heart. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she had no idea what was even happening in the movie. All she could feel was how hot her face was, and how stiff her body had become. Yi-fan could see her biting her lower lip, her face glowing like a ripe peach, an irresistible shade of pink. I was just kidding. You didn't take me seriously, did you? Yi-fan teased, deliberately messing with her. She immediately shot back, flustered. I wasn't taking it seriously at all. In her agitation, she kicked Yi-fan with her foot. Yi-fan, sitting near the edge of the bed and enjoying watching her squirm, didn't expect the playful kick. The next moment he fell off the bed. Of course it didn't hurt him at all. Because it was Muzinsi who felt the pain. Audo, that hurts. Muzinsi groaned, rubbing her sore bottom. She hadn't expected him to fall, let alone that she would feel the pain from it. Lying on the floor, Yi Fan burst out laughing. Serves you right. You're such a brute. Mu Xinxi sat up on the bed, glaring at him. Yi Fan leaned in close, his handsome face drawing near, and teased. I've always been a brute. You know that better than anyone, don't you? What? What are you talking about? How would I know? Mu Xinqi's face flushed as she looked at Yi Fan's incredibly handsome features, her skin burning with heat. This morning, Yi Fan hinted with a mischievous smile. Mu Xinxi's eyelashes fluttered quickly as the memory of that suggestive scene immediately flashed through her mind, making her face grow even hotter. You. Stop thinking dirty thoughts, she stammered. Yi Fan chuckled lazily. I think it's you with the dirty mind. Who would have thought that the campus belle is so impure? Mu Xinxi, embarrassed by his teasing, covered her face with her hands and glared at Yi Fan. I wasn't thinking anything. Stop leading me astray. I'm going to bed now, and you should go to sleep too. I'm not going to sleep. What are you going to do about it? Yi Fan teased, a smug grin on his face. Mu Xinxi was so frustrated that she was practically gnashing her teeth, but there was nothing she could do to stop him. Her fair skin, now flushed, only made her look even more adorable. Mu Xinxi puffed up her cheeks. Why can't you just go to sleep? Staying up late is bad for your health. I'm in great shape, Yi Fan said arrogantly. A man can't admit he's weak, after all. I'll give you 50,000 yuan if you go to bed right now. I don't need money, Yi Fan replied confidently. With his system he could get as much money as he wanted. You. Mu Xinxi was on the verge of tears, not knowing what to do with him. In frustration she turned to leave, but Yi Fan patted the spot next to him on the bed, smiling. Why don't you help me fall asleep? Don't push your luck, she muttered, waving her hand dismissively as she made to leave. Yi Fan sighed dramatically. All right, if not, I'll just stay up all night then. Mu Xinxi stopped in her tracks. All night? She wouldn't be able to survive the next day if Yi Fan didn't sleep tonight. If he stayed up she would feel exhausted too. She turned back towards him, glaring. Weren't you just leaving? I changed my mind, can't I? She huffed, still holding on to her pride. How am I supposed to help you sleep? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed with a playful glint. Are you asking about the premium version or the free version? Mu Xinxi's ears instantly turned red. You pervert. Yi Fan smirked. I haven't done anything yet, and you're already calling me a pervert. What would you call me if I did do something? He leaned forward and wrapped his arm around Mu Xinxi's slim waist, teasing. How about husband? Congratulations to the host for unlocking the waist-hugging action, earning 300 points. With a satisfied grin, Yi Fan leaned in and inhaled the sweet scent from her neck. Her waist was soft, and her skin was smooth, so delicate and perfect. Mu Xinxi's face flushed a deep red, the unique scent of Yi Fan enveloping her, filling the air with an undeniable sense of intimacy. Hearing his deep, seductive voice, her ears turned bright red. The warmth of his fingers sent shivers down her spine, and she quickly pushed him away. Be serious. I am serious. Now, are you going to help me sleep or not? Otherwise I'll head to the internet cafe and stay up all night. Yi Fan made as if to get up. Immediately, Mu Xinxi wrapped her arms around his, stopping him in his tracks. Come back. I never said I wouldn't help you. Her shy voice, barely above a whisper, sent a pleasant shiver through Yi Fan. He turned to look at her, now sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her cheeks were flushed, her delicate face turned down slightly. Her black hair, with its soft curls, cascaded over her shoulders. Yi Fan noticed her long, fluttering eyelashes like the wings of a butterfly, making her look even more sweet and innocent. She was wearing an off-shoulder top, her collarbone faintly visible, and though she was dressed in a short skirt and black stockings, her long legs were pale and elegant, ending in delicate feet. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile as he lay back beside her. All right, how about this? You don't have to call me husband, but at least call me big brother, then we can both sleep peacefully. Don't forget to be gentle, he teased with a wink. Mu Xinqi's face burned even hotter at the sound of big brother. Yi Fan's playful tone only made it worse. His eyes sparkled with mischief, teasing her without restraint. What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd help? Are you backing out now? Yi Fan asked with a grin, pretending to get up again. But before he could, Mu Xinxi pushed him back down. Her long hair cascaded over his face, tickling him slightly. I'm not backing out. She panted softly, her warm breath brushing against Yi Fan's cheek, filling his mind with tantalizing thoughts. The temptation was real. He wanted to pull her close, feel the softness of her waist, touch those long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, and kiss her cherry red lips. She hesitated, then whispered, Big brother. Her voice was soft, almost seductive, the sound sending a shiver down Yi Fan's spine. Her bashful expression, the pink hue on her cheeks, and the sweetness in her tone were simply irresistible. Yi Fan's breathing grew heavier. And then? Go to bed already. Mu Xinxi shouted in embarrassment, her voice flustered. Isn't that enough? Hey, you missed something. Missed what? Mu Xinxi looked puzzled. You forgot to say. Yi Fan tapped his lips, hinting at what he wanted. Mu Xinxi's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Do I really have to? Are you going to or not? Yi Fan teased, half rising from the bed. Panicking, Mu Xinxi quickly leaned in and gave him a clumsy little maw on his cheek. Yi Fan laughed. He playfully tapped her nose and said affectionately, all right, I'll let you off this time. Any more teasing and he might have lost control. His self-restraint had already been pushed to its limits. Her skin was so fair, her lips so red they were practically begging to be kissed. Her body was so soft, it was easy to imagine pulling her close. Her long legs looked perfect for wrapping around his waist. But when he saw her wide, innocent eyes fluttering in confusion, like a startled deer, he knew it was time to stop. Blushing furiously, Mu Xinxi quickly escaped the room, flustered by his laughter. Why did I embarrass myself in front of him again? She thought, filled with shame and frustration. If only we hadn't swapped our senses. I wouldn't be at his mercy like this. But the memory of their intimate moment replayed in her mind, causing her skin to flush once more. Once Mu Xinxi left, Yi Fan checked his system's shop. He now had enough points to do 3 lottery draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won an SSC Tuatara hypercar, now parked in the Yan family garden villa garage. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won a premium demolition right, your home will be demolished immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've won a dual-person global travel pass with unlimited expenses, including exclusive VIP services and a personal tour guide. Yi Fan felt a surge of excitement. He had been driving the Koenigsegg that Mu Xinxi lent him, but now the system had given him his very own SSC Tuatara. The SSC Tuatara was the fastest hypercar in the world, even faster than the Bugatti Veyron, and it cost at least 60 million yuan. It was the ultimate luxury car. This was way better than the Koenigsegg. Plus Yi Fan had never visited his new villa, so now was the perfect time to check out both the house and the car. On top of that, he had also become a demolition beneficiary, a dream come true. Yi Fan had always fantasized about his family's house being demolished when he was younger, allowing him to become rich overnight. It hadn't happened until now, but thanks to the system, his dream was finally coming true. Thinking about how his old house in the countryside was finally going to be demolished, Yi Fan felt a surge of happiness. His parents were going to be overjoyed. And with a global travel card in hand, he immediately knew what to do. He'd send his parents on the trip of a lifetime. The world is such a big place, and they deserve to see it. Without hesitation, Yi Fan called his parents. As the ringtone played, it was cut short when his mom picked up the phone. Hello, son. Why are you calling me? Ran out of pocket money again? His mom's warm voice came through, and Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. Mom, is that all you think I call you for? I've got more than enough money now. I'm driving a supercar and living in a mansion. Yi Fan said, laughing. Oh son, you're so funny, ha ha ha. Mom, you really don't believe me, do you? If this were a video call, he'd show her the mansion and the car to prove it. Alright, listen mom. I've got this global travel card, all expenses paid, guided tours and everything. Why don't you take dad on a trip? It's your wedding anniversary soon, right? Yi Fan finally got to the point. Ha ha ha. Son, you're too much. Have you downloaded that anti-fraud app yet? His mom burst into loud laughter. Mom, I'm serious. I won it in a legit lottery. Yi Fan tried to explain. Is this from one of those truth or dare games you lost? Yi Fan was exasperated. I'm serious, Mom. Oh, and also, our house is going to be demolished soon. Make sure you don't change your household registration. Son, are you talking nonsense in the middle of the night? His mom continued laughing. I'm completely awake, Mom. It's real. How could they be demolishing our house in the middle of nowhere? Son, you need to sleep. I know it's been your dream for the house to be torn down, but let's be realistic. His mom's voice softened. It wasn't surprising that she didn't believe him. After all, their village was far behind in development. Even the neighboring village hadn't been touched by any demolition projects, so why would their small, remote village be chosen? But Yi Fan had the system. Anything was possible. Mom, you'll see soon enough. Just pack your bags, the tour guide will contact you tomorrow. Make sure you and Dad go, okay? After informing her, Yi Fan ended the call. On the other end, his mom sat with a puzzled look on her face. Yi-Fan's dad, fresh from a shower, noticed her expression. "What's up? Who called?" "It was our son. He just told me the funniest jokes." "Hilarious," she replied with a smile. "What did he say?" "He said they're going to demolish our little village. And on top of that he said he won a global travel card, everything's free. Isn't that the funniest thing?" She chuckled as she recounted the conversation. Her husband shook his head, worried. "Our son must be out of his mind, talking nonsense like that. Did he get scammed?" "I'm not sure. I told him to download the anti-fraud app, but he didn't listen. I think he might have lost a bet or something. I'll ask him again tomorrow," she said with a sigh. As they climbed into bed, Yi-Fan's dad couldn't help but reflect. "You know, we've been married for so many years. I've been working construction, and you've been at the factory. We've been too busy and haven't had the money to travel. I'd love to take you to Sonya for a vacation someday." His wife gave him a gentle push. "And what about our son? He still needs to go to college. Traveling costs money, and we need to save for his tuition and, eventually, his wedding. Forget Sonya, we've got a big puddle right outside our door. That'll have to do." "Why? It's not the same," he protested. "What's not the same? Don't tell me you actually believe what our son said." "Oh, how I wish this place would be torn down, but come on, who gets lucky like that?" she sighed. Deep down, she too longed to travel and see the world with her husband. But where would the money come from? Ever since they had their son, they had sacrificed their own wants and needs, always putting him first. Travel was a luxury they couldn't afford. Her husband shared her frustration. They had worked hard all their lives and saved up so little. It seemed more likely that they'd find 100 yuan on the ground than get a demolition payout. Best to forget about it and go to bed. While his parents were preoccupied with the stresses of daily life, Yi-Fan slept peacefully. After hearing Yi-Fan fall asleep, Mo Xinxi, who shared the connection with him, also drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep. At dawn, Yi-Fan's parents were already up and getting ready for work, as usual. His mom made millet porridge and pancakes for breakfast, and they sat down to eat together. Suddenly, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Moments later, the village chief's voice boomed through the door. "Old Yi, Mrs. Yi, are you home? Great news? What's going on, chief?" Yi-Fan's parents looked at each other in confusion. The village chief, breathless but overjoyed, announced, "Our village, Tohua village, is set for demolition. Hurry to the village office to sign the papers." Yi-Fan's parents were stunned. This was exactly what Yi-Fan had told them. Yi-Fan's dad was so shocked that he lost his balance and fell right onto the floor. Demolition was an incredible blessing. So many poor families had struck it rich because of demolition projects, turning their lives around in an instant. "Dear, be careful." Yi-Fan's mom rushed to help her husband up. He was breathing heavily. "I can't believe it. Our son was right. I thought he was joking, but it's really happening," she exclaimed, filled with excitement. The village chief noticed their bewildered expressions and asked, "What's wrong? Our son knew about this ahead of time, but I thought he was pulling our leg. After all, our village is so poor and remote. Why would anyone demolish our homes?" Yi-Fan's mom explained, recounting everything to the chief. The village chief blinked in surprise. "Your son has a sixth sense, or does he have some inside information?" Yi-Fan's parents exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to think. At that moment, a group of well-dressed men entered the house. "Hello, we're from Tengfei Travel Agency. Are you Mr. Yi Hai and Mrs. Shen Mirong?" "Yes, that's us. What's this about?" "We're your premium tour guides. You've been awarded a global travel pass with all expenses paid. You'll enjoy 5-star accommodations, free meals, and VIP-level services." Yi-Fan's parents were shocked once again. They never imagined that such good fortune would truly fall into their laps. While Yi-Fan was still sound asleep, his phone began to ring. Groggily, he fumbled for his phone and answered, still half awake. "Hello," he mumbled. "Son." The excited shout on the other end jolted him awake. Rubbing his ears, Yi-Fan replied, "Mom, could you tone it down a bit?" "Ha ha ha. I can't believe it. You weren't joking, we really did win the global VVIP travel package." His mother's cheerful voice made Yi-Fan smile. "Yeah, see? I told you it was real." It seemed the premium tour guide he'd arranged had contacted his parents as planned. "We're about to board the plane to Sonya right now. And it's first class. This is my first time flying first class," his mom said excitedly. His dad chimed in as well, "Everything's covered. We're even having a fancy dinner tonight and staying in a presidential suite. There's also a luxury cruise planned." His mom added with a hint of regret. It's just a shame there's only room for 2. You couldn't come with us. Yi-fan felt a sudden pang in his chest. No matter what good fortune came their way, his parents always thought about him first. I don't need a vacation. I'm already exhausted, and I still have classes to attend. You two just go and have fun. Just take lots of pictures for me, so I can feel like I'm there with you, Yi-fan said with a grin. Of course. Oh, and there's more good news. The village is really being demolished. You're amazing. How did you know it was going to happen? His mom asked, clearly amazed. Yi-fan hadn't expected the demolition news to reach his parents so quickly. The system worked faster than he thought. Ha ha ha, I have a friend in the demolition office. He mentioned that they were planning to develop the area, so I told you ahead of time. Too bad you didn't believe me at first, Yi-fan said, making up a quick excuse. His mom, now slightly embarrassed, apologized. Sorry, son. I really thought you were joking. How could I not trust my own son? You knew before the village chief even did, his dad said, clearly impressed. His mom agreed, yes, and it shows how much your time at university has paid off. You're already making great connections. You've really brought honor to the family. Yi-fan chuckled. Well, we do own a couple of houses and some land, so the compensation from the demolition won't be a small sum. His mom laughed too. That's right. I can't believe something this good has happened to us. We're going to be landlords. His dad added, your aunt used to look down on us for staying in this village, moving her household to the neighboring village because she thought it was better. But now, our village is getting developed while theirs is still the same. When she heard about the demolition, she was so jealous. His mom laughed even harder. And that's not all. When she found out your dad and I are going on a world tour, you should have seen the look on her face. Thinking about his vain and snobbish aunt, Yi-fan couldn't help but feel pleased. She must be regretting moving away and missing out on the benefits. In the past, when his family was struggling, they had asked her for help, but she had arrogantly refused, unwilling to lend them even a penny. Now karma had come full circle. But this was just the beginning. With the system on his side, there would be plenty more for her to envy. After ending the call with his parents, Yi-fan got ready and headed off to class. After finishing his classes, Yi-fan was on his way to the bathroom when a group of large guys suddenly blocked his path. At the center of the group was the school bully, sporting a menacing scar across his face. Chewing gum, he swaggered up to Yi-fan with a cocky expression. You must be Yi-fan. Just as this scene unfolded, Hong Yi, one of Yi-fan's classmates, saw the confrontation and couldn't contain his excitement. Finally, Hong Yi had always resented Yi-fan for stealing the spotlight, especially for winning over the faculty's flower, the prettiest girl in their department, who used to be Hong Yi's crush. No matter what he tried, she wouldn't give him the time of day anymore. Now, seeing Yi-fan cornered by the school bully, Hong Yi saw a golden opportunity for revenge. He quickly pulled out his phone and started live streaming the scene. Hong Yi had a decent following, made up mostly of students from Huaqing University. He figured this would be the perfect way to show everyone the real Yi-fan getting beaten to a pulp by the bully. Hiding in a corner, Hong Yi smirked as he whispered into his phone, Hey everyone. Hit that like button because something big is about to go down. Our college's golden boy Yi-fan is about to get crushed by the school bully. Let's see how long he lasts. As the camera focused on Yi-fan, the comments section exploded. Oh man. This bully is brutal. Last time I saw him fight, he knocked someone out with one punch. Host, go help him out. Poor Yi-fan. He's about to get turned into a punching bag. This bully is way too much. Why is he picking on Yi-fan? To Hong Yi's surprise, instead of cheering for the fight, the comments were overwhelmingly supportive of Yi-fan, with people urging Hong Yi to intervene. Hong Yi scoffed. No way. At most, I'll call an ambulance for him when it's over. Meanwhile, Yi-fan stared calmly at the gang of thugs in front of him, frowning slightly. Yeah, I'm Yi-fan. What's up? He didn't usually associate with people like this, but he'd heard about them. The school bully had a reputation for being violent, and there had even been an incident where a student ended up in the hospital with broken ribs after being beaten. Thanks to the bully's father, who had some connections, the whole incident had been swept under the rug, allowing the bully to stay in school and continue terrorizing others. But Yi-fan wasn't the least bit afraid. With the system on his side, he knew he had nothing to fear. He also had top-tier fighting skills, rivaling those of a professional boxer. There was no way he'd let this schoolyard thug intimidate him. I heard the campus belle is chasing after you? The bully growled, glaring at Yi-fan. In the past, Yi-fan would have immediately denied it. But now, facing this arrogant bully, he decided to own it. Yeah, so what? Yi Fan's boldness caught everyone off guard, especially Hong Yi, who sneered from his hiding spot. Still acting tough when you're about to get destroyed. The bully had brought 4 henchmen with him, and Hong Yi was certain that Yi Fan wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. He was eagerly anticipating the moment when Yi Fan would get beaten to a pulp, maybe even have his face rearranged. That way Yi Fan wouldn't be able to use his good looks to steal the spotlight anymore. Yi Fan's dark eyes remained calm as he stared back at the bully, his expression cold and unreadable. The bully stepped forward, his face twisted into a vicious grin, ready for a fight. From his corner, Hong Yi could barely contain his excitement. It's about to go down. An unexpected twist. The school bully suddenly bowed to Yi Fan, his attitude completely humbled. Can't you just start dating Mu Xinxi? I'm begging you, please stop making her chase after you. Yi Fan was stunned. Hong Yi, who had been watching eagerly, was equally dumbfounded. What's going on here? Weren't you supposed to beat Yi Fan up? Where's your tough guy persona? It's completely falling apart. Yi Fan, caught off guard by the school bully's reaction, wore a confused expression. The bully even started tearing up in front of Yi Fan. I've been in love with her for 1052 days. I've been chasing her for that long. I've never seen her so devoted to any guy before. She's so amazing, just accept her. I'll be happy as long as I see her happy. Lately the bully hadn't been able to eat or sleep properly. Hearing that Mu Xinxi had been running after Yi Fan broke his heart. The girl he had cherished for so long was now desperately chasing another guy. How could Yi Fan keep hurting his princess like this? Seeing the bully's tearful plea, Yi Fan actually felt a bit of sympathy. This once feared tough guy had become a heartbroken lovesick fool, a total pushover for love. As long as you get together with her, I'll hand over all the protection fees I collect to you. You'll be my big brother. Just let me know if you need anything. Seeing the bully go this far, Yi Fan sighed. I'll try my best. It wasn't that he was unwilling, it was that Mu Xinxi wasn't interested in him. She wasn't some love-struck fool chasing after him. If it weren't for the system messing around and swapping their sensations, they probably wouldn't even interact. When Yi Fan nodded, the bully's tears flowed even more freely in gratitude. Meanwhile, Hong Yi's livestream viewers were equally shocked. What the hell? Did Yi Fan just make the school bully cry? Yi Fan's on another level, no wonder the campus beauty is chasing him. This has got to be the first time someone tamed the school bully. I'm speechless. 666. Hong Yi was panicking. He had started the livestream hoping to humiliate Yi Fan in front of everyone, but things weren't going as planned at all. Suddenly, his phone rang, catching him off guard. Both Yi Fan and the school bully turned to look at him in unison. Hong Yi tried to flee, but within moments, the bully's henchmen had caught him. They quickly snatched his phone away. Were you secretly recording? The school bully frowned. Yi Fan, seeing Hong Yi caught, decided to stir things up. Was he trying to get you in trouble? Maybe he was planning to record you fighting, so he could get you expelled by the school. The bully's face darkened immediately. He had already been in trouble with the school several times, and had been trying to stay out of the spotlight. But now, here was someone trying to set him up. No, that's not what I was doing. Hong Yi shook his head frantically, his face full of fear. He had only wanted to humiliate Yi Fan, not get the bully involved. Without hesitation, the school bully shut off Hong Yi's livestream and threw the phone on the ground, smashing it with his shoe. The screen shattered, reflecting Hong Yi's terrified face. Then, the bully grabbed Hong Yi by the collar. You think you can mess with me? I'll show you what happens when you cross me. With that, he threw a punch, landing it square on Hong Yi's nose. Hong Yi was soon surrounded by the bully's henchmen, who began beating him mercilessly. Curled up in pain, Hong Yi gasped for help, his voice weak as he called out to Yi Fan, help me. Yi Fan watched coolly as Hong Yi was beaten, muttering just 2 words, serves you right. If Hong Yi thought he could take Yi Fan down without facing consequences, he was sorely mistaken. Yi Fan ignored Hong Yi's cries for help and walked away, leaving Hong Yi bruised and battered, lying on the ground in tears. The bully straightened his clothes and gave Hong Yi one last warning. I'm letting you off easy today. Next time, if you see me, you better walk the other way. If I see you again, I'll beat you every time. With that, the bully and his group stormed off, leaving Hong Yi on the ground, trembling with anger and frustration, his face swollen and bruised. It's all Yi Fan's fault. Hong Yi seethed internally. I'll never forgive him for this. Late at night, a soft whimper filled a large room. A young woman with snow-white skin lay on a bed in a thin, white nightgown. Her delicate face, usually calm and composed, was now twisted in fear. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, dampening her dark hair as she clutched the bedsheets with trembling hands, her body shaking. Suddenly, a cold hand gently touched her wrist, shocking her awake. Click. The lights were turned on. Muzinsi looked up, startled, and saw a young man sitting by her bed. His dark eyes were filled with concern, his brows furrowed with worry. "Did you have a nightmare?" he asked gently. Muzinsi was still panting heavily, clearly shaken from her dream. Her hair was a mess, and her pale face made her look fragile and pitiful. Why are you here?" she asked, her voice trembling. "We're connected, remember? When you have a nightmare, I can feel it too," Yi Fan replied, raising an eyebrow as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Here, drink some water." Yi Fan had been sleeping in the room next door when he was suddenly overcome with an overwhelming sense of dread and panic. Fearing that something had happened to Muzinsi, he rushed over, only to find her trapped in a nightmare. "Okay," Muzinsi said softly, still feeling a dry throat. But her heart was still racing from the vivid images of her nightmare. The more she thought about it, the more her emotions spiraled out of control. Seeing Yi Fan's tall, reassuring figure, she felt a small sense of safety. Slowly, the lingering effects of the nightmare began to fade. Yi Fan handed her a glass of warm water, and Muzinsi took it with shaky hands. She brought it to her lips, but the taste was dull and unsatisfying. As she frowned slightly, Yi Fan leaned closer with a playful smile. "I'm the one who needs to drink it for you to taste it, remember?" He took her hand, guiding it so he could take a sip of the water. His lips brushed the glass, moistening them with water, making them look surprisingly soft and tempting. Their fingers intertwined slightly, and Muzinsi's breath quickened, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. She finally tasted the refreshing water in her mouth, knowing that Yi Fan had just drunk from the same spot she had. A blush crept across Yi Fan's cheeks as he realized what had just happened. "Did you taste it now?" Yi Fan asked, his eyes twinkling as he looked at her. "Yeah." Muzinsi stammered, her heart racing like a frightened rabbit. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You've indirectly kissed Muzinsi, earning 500 points. Yi Fan closed the system panel and asked, "Are you still thirsty? Do you want more?" "No, that's enough. Thank you," Muzinsi replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, still feeling awkward. She assumed Yi Fan would leave after that. But to her shock, Yi Fan casually lay down beside her on the bed. What on earth was he planning to do? She was surrounded by the distinct scent of cedarwood coming from Yi Fan, and like a startled rabbit, her flushed face showed how flustered she was. "Why are you lying down? Aren't you going to sleep?" she asked, her voice shaky. Yi Fan glanced at her and shrugged with a helpless smile. "With you like this, how am I supposed to sleep?" Her face still showed traces of sweat, her expression unsettled, and her complexion pale. Since their body sensations were linked, her discomfort meant he wasn't feeling well either. Muzinsi's wide eyes met Yi Fan's determined gaze. "It'll pass soon. I'm used to it," she murmured, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. Yi Fan could feel the softness of her touch on her hair and caught a hint of her sweet peach-like fragrance. "Used to it? Do you have nightmares often?" Yi Fan quickly caught on. No, I don't." Muzinsi immediately refuted, her tone defensive. "Are you sure you're not lying?" Yi Fan teased, lifting her chin slightly. "I feel like you're not being honest with me." His instincts told him there was more to the story. But Muzinsi's expression suddenly turned cold and strong. She pushed his hand away, her tone edged with hostility. "I said no, so no." Her face remained icy. But her eyes reddened, betraying her true emotions. "You're so fierce," Yi Fan remarked with a laugh. "You hit me, but the pain is in your heart, isn't it?" Muzinsi bit her lip, refusing to back down, though she knew Yi Fan had seen right through her. Yi Fan wasn't the type to push for answers if she wasn't willing to talk. If she didn't want to say more, he wouldn't force it. Still stubborn, Muzinsi turned her head away. But just as she averted her gaze, Yi Fan pulled her into his warm embrace. "I guess I'll make an exception and help you fall asleep tonight," he said lazily, his hand gently stroking her soft hair. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You've unlocked the hug action and earned 300 points. Muzinsi's heart raced like a deer bounding in her chest. Her face was completely red, flushed with embarrassment. He actually hugged her. And in such an intimate way. You're taking advantage of me." Muzinsi stammered, her face still crimson. "Taking advantage of you? Are you sure? If I were, my hand wouldn't be on your head, it'd be somewhere else entirely," Yi Fan said teasingly, pretending to move his hand down, just to scare her. Terrified, Muzinsi quickly covered her chest with her hands. "Don't even think about it." Originally just teasing, Yi Fan couldn't help but notice the fullness of her figure through her defensive gesture. His throat tightened. Wow. 36D, indeed. If we have kids, there'll be no worries about milk. Heck, she could probably even feed me. Yi Fan licked his lips, chuckling mischievously. Oh? Playing hard to get, are we? And where are you touching? Realizing what he meant, Mu Xinxi's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She immediately cursed under her breath, pervert. Her hands suddenly felt out of place. She didn't know where to put them on Yi Fan or on herself, both options making her feel awkward. Hey, I'm just being a normal guy. Come on, don't overthink it. I'm just trying to help you sleep, Yi Fan smirked. He lightly patted her head. Besides, it's my first time helping someone fall asleep. You should be honored. I'm not embarrassed at all. Mu Xinxi retorted, though her flustered reaction said otherwise. To Yi Fan, she looked like a cute little hedgehog, bristling with spikes while trying to act tough. Yi Fan glanced at her flushed face. There was no way he believed her denial, not with her face so red that even her lips looked like ripe cherries. Hey, I bet they'd taste sweet if I bit them. Now hurry up and sleep, or else I'm staying right here. I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with such a beautiful girl, Yi Fan teased, lightly pinching her chin. Mu Xinxi felt the softness of his touch, and her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Keep your hands to yourself, she snapped. She instinctively bit down on Yi Fan's hand in frustration, but instead of hurting him, it only made her wince. After all, with their sensations swapped, her bite hurt her instead of him. Yi Fan looked down at the perfect bite marks on his hand, then kissed them playfully. Oh, so you like it rough, huh? Seeing this, Mu Xinxi's already rosy skin turned even redder. I don't like it at all. Just get off my bed, she demanded, her voice trembling. Yi Fan smiled slyly, completely unfazed. Nope. I'm staying right here. You. Mu Xinxi was on the verge of tears. She couldn't hit him, couldn't kick him, so all she could do was glare at him with sad, pleading eyes. Did I just invite a wolf into my house? She thought to herself, feeling helpless. Watching her, Yi Fan found her troubled expression utterly adorable. He couldn't help but imagine how much cuter she'd be if she were crying in his arms. Hey, that'd be something. Alright, I've already helped you get comfortable, so just go with the flow and sleep, Yi Fan said, gently pulling her close and letting her rest her head on his shoulder. I'll leave once you've fallen asleep. Still unsure whether to believe him, Mu Xinxi asked hesitantly. Are you serious? If you don't close your eyes soon, who knows what'll happen, Yi Fan teased, raising his eyebrows in a playful threat. The subtle warning worked, and Mu Xinxi quickly shut her eyes. Her peaceful, innocent face lay against his chest, and Yi Fan felt a wave of warmth and tenderness wash over him. Sleep now, sleep, my dear little baby, as your big brother gently rocks you. Yi Fan sang a lullaby with a smirk, clearly enjoying himself. Mu Xinxi's face grew even redder under the cover of her closed eyelids. What kind of messed up lyrics are those? And who's your big brother? Oh right, I meant husband. Yi Fan corrected himself with a mischievous grin. Yi Fan. Mu Xinxi's eyes snapped open, her face burning with embarrassment. What's wrong, my dear wife? Yi Fan teased, looking at her with a cheeky grin. Stop calling me that. Mu Xinxi could hardly stand it anymore, her face flushed with shame. He was just throwing around the most absurd titles. Hey, well, you wouldn't let me call you big brother, so I had to improvise, Yi Fan said smugly, clearly enjoying himself. Mu Xinxi had no response, so she lay back down defeated. Call me whatever, just don't use that one. What shouldn't I use? Yi Fan asked with a grin. The husband thing, she mumbled, her face growing hotter. Hearing her soft voice, Yi Fan felt a pleasant shiver run down his spine. I'm right here, darling, he replied, his voice dripping with playfulness. Not you. Mu Xinxi protested, mortified. It's just us here. Who else could you be talking to? Or do you have some other guy hidden in your closet? Yi Fan joked, laughing. Mu Xinxi covered her flushed, heated face with both hands. No, you're the shameless one. Yeah. After teasing Mu Xinxi for a bit, Yi Fan decided to stop. He gently patted her back and played some soft, soothing music. Soon, Mu Xinxi drifted off to sleep. Yi Fan himself was starting to feel drowsy. He squinted as he watched her delicate face. When she slept, she looked so peaceful none of her usual coldness or sharpness was there. A subtle, natural allure radiated from her beautiful features, evoking a sense of tenderness and affection. Yi Fan smiled slightly, gazing at her with a look full of fondness. After tucking her in, he tiptoed out of the room, careful not to wake her. Little did he know that the moment he closed the door, the girl on the bed opened her eyes. She chuckled softly, her stunning face showing a hint of satisfaction. Once Yifan returned to his room, he quickly fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until well into the next day. It seemed that Muzinsi had slept soundly through the night, and Yifan himself felt quite refreshed, no discomfort at all. It had been a pleasant, restful night. After getting dressed and washing up, Yifan headed downstairs for breakfast and then made his way to school. As he and his roommates arrived at class, Yifan noticed that Hong Yi wasn't there. The professor mentioned that he had called in sick. Recalling how Hong Yi had been beaten so badly the day before, Yifan shook his head. He figured Hong Yi would be absent for quite a while. The professor's lecture wasn't very engaging, and Yifan found himself losing interest. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to pass the time, Xiao Wu suddenly noticed something. "Are you having an allergic reaction?" "Huh?" Yifan followed Xiao Wu's gaze and saw small red bumps on his arm. He was taken aback. A large patch of itchy-looking hives had appeared, though he wasn't sure where they came from. Seeing it now, the rash looked rather alarming. Could it be that Muzinsi was feeling unwell? Fat Tiger chimed in. "That's hives. It itches like crazy." "Aren't you itchy?" "No, I don't feel anything." Indeed, Yifan felt no discomfort at all. After all, he had swapped sensations with Muzinsi. He couldn't feel the itchiness, but Muzinsi must have been very uncomfortable. Feeling guilty at the thought, Yifan's concern for her deepened. His roommates were bewildered. "Hives are unbearable. I had them before, and I thought I was going to lose my mind from the itching." "Same here. It's awful. I scratched so much that I broke the skin and now I've got scars. How are you managing to not feel a thing?" Yifan had seen Xiao Wu's hives before. He looked like he was suffering terribly. Starting to worry, Yifan decided to go to the school clinic to get treated. He didn't want Muzinsi to keep feeling uncomfortable. Just as he was about to stand up and ask for permission to leave, the classroom door swung open with a bang. A stunningly beautiful girl appeared at the door, immediately disrupting the class. Even the professor stared in shock. "Do you need something?" the professor asked, clearly surprised by her sudden appearance. The other students were equally astonished. They instantly recognized her. It was the famous campus beauty, Muzinsi. She looked flustered, her eyes scanning the room, though her striking appearance couldn't be hidden. With bright eyes and flawless skin, her white shirt emphasized her curvy figure. Her short skirt showed off her long, beautiful legs enough to send any admirer into a frenzy. "Why is the campus beauty here? She doesn't even take this class. Wow, Muzinsi looks gorgeous today. That skirt is perfect for her. Maybe she's here to audit the class? She doesn't take our class, but didn't you notice Yifan is here? She's definitely here for him." As soon as someone said that, all eyes turned to Yifan, full of envy and jealousy. Yifan saw Muzinsi and knew exactly why she had come. It had to be because of the hives. Scratching her arm discreetly, Muzinsi spoke to the professor. "Professor, Yifan seems to be having an allergic reaction. He's not feeling well, so I'm taking him to the clinic." The entire class gasped. There had been rumors around campus that Muzinsi was chasing after Yifan, but no one took them seriously. Now, seeing Muzinsi interrupt a lecture to take Yifan to the clinic, everyone was shocked. How many girls would go that far? And this was the campus beauty, no less. I'd be over the moon if she brought me a bottle of water, let alone took me to the clinic. She's so thoughtful. My girlfriend just tells me to drink more hot water when I don't feel well. She can't compare at all. Exactly. Muzinsi would make the perfect girlfriend. If I were Yifan, I'd start dating her right away. What's there to hesitate about? There's got to be something special about Yifan. Otherwise, how could he make the campus beauty fall for him like this? There's no shortage of guys chasing after her. Yifan's roommates were ecstatic, excitedly nudging him. "Wow, man. The campus beauty came looking for you. You're one lucky guy. She's taking you to the clinic herself. What are you waiting for?" Feeling a bit embarrassed by their teasing, Yifan stood up. He knew the real reason was their shared sensory connection, but the fact that Muzinsi came personally made him feel a little proud. It seemed she really did care about him in her own way. The professor, noticing Yifan's condition, gave him an approving look. "All right, you two can go," the professor said, granting permission. As Yifan got up to leave, he could feel the envious stares from his classmates. Together with Muzinsi, he left the room. Everyone was practically seething with jealousy. Not only did Yifan get to skip class, but he also had the campus beauty personally taking care of him. The boys who had tried to win Muzinchi's attention were on the verge of tears. They had done everything they could to impress her, but she hadn't paid them any mind. Now Yi Fan had simply gotten hives, and she was rushing to his side. Yi Fan followed Muzinchi, noticing her constantly scratching her arm. Her pale, smooth skin now had red marks from all the scratching. Her fair skin made the red welts stand out even more. "I'm sorry for making you itch," Yi Fan said softly. "I didn't think it would be this bad. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you?" Muzinchi took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, but her eyes were clearly red. "It itches so much. If you want to make it up to me, then hurry up and get better." Yi Fan could hear the tremor in her soft voice. Her usual cold and aloof demeanor had softened, making her seem more vulnerable. Muzinchi looked at him with innocent eyes. "Your health is important. Let's go to the clinic quickly." Not wanting to make her feel worse, Yi Fan didn't rush, afraid she might get out of breath from running. "Hurry up," she snapped, annoyed by his slow pace, grabbing his hand. Yi Fan could feel her soft, jade-like fingers tightly interlock with his as she half ran, half dragged him toward the clinic. "Congratulations, host. Intimacy plus 10, 300 points earned." Seeing her so anxious, Yi Fan felt a warm sensation in his chest. Muzinchi's small face was flushed with sweat, either from the heat or from worry. She hurriedly addressed the clinic doctor. "Doctor, he's having an allergic reaction. Can you check him, please?" The moment Muzinchi entered the clinic, it was like a refreshing breeze in early summer, making everyone feel invigorated. All eyes in the clinic, both male and female, turned toward her. Especially after hearing how worried she was about Yi Fan, people couldn't hide their surprise. "The campus beauty is taking care of Yi Fan again. I'm so jealous. He's so lucky to have such a beautiful girl looking out for him. The rumors must be true. Yi Fan's so fortunate. If I had the campus beauty worried about me like this, I wouldn't mind having allergic reactions all the time." While the boys were busy gossiping, the girls weren't about to be outdone. "It's obvious Yi Fan's got charm. He's so handsome, not worse than the campus prince. He jumped into the water to rescue someone who wouldn't fall for him if they were the campus beauty." Exactly. Yi Fan is brave, good-looking, and kind. When a girl was in danger, he jumped in to save her without hesitation, even though the situation was dire. Isn't it natural for the campus beauty to like him? Yi Fan's a real hero, always helping others. It's the campus beauty who's chasing him, but she should give the rest of us a chance too. She's all dressed up like that. If she wins him over, what hope do we have? The girls gazed at Yi Fan with admiration. Even though Yi Fan was suffering from an allergic reaction, his good looks hadn't diminished. His sharp eyebrows, long lashes, and confident expression still made the girls' hearts race. With just a glance from him, countless girls felt their hearts skip a beat. The clinic doctor quickly examined Yi Fan, took some blood, and diagnosed him. He has hives, likely caused by a fabric allergy. It's not serious, just give him some anti-inflammatory medication and allergy pills, apply calamine lotion, and he'll be fine. Thank you, doctor. Muzinchi nodded, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Yi Fan casually leaned against the wall behind her. If he just pulled her slightly, he could wrap his arm around her slim waist. He narrowed his eyes and smiled as he looked at her. "You were really worried about me, huh?" "Of course not. I'm just doing it for myself." Muzinchi stammered, her face flushing red. It was him who was unwell, but somehow she was suffering too. What nonsense was he talking about? She just wanted his allergy to clear up quickly so she could feel better. Yi Fan smiled knowingly at her proud and stubborn attitude, saying nothing more. The doctor began preparing the IV drip for Yi Fan. Muzinchi, seeing the needle, visibly tensed. Her brow furrowed tightly, and she looked terrified just by the sight of the needle. Yi Fan noticed her fear. She was genuinely scared. Her pale face and trembling hair gave it away, even though she was trying to stay calm. Her eyes had already reddened, making her look like a frightened little rabbit, soft, adorable, and in need of protection. "Doctor, be gentle please." Muzinchi's anxiety was impossible to hide. Seeing her so nervous, Yi Fan felt a pang of guilt. He knew she cared for him deeply. Everyone else in the room couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The campus beauty was clearly smitten with Yi Fan, even worried that the doctor might hurt him with the needle. The boys sighed, realizing how inadequate they felt compared to Yi Fan. Even if Muzinchi had smiled at them once, they would have been content. But Yi Fan got more than just a smile. He had Muzinchi's full, tender care. "It'll be quick." As Muzinchi's anxiety grew, Yi Fan gently covered her eyes with his hand. That way, she wouldn't have to see the needle and could feel less scared. His fresh, pleasant scent wafted around her, and his deep, soothing voice made her cheeks blush slightly. She felt a slight prick from the needle, but it wasn't as painful as she had feared. She quickly got used to it. Moments later, Yi Fan's hand moved away, and Mu Jinxi, to her own surprise, felt a little reluctant to lose that comforting touch. Yi Fan laughed, flashing his white teeth, teasing her. How was my service? He was trying to lighten the mood, knowing that if he teased her, she wouldn't focus as much on the itching, effectively distracting her from her discomfort. Mu Jinxi huffed in annoyance. Terrible. Ding, intimacy detected. 500 points earned, the system chimed. Mu Jinxi personally held Yi Fan's IV bag, and countless envious eyes followed their every move. Who had ever seen a guy get such special treatment before? Yi Fan was certainly the first. At that moment, Yi Fan recalled how Mu Jinxi had earlier complained that he was walking too slowly. Now, he sped up, eager to find a seat, and let the IV start so she could be more comfortable too. But Mu Jinxi quickly panicked. Slow down. You'll hurt yourself. Yi Fan immediately slowed down, mindful of her feelings. The boys around him were frustrated beyond measure. The campus beauty was far too attentive. She was even afraid Yi Fan would hurt himself by walking too fast. Usually others would fuss over her, but now she was the one taking care of a guy. Such a thing was rare, yet it was happening right in front of their eyes. They had gotten sick before, and no one took care of them. But Yi Fan had the campus beauty by his side, personally attending to his every need. It was enough to drive anyone crazy with jealousy. Hearing Mu Jinxi's anxious voice, Yi Fan smiled and responded, I'll listen to you. When Yi Fan glanced back, he saw Mu Jinxi's soft, red lips curve into a beautiful smile. She really was stunning. No wonder she was the campus beauty. Just one look was enough to leave anyone in awe. Mu Jinxi carefully helped Yi Fan sit down, making sure not to hurt him. She then slowly, gently placed the IV bag on the stand. From Yi Fan's angle, he could see the graceful lines of her slim waist. Her long black hair flowed down her back, and her delicate, flawless face showed nothing but earnest concentration. Her eyelashes fluttered softly, and the corners of her slightly red eyes gave her a fragile charm. She was radiant, with a blend of beauty and sweetness. Aside from her occasional stubbornness, she was actually quite gentle. Definitely someone worth marrying. As Yi Fan's thoughts wandered, Mu Jinxi brought him a cup of water and carefully read the instructions on the allergy medication. Afterward, she poured out the correct dose and gently reminded him, 2 pills a day. Don't forget. Take one now, and another in the evening. Yi Fan looked at her lovely, delicate face and, just to tease her, said, What if I forget? He was only trying to get her to pay more attention to him. Mu Jinxi's large, slightly red eyes glistened with frustration. How could you forget to take your medicine? Seeing Yi Fan raise his eyebrows, she couldn't bear to scold him any further and muttered, Fine, I'll remind you. She was willing to go the extra mile if it meant he would get better soon. Hearing her response, Yi Fan smiled, feeling content and happy. The IV drip took over 2 hours, and Mu Jinxi stayed by Yi Fan's side the entire time. She claimed it was to take good care of him, but really, she was there to keep an eye on him. She was afraid that Yi Fan would go off and play somewhere, worsening his condition. Mu Jinxi quietly remained by his side the whole time. If Yi Fan wanted water, she obediently handed him the glass. If Yi Fan glanced in her direction, she would offer him a fruit cup without hesitation. Across from them, several male students sat with their mouths wide open, as if they were the ones being fed the fruit, tasting its sweetness. Life wasn't fair. Even when they were sick, they had to witness this romantic scene. What left everyone completely baffled was how Mu Jinxi seemed to take on her role without complaint. She was acting like a model of devotion, doing everything a clingy girlfriend would, even things they hadn't imagined. She even went as far as placing a soft cushion behind Yi Fan to make sure his back was comfortable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. After Yi Fan finished his IV treatment, Mu Jinxi carefully helped him out of the clinic. Her gentle and attentive care. Who else's girlfriend would do this? Had the usually cold and aloof campus beauty completely broken character? They stared longingly at Mu Jinxi's retreating figure as she supported Yi Fan. One by one, they felt a wave of disappointment and jealousy wash over them. If Yi Fan and the campus beauty ever end up together, she's going to spoil him so much. Now I finally understand why she's always been so cold. She's just saving all her warmth for him. So many people have chased after her, but she ignores them all, and now she's playing the doting girlfriend for Yi Fan. What does he have that we don't? Once Yi Fan got into Mu Jinxi's sports car, she personally drove him home. I asked the doctor in the clinic and took notes, Mu Jinxi said seriously. For now, you need to eat a light diet. No spicy or stimulating foods. And what about you? Yi Fan glanced at her. After all, their sensations were linked. If he couldn't eat anything spicy or flavorful, Mu Yuzinsi would have to endure the same restrictions. I'll just eat the same as you. Mu Yuzinsi replied coldly, her tone slightly resentful. What else can I do? Yi Fan burst out laughing at her grumbling. But if you eat hot pot, I can feel it. It doesn't affect my body. Mu Yuzinsi gave him a stern look, her clear eyes brimming with innocence. No way. This is your punishment for not taking care of your body. Yi Fan chuckled. It's not like I wanted to have an allergic reaction. Mu Yuzinsi sized him up and said with a serious expression, exactly. You're allergic to fabric. Your clothes are too cheap and not breathable. You should throw them out. So, what should I wear? Yi Fan looked down at his outfit. It wasn't as bad as Mu Yuzinsi made it sound. He'd bought these clothes last year at a night market with his roommates. He hadn't worn them in a while, and didn't expect to be allergic. Perhaps his skin was just reacting after so long. Come on, I'll take you shopping. Mu Yuzinsi's voice was soft and charming, with a playful sweetness. Soon Yi Fan found himself at a luxury department store. It was the top shopping mall in the city, known for its high-end brands. Everything here was expensive, and Yi Fan and his roommates had once come to window shop but quickly realized they couldn't afford anything. Even a simple shirt here could cost thousands. It was a place that drove students away. But now, Yi Fan walked in with his head held high. Mu Yuzinsi led him into a Gucci store. The customers inside were startled by this golden couple. The guy was tall and handsome, the girl stunningly beautiful. Even the couples in the store couldn't help but stare. Ignoring the looks from others, Mu Yuzinsi said generously, pick whatever you like. I'll cover it. Gucci clothes were notoriously expensive. What guy wouldn't want to wear them if he could afford it? Yi Fan wasn't any different, though he usually didn't care much about clothes. As long as they were comfortable, that was enough for him. This one will do. Yi Fan casually grabbed a black t-shirt. Mu Yuzinsi blinked her beautiful eyes in disapproval. You're at least a good-looking guy, so why is your taste so bad? Being called handsome by such a gorgeous woman made Yi Fan feel good, but he wasn't thrilled about the jab at his taste. And what she said next completely shocked him. Mu Yuzinsi turned to the sales associate and said confidently, give me every design in his size, except that black one. There were at least dozens of designs in the store. She was going to buy them all. The sales associate was ecstatic. This was a dream customer. Typically, not many men bought clothes here, and even then, it was usually women buying for their boyfriends. But today, they'd hit the jackpot. Mu Yuzinsi's boldness left the other male customers dumbfounded. At first they had thought Yi Fan must be rich to have such a beautiful girlfriend. But now they realized they were wrong. The one with the money was Mu Yuzinsi. She wasn't just rich, she was a true wealthy woman, and on top of that, she adored her boyfriend. Gucci clothes were no small expense, yet she was buying them without a second thought. Even the wealthiest girls usually hesitated, but Mu Yuzinsi didn't blink an eye. Meanwhile, the girlfriends of the other men in the store were complaining, it's not even that expensive. Why won't you buy it? You're so stingy. The men were furious, wishing they could slap their girlfriends right then and there. Look at Mu Yuzinsi, gorgeous, thoughtful, and caring. If only their girlfriends could be half as considerate, they'd be thanking the heavens. After Mu Yuzinsi left her address for delivery, she was about to pay when the sales associate informed her, this gentleman has already paid. The associate had made a lot of money but couldn't help sighing. She had thought Yi Fan was just living off his girlfriend, but it turned out he was wealthy too. Apparently they were a power couple, and rich people always took care of each other. Looking at Yi Fan's tall, handsome figure, the associate couldn't help but feel a little infatuated. How come she'd never met someone like him? What a shame. Mu Yuzinsi froze for a moment, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. When Yi Fan saw Mu Yuzinsi coming toward him, looking like an angry little wildcat, her voice was adorably fierce. Why did you pay? Where did you get the money? Faced with her interrogation, Yi Fan casually adjusted the collar of his new shirt. I'm wealthier than you think. Although he was connected to a system that allowed him to live comfortably, he still felt bad about letting Mu Yuzinsi foot such a huge bill. Mu Yuzinsi pouted angrily. I was supposed to buy it for you. Are you looking down on my ability? Come on, we're going somewhere else. Yi Fan was stunned. This was a new level of determination. But before he could say anything, Mu Yuzinsi dragged him out of the store. The other men who had been watching from the sidelines were practically green with envy. Look at that, her boyfriend secretly paid, and she got mad at him for it. What kind of world was this? If they ever made their girlfriends pay, they'd be called cheap or strange, but with Yi Fan, It was the complete opposite. Mu Xinxi took Yi Fan to an AJ store to buy shoes next. Give him the best and most expensive ones, Mu Xinxi proudly told the sales associate. The sales associate's eyes lit up when she saw the elegant and beautiful Mu Xinxi. Dressed head to toe in Chanel and carrying a Hermes bag, she was clearly a wealthy woman. So, the associate immediately brought out all the best-selling, most expensive sneakers in the store. Try them all. Buy whichever fits, Mu Xinxi said, casually flicking her hair back. Her clear, beautiful eyes carried a hint of authority. This was about her pride. Yi Fan, who was so much poorer than her, wouldn't even let her pay. How could she, the eldest daughter of the Mu family, face her upper-class peers if she didn't stand her ground? Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed Mu Xinxi was determined to foot the bill. Who wouldn't want some new AJs, especially when someone else was eager to pay? This situation wasn't bad at all. So Yi Fan began trying on the sneakers. Most of them fit, and Mu Xinxi immediately told the staff to pack up all the pairs he liked. She even insisted he wear a new pair out of the store. The male sales associate looked at Yi Fan with envy. Having a wealthy, beautiful girlfriend who took care of everything was truly something. She didn't hesitate to buy him the latest sneakers without blinking an eye. Meanwhile, the sales associate's own girlfriend had never bought him a pair of AJs. Instead, she constantly dropped hints about wanting him to buy her Swarovski jewelry. The difference in treatment was staggering. When Yi Fan bent down to tie his shoelaces, to his surprise, Mu Xinxi knelt down and tied them for him, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. This simple gesture made the male associate's jealousy soar through the roof. Damn, he thought. My girlfriend wouldn't even let me tie my own shoes without complaining. Yi Fan already had a beautiful girlfriend, but she was also rich, thoughtful, and caring. It was enough to make anyone furious with envy. However, the sales associate didn't know that Mu Xinxi and Yi Fan had swapped sensations. Mu Xinxi wasn't trying to be sweet, she just didn't want to feel the discomfort of bending down to tie the laces herself. Unaware of how others saw her, Mu Xinxi unknowingly looked like the perfect girlfriend. Yi Fan could feel the envious stares from all around, basking in the attention. Having such a beautiful girl by his side was enough to make anyone jealous. Detected close interaction with Mu Xinxi, 300 points earned. Detected that Mu Xinxi spent money on you, unlocking soft rice skill, 2,000 points earned. The system's notification made Yi Fan pause for a moment. So, just by letting Mu Xinxi buy him things, he had earned 2,000 points? It seemed the soft rice system lived up to its name. If he had known earlier, he would have let Mu Xinxi pay for everything right away. That way, he could have earned the points sooner. After they left the store, Mu Xinxi reminded him, now that you've got new clothes and shoes, wear these from now on. I'll also arrange for the store to deliver the latest collections to you. Okay. Yi Fan, having enjoyed the benefits, didn't object. As they entered the elevator, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Mu Xinxi? Is that you, Mu Xinxi? Yi Fan turned to see a girl with freckles pointing at Mu Xinxi, her expression full of astonishment. A flicker of panic flashed across Mu Xinxi's eyes. She instinctively turned her face away, using her long hair to cover her beautiful features, avoiding the other girl's gaze. No, it's not me, she said, clearly flustered. No, it's definitely you. The freckled girl was insistent, trying to move closer to get a better look at Mu Xinxi. Suddenly, a tall figure blocked her way, casting a shadow over her. The broad, imposing figure in front of her made Mu Xinxi tremble slightly. Sorry, you've got the wrong person. The freckled girl was stunned, staring at the handsome man in front of her. With his sharp features, bright eyes, and thin lips, he was strikingly attractive. But his voice was cold, like ice. Yet, he was so incredibly handsome that she couldn't tear her eyes away. She was so entranced by his good looks that she completely forgot about Mu Xinxi. Meanwhile, Mu Xinxi, still momentarily frozen, felt a warm hand gently grasp hers, guiding her into the elevator. Yi Fan used his body to shield her from the freckled girl's view, even lightly holding the back of her head, encouraging her to keep her head down as they stepped inside. Wait! The freckled girl called out, but before she could react, the elevator doors had already closed. Yi Fan glanced down at Mu Xinxi, only to find her trembling as if she had just experienced something terrible. Her petite face was bowed, and her long eyelashes fluttered, catching the tears that welled in her eyes. Her pale face made her look even more fragile and pitiful. Yi Fan could sense her overwhelming fear and panic, sharing the emotions through their connection. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked, deeply concerned. In the enclosed space of the elevator, her face was deathly pale, and her eyes flickered with anxiety. Mu Xinxi's body gave out and she collapsed, slumping against the elevator wall. She curled up in a ball, hugging her knees tightly as she trembled with sadness and fear. Yi Fan was shaken to his core. This wasn't the first time he had seen her like this. The last time had been when she had a nightmare. Why was she so afraid of that girl? Why was she so desperate to avoid being recognized? Mu Xinxi was supposed to be the pride of her family, with a privileged background. So why did she look so hopeless and breathless now? Her trembling lips quivered, but she couldn't form any words. Yi Fan's heart ached as he watched her. "It's okay. Everything's fine now," Yi Fan said, though he had no idea what had just happened. Whatever it was, Mu Xinxi wasn't in a state to explain. Gently, Yi Fan stroked her hair, feeling how fragile she was in his arms. Tears streaked her flawless face, and her vulnerability tugged at his protective instincts. Mu Xinxi felt the warmth of his soothing voice, like a gentle stream calming her heart. Even the faint scent he carried was comforting, helping her slowly regain her composure. When she finally calmed down, she wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. Yi Fan could feel the softness of her skin. Her eyelashes were still wet with tears, and she bit her crimson lips, murmuring, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. I only cried because I wasn't feeling well." Got it. Normally Yi Fan would have teased her a little, but seeing her like this, he knew better than to push her further. It was clear that something had happened in Mu Xinxi's past, something that made her react this way. As they walked on, Mu Xinxi followed him quietly, her mood still heavy. "Wait a minute," Yi Fan suddenly said to her, stopping in his tracks. Confused, Mu Xinxi asked, "What is it?" She watched as Yi Fan walked over to buy 2 ice creams. "Here," he said, handing her one. "I didn't say I wanted ice cream." Mu Xinxi pouted. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, replying matter-of-factly, "I wanted it. Isn't it fair that you fulfill this one small request for me, considering I'm stuck sharing your sensations?" Mu Xinxi pouted, her voice soft. "I'm the one who's suffering." "Okay, we're both suffering," Yi Fan laughed. Mu Xinxi, who had been acting a little rebellious, finally accepted the ice cream. She took a small bite, and Yi Fan followed suit, eating his own. As the cold sweetness melted in her mouth, her furrowed brows relaxed, and a look of contentment appeared on her face. The sweetness seemed to lift her spirits, her expression softening as she licked the ice cream. At that moment, she looked like a recovering kitten, her head slightly bowed, both cute and full of life. Watching her delicate tongue flick at the ice cream, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a little warmth in his gaze. Her eyes were still slightly red, and her tear-streaked face made her look even more endearing. Yi Fan smiled as he took another bite of his ice cream. The sweetness coming from her sensations was better than the ice cream itself. When they finally got home, Mu Xinxi had fully reverted to her usual confident self. She handed Yi Fan a bottle of calamine lotion and said, "Apply this." Yi Fan instinctively lifted his shirt to apply the lotion, but Mu Xinxi squealed, quickly covering her blushing face with her hands. "What are you doing?" "As you can see, I'm taking off my shirt," Yi Fan teased with a smirk. You put it back on." Mu Xinxi's ears were burning red with embarrassment. Even though they had been sharing each other's sensations for a while, she was still not used to Yi Fan touching his body, especially since she was a girl and he was a guy. Yi Fan chuckled. "Weren't you the one who told me to put on the cream? How am I supposed to do that with my shirt on?" He propped himself up on the bed, grinning at Mu Xinxi. Even through her fingers, it was obvious her face had turned completely crimson. So cute. Then, she looked so soft and delicate, like she could be squeezed and teased. Yi Fan had half a mind to take things further, but he was afraid he might scare her away. "Fine, I'll leave." Mu Xinxi was on the verge of fleeing, but Yi Fan called out to her. "Stop." And just like that, Mu Xinxi froze, her graceful figure halted in place. "What?" she asked, sounding both frustrated and bashful. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh to himself. She was so obedient, saying tough words with that cute voice, but her actions betrayed her. "Put the cream on for me," Yi Fan said casually. "Why should I do it?" Mu Xinxi stomped her foot in frustration, embarrassed beyond belief. "My back is itchy too, and I can't reach it. I guess I'll have to call one of the maids to help me out. They've got nice bodies and pretty faces," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, clearly trying to rile her up. Mu Xinxi panicked immediately. Yi Fan was such a shameless pervert. If he really called a maid over and something indecent happened, she would feel it too through their shared sensations. No way, she couldn't let that happen. "Fine. I'll do it." Mu Xinxi's face flushed even redder as she reluctantly agreed. Yi Fan sat down in front of her, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Go ahead. Mu Xingxi was mortified. In front of her was Yi Fan's bare, broad back, his muscles visible beneath his skin. The little red allergic rashes dotted across his back looked strangely like strawberry marks, adding an intimate, ambiguous tone to the scene. Her ears burned bright red as she carefully picked up a cotton swab and began applying the cream. Through their shared sensations, Yi Fan could feel her soft, delicate hands gently moving across his back. The sensation was incredibly smooth and soothing. Yi Fan closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling. Especially with a pretty girl tending to him, his thoughts began to wander. Hey, why are your hands moving lower? Are you checking out my butt? Yi Fan teased mischievously, unable to resist provoking her. Mu Xingxi's face instantly turned as red as a boiled shrimp. I wasn't. Stop accusing me. With that attitude, maybe I should ask one of those pretty maids to help me. They'd be much gentler. Yi Fan continued to tease her. No. I can be gentle too. Mu Xingxi pouted, her lips trembling slightly as she tried to be more careful. Yi Fan savored her attempts to be more delicate. These moments were rare and enjoyable. After she finished applying the cream, Mu Xingxi's long eyelashes fluttered, and in a soft, shy voice she said, all done. Hurry up and put your shirt back on. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly, observing her embarrassed face. She was so shy just because he took off his shirt. What would she do if something more intimate happened? Yi Fan licked his lips, feeling a bit thirsty all of a sudden. He deliberately buttoned his shirt slowly, one button at a time, making Mu Xingxi grow more flustered. Her face was practically on fire as she tried to look away. But her peripheral vision still caught glimpses of his bare skin. Can't you hurry up? Mu Xingxi could feel his every movement through their shared sensations, his fingers brushing against his skin, his abs. It made her feel even more embarrassed. If you want me to hurry, why don't you help me put it on? Yi Fan teased. No way. Mu Xingxi shot back, though her voice lacked conviction. Then why are you rushing me? Yi Fan replied lazily. He intentionally ran his hand over his abs in front of her. Ah. You're bullying me. Stop touching yourself. Mu Xingqi's face turned crimson, her lips quivering as she scolded him, utterly flustered. It's my body. If I don't touch it, who will? Besides, I'm just putting on my shirt. If you can't handle me touching here, what will you do if I touch somewhere else? Yi Fan smirked as he continued to tease her. As he reached for the waistband of his pants, Mu Xingqi's ears turned so red it looked like they might bleed. I'm not rushing you anymore. I'm leaving. She stammered, turning and running off like a frightened rabbit, her small fists clenched as she darted away. Yi Fan couldn't help but burst out laughing at her reaction. So innocent. He was sure the campus beauty had never experienced anything like this before. Her first kiss was probably with him. Haha, she was so pure, like a blushing little flower. Yi Fan thought to himself how much he'd love to see her all flustered, but he knew it wasn't the right time yet. The best hunters always play the part of the prey. It would be much more satisfying if Mu Xingxi made the first move. After she left, Yi Fan turned to the system to draw his rewards. He did 3 spins. Ding, congratulations host, you have received the Super Scholar ability. Ding, high memory retention unlocked. Ding, advanced level English proficiency unlocked. Wow. What a great haul. Yi Fan had always struggled with English. Despite being patriotic, his English test scores had never surpassed 50 out of 120. Even his English teacher had given up on him, shaking their head in dismay. Not just in English, Yi Fan had failed most of his other subjects as well. He was known for giving back exactly what the teachers taught him, without retaining anything. Yi Fan had often worried if he would even be able to graduate, given how many courses he was failing. If it weren't for some leniency from the teachers, he might have been held back. The only reason he had managed to get into a top university like Huaking was because his high school teachers had predicted the exam questions well. Fearing he might not get into a good school, Yi Fan had crammed hard, and thanks to his teachers, he barely scraped through with the lowest passing score. But once he got to university, he had given up on studying entirely, focusing only on having fun. Now, with these new abilities, his worries were gone. He wouldn't have to worry about being a bad student anymore. Yi Fan casually flipped open a textbook and scanned a few pages. When he closed it, he realized he had memorized everything clearly. Amazing. This was the ultimate cheat code. If this system's skills could be sold, Yi Fan figured he could make a fortune. He could save every struggling student out there. The next day, it was midterm exam week, and as Yi Fan walked into the dormitory, he saw that everyone was already deep into their books. Even his usually lazy roommates, who rarely studied, were panicking and cramming for the exams. Xiao Wu rushed over to Yi Fan. "Hurry up, let's go." "Where to?" Yi Fan asked, confused. Xiao Wu rolled his eyes. "Are you dumb? We're going to the library to save seats." Fat Tiger, looking disheveled with a piece of bread in his mouth, seemed to have just woken up. "Guys, I'm heading out. My girlfriend said the library seats are going fast. If we don't hurry, we won't get any." He didn't even bother putting on proper shoes, slipping into flip-flops as he dashed out. "Isn't this a bit extreme?" Yi Fan said, feeling bemused. "It's just a midterm exam. Have you gotten cocky now that the campus beauty is chasing you?" Lei Ig roared. "Girls are important, but midterms are too. Midterms make up half of our final grades." Xiao Wu nodded anxiously. "Exactly. If I screw up the English exam, I'm basically done for. I gotta run. Fat Tiger already left, and I need to catch up." Xiao Wu sprinted out like a rocket, with Li Aigi close behind. Unlike his panicked roommates, Yi Fan strolled leisurely, taking his time. He wasn't worried at all. With the system's help, he wasn't a struggling student anymore. Bored, he decided to join the chaos and follow his friends to the library. When he got there, he found Xiao Wu and the others sulking, waiting for a spot to open up. "I can't believe this," Xiao Wu groaned. "We're too late. The place is packed." "No kidding. If I'd known, I would have lined up before the doors opened," Fat Tiger grumbled, clenching his fists. "My girlfriend barely managed to save one spot." "When are we ever going to get a seat?" Fat Tiger sighed. "I'm getting all depressed. I thought I was done with all this cramming after high school, but college is just as competitive." "Exactly. The teachers said university would be fun, but here we are, still studying hard. If I fail this time, my mom will beat me." Xiao Wu shrugged, clearly frustrated. As the group of friends continued to complain, a shadow appeared before them. "You guys didn't get seats?" It was a girl's voice, soft and melodic. All the guys immediately looked up, including Yi Fan. There stood Mu Xinxi, dressed in a lace mini skirt, looking stunning. Her sparkling eyes were fixed on Yi Fan. The other guys quickly nudged Yi Fan, whispering excitedly, "It's Mu, the campus beauty." Yi Fan almost rolled his eyes. Of course he knew it wasn't like he was blind. "We got here too late. No seats left," Yi Fan admitted honestly. "You guys can come upstairs. There are VVIP seats on the second floor," Mu Xinxi suggested. "Standing around will get tiring." She was subtly hinting that she was getting tired from standing, implying that she didn't want to keep suffering while waiting with Yi Fan. But to Yi Fan's friends, it sounded like she was worried about him. What kind of angel was she? Last time she personally took Yi Fan to the clinic when he had an allergic reaction. Now, she was offering him and his friends VVIP seats so they wouldn't have to stand. Xiao Wu, feeling honored, asked, "Can we really sit in the VVIP area? Isn't that reserved for faculty?" "Yeah, last time we tried, the security guard scolded us," Fat Tiger added, clenching his fists at the memory. Mu Xinxi answered calmly, "My father is one of the school's shareholders, so I can use and allocate the seats however I like. In fact, the library was funded by him." Her words left everyone in awe. The cost of building the Woking University Library was enormous. Clearly a luxury project. And it was the Mu family who had funded it. They knew Mu Xinxi came from a wealthy family, but they hadn't realized just how rich. "Oh my god, did you hear that? The library was built with the campus beauty's family money," Xiao Wu whispered excitedly to Yi Fan. But Yi Fan remained calm, as if it was no big deal. He was used to it by now. After all, he had already eaten and drank at her house. There was nothing surprising about this. Mu Xinxi's wealth far exceeded what his roommates could even imagine. When they reached the second floor, the guys were even more amazed. "This place is so luxurious. It's way better than the student section downstairs. Yeah, look at these chairs, so much more comfortable. And it's so quiet up here. I never thought I'd get the chance to study in a place like this." Even Yi Fan was impressed. The atmosphere was elegant, the air was fresher, and the seats were plush, like those in a high-end cafe. "Anytime you guys want to study, feel free to come up here. If anyone tries to stop you, just mention my name," Mu Xinxi said with a smile. Yi Fan's roommates shot him knowing looks. "Look at that, Yi Fan. The campus beauty is not only beautiful but also so kind. Aren't you going to thank her? Yeah, she's done so much for you. Aren't you going to show some appreciation?" Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. They thought Mu Xinxi was doing all this out of affection for him, but really she was just looking out for herself, making sure she didn't suffer. Still, it wouldn't hurt to thank her. Thanks Mu Jinsi, Yi Fan said sincerely. Mu Jinsi, clearly not used to his genuine tone, blushed a little, her face turning red. Yi Fan, let's go find some English textbooks, Xiao Wu suggested. Sure. I'll go. Mu Zhishi quickly volunteered. Yi Fan looked at her, puzzled. The books are heavy. You guys focus on studying and I'll grab them for you. Plus, I know exactly which ones are useful at this stage, she said hurriedly. The others suddenly understood. Right. The campus beauty is a top student. Last time she scored full marks in English. She's already passed her English level 6 exams. She studied abroad from a young age and grew up in a bilingual environment. This is totally her area of expertise. The more they thought about it, the more envious they became of Yi Fan. Mu Jinsi wasn't just beautiful and wealthy, she was also incredibly smart. The only flaw she had was her cold demeanor. But around Yi Fan, she wasn't cold at all. She was attentive and warm. It was as if, with Yi Fan, the campus beauty had no flaws. After Mu Jinsi left to find the books, Xiao Wu and the others grew increasingly frustrated with Yi Fan. Yi Fan, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you made a move on her? Yeah. What more do you want? The most beautiful girl in school is practically throwing herself at you, and you're just sitting there. Are you really going to reject her? Listen. If I wasn't already in a relationship, and the campus beauty was chasing me, I'd be all over her in a second. Yi Fan could only laugh at their comments. Guys, do you really think I don't want to win Mu Jinsi over? The problem is, she's not as easy to get as you think. You're all being fooled by appearances. If it were that simple, I'd have made my move ages ago. But Yi Fan couldn't explain all that to them, so he just said, right now, I'm focusing on my studies. It's my duty to study hard. The room erupted in groans and eye rolls. Seriously? You? Study hard. You've failed every class so far. Yeah. And without a good deskmate to copy from, what are you going to do during exams? You always rank dead last in the exams, Yi Fan. Just give up on studying already. Failing exams and failing in love, it's like a double whammy. I almost feel like I should take your place as the last ranked student. One after another they teased him, all implying that he should take advantage of Mu Jinsi's affection while he could. Yi Fan just laughed and said, all right, fine. You want last place? Go ahead and take it. But don't look down on me, I used to come in last, but now I'm going to be first. His bold statement earned him a round of eye rolls. Come on, man. The best quality in a person is self-awareness, Xiao Wu said. Fat Tiger added, as the guy who always ranks second to last, even if I deliberately answered 10 questions wrong, I bet you'd still be last. Li Aigi chimed in, Yi Fan. Listen, nothing is impossible in this world as long as you give up. You're not cut out for studying. Even if I guessed all the answers, I'd still do better than you. Despite his friend's skepticism, Yi Fan grinned confidently. Well, you're all going to be disappointed. My scores are going to surprise you. Xiao Wu snorted, yeah right, when do your grades ever fail to surprise us? You even managed to score 15 points in English. For the Chinese fill-in-the-blank question, when shall we trim the candle at the west window together, this guy wrote. The couple stayed up all night doing it, what a genius. Peng Hu laughed so hard that he could barely stand up straight just thinking about it. Yi Fan shrugged. There's nothing wrong with my answer. It's just that the Chinese teacher lacks imagination. The world is vast, and the answers can vary. If a couple isn't spending the whole night together, then what are they? And if they're not doing anything intimate, are they even a real couple? This made everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha. You just turned a perfectly normal Chinese question into something dirty. I think you should just cozy up to the school beauty and start living off her. Who cares about failing? Not a chance. I'm going to quietly outdo everyone and blow your minds. Yi Fan slapped the table. But his friends didn't believe him, they thought he was just joking. After all, anyone who had gone through 6 years of mandatory education could tell how much potential Yi Fan had or didn't. Not everyone can easily get first place in an exam, but Yi Fan could. In last place, that is. Haha, even getting last place takes some talent. As Yi Fan was joking with his friends, he noticed that Mo Zi hadn't returned yet. Worried that she might have run into some trouble, he went to check on her. Yi Fan headed downstairs and found Mu Jinsi standing on a bookshelf ladder, reaching for a book on the upper shelf. From his angle he could see her pale, slender legs. With just one glance, he saw something he probably shouldn't have. You're exposing yourself. Yi Fan's eyes warmed as he realized what he was seeing. If any other guy had seen this, there'd be trouble. Skirt was really too short today. What? Mu Xinxi was startled by his sudden remark. Her face flushed red, and in her moment of panic, she lost her balance and started slipping off the ladder. As fear took over, she suddenly felt a pair of strong arms catch her, and within seconds, she was cradled in a warm embrace. Her breath quickened, and when she looked up, she saw a handsome, dashing face. Yi Fan savored the moment, holding her soft, delicate body. So soft, so sweet. She even smelled like a fresh peach, a scent so intoxicating it could melt anyone. Yi Fan raised his eyebrows playfully as he looked at her. Her skin was flushed, shy and tender. Her delicate little face was lowered in embarrassment, and her black hair clung to her smooth, beautiful skin. Because of her nervousness and shyness, her chest rose and fell rapidly. Her adorable, petite figure was eye-catching, and her hands fidgeted with nowhere to go, the silky touch slipping through her fingers. Yi Fan didn't feel her weight at all. Carrying her princess style wasn't tiring in the least. Besides, she was so pretty, what was the harm? Enjoying such a beautiful view was nothing short of a pleasure. This was definitely a moment to savor. Ding. Princess Carrie detected, rewarding you 300 points. Just as Yi Fan was feeling pleased, he noticed Muji starting to kick her legs. She shyly raised her voice, "P, put me down. I'm too heavy." After all, she was the one feeling the weight. Yi Fan laughed. "So you know you're heavy, huh?" He purposely whispered this right next to her round, pretty ear. Visibly, her ears turned bright red. A deep crimson, like a delicious ripe fruit. Her once smooth, jade-like skin was now flushed with a pink hue, looking irresistibly tempting. That pink was enchanting. What guy wouldn't love this sweet girlish pink? Even Yi Fan felt the urge to kiss her tender earlobe, biting down softly, wanting to feel her shudder and hear her sigh in delight. "No. I'm not heavy at all. It's just that we've switched how we feel the weight," Mu Xinxi stammered. As she explained, her body grew increasingly warm and flushed. Yi Fan burst out laughing. Without teasing her further, he put her down. "What book do you need? I'll grab it for you," he asked, still smiling. 3 years of Gaokao, 5 years of simulation. Are you a demon? That book was Yi Fan's worst nightmare. His high school teachers had relentlessly forced him to work through it again and again. After the exams, he had eagerly burned his copy. But now, here it was, back in his life. Mu Xinxi stomped her foot, her face bright red. "The questions are similar, it's useful. Hurry up and get it." All right. With ease, Yi Fan reached up and grabbed the copy of 3 years of Gaokao, 5 years of simulation. Being tall had its advantages, no need to climb any ladders when you could just stretch your arm and reach the top shelf. Even Mu Xinxi glanced at Yi Fan with envy. She hadn't noticed his height before, but now, it was clear he'd grown quite a bit. He must be over 6 feet tall now, right? Standing next to him gave her a sense of safety and reassurance. His jawline was sharp, his youthful features striking, and there was a faint, refreshing scent of mint coming from his shirt, making her blush even more. He looked much more handsome up close. "Do you need anything else?" he asked. "The second one to your right." Yi Fan grabbed the second book as she requested, and their eyes met. Mu Xinxi quickly lowered her head in embarrassment, clutching the books to her chest. Her shy, bashful expression was irresistibly cute, making Yi Fan's heart itch. He leaned down, bringing his face close to hers. "What's the matter? Why is your face suddenly red?" "It's not." Mu Xinxi hastily pressed the back of her hand to her cheek. That small touch made Yi Fan gasp softly, gritting his teeth to hold back. Her hand was so smooth and soft, and combined with the visual appeal of the moment, the temptation was strong. Fortunately, Mu Xinxi, holding her stack of books, turned and walked away before Yi Fan lost control and kissed her on the spot. He let out a low chuckle. The school beauty, now acting like a timid little lamb, was indeed quite adorable. As Yi Fan and Mu Xinxi walked down the stairs, they caught the attention of many students. They were shocked to see Mu Xinxi holding a large stack of heavy books. Oh my god! Yi Fan was being so inconsiderate. That was the school beauty, delicate and refined. Even if she was cold, she was still a beautiful girl. Not to mention she liked Yi Fan. She was the one pursuing him, yet he wasn't doing anything in return. Was he really that much of a clueless, iron-hearted guy? Several male students, eager to gain her favor, rushed forward. One of them offered excitedly, "School beauty, let me carry those books for you." Mu Xinxi's eyes flickered coldly. No need. She even moved aside disdainfully, avoiding any contact. Was this really the same Mu Xinxi who had been walking so closely with Yi Fan just moments ago? The boy's heart shattered on the spot. Others looked on sympathetically. "Ah, poor guy. But honestly, he was reaching too far. Has anyone besides Yi Fan ever gotten close to her? Exactly. Does he think anyone can replace Yi Fan? Muzinsi is willing to go out of her way for Yi Fan. Just look at him, tall, good looking. If I were a girl, I'd like him too. Yi Fan's the most popular guy in school right now. He's even more sought after than the campus heartthrob. There are girls from the neighboring class secretly crushing on him too. He even saved the school beauty once. It makes sense she'd like him. Yeah, I just hope he treats her better. School beauty, don't lose yourself over him. There are so many people who cherish you, why not take a second look at them? When Yi Fan and Mu Xinxi went up to the second floor, some others tried to follow. After all, the second floor had the best seating. But to their surprise, they were stopped by a security guard. Sorry, students aren't allowed up here, the guard said firmly. One of them protested. Then how did Yi Fan and Mu Xinxi get up there? The security guard responded, did you even notice who he's with? That's Miss Mew. That instantly made things clear to everyone. Who had the school beauty ever shown special treatment to? Only Yi Fan. It seemed like if Yi Fan wanted, not only would he get VVIP treatment, but the whole school might belong to him. Jealous whispers broke out among the crowd. Yi Fan's so lucky. They're not even dating yet, and if they do, the school beauty will spoil him rotten. I wish I had a beautiful girl like her who was crazy about me. Look at her, she only has eyes for Yi Fan. Who else could have that kind of charm? You're right. Yi Fan must have something special to make her fall for him like this. After all, who else would have dared to rush into that raging river and save her? Meanwhile, completely unaware of how fortunate he was, Yi Fan returned with Mu Xinxi, who was carrying a pile of books. His roommates were practically rolling their eyes at him. How could he let the school beauty carry such heavy books? Dude, you're the guy here. She's carrying those books because of you, and you don't even offer to help. What the roommates didn't expect was that Mu Xinxi was about to do even more. Are you thirsty? Want something to drink? She asked Yi Fan, subtly hinting that she was thirsty too. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, how about an orchid latte milk tea? With plant-based cream, some crushed nuts on top, half sugar, light ice, add pearls and coconut jelly, and make sure there's a paper sleeve on the cup so my hands don't get cold. Thanks to his system skills, Yi Fan had a perfect memory and immediately recalled Mu Xinxi's favorite order. His roommates, who were unaware of all this, were now mentally cursing him. Look at her. The poor girl was offering to get him a drink in this hot weather, and he made such a complicated request. They could already picture the school beauty losing her patience and blowing up in anger. Xiao Wu, concerned, tried to intervene. Hey, maybe just a simple orchid latte will do. No need for all those extras, right? He was hoping to prevent Mu Xinxi from snapping at Yi Fan. To everyone's shock, Mu Xinxi smiled and shook her head. No, I actually like it that way. I'll order it just like that. Peng Hu and Lei Ji were equally astonished. How was this possible? Not only did Mu Xinxi not get mad, but she looked even happier. This was too strange. All right then, go ahead, Yi Fan said, clearly pleased as he noticed his roommate's stunned expressions. What they didn't realize was that Mu Xinxi had made the complicated request herself. It wasn't Yi Fan being picky. Mu Xinxi turned to the others. Do you guys want anything? I can get it for you too. The roommates were completely caught off guard. The school beauty was offering to buy them milk tea. This was unbelievable. She had never bought anyone else milk tea before. The only reason she was doing it now was because they were Yi Fan's friends. The school beauty was really head over heels for Yi Fan. She was even trying to win over his friends just to get closer to him. Ha ha ha. Anything's fine. We're not picky, they said, thrilled beyond belief. After Mu Xinxi left, the roommates surrounded Yi Fan, practically jumping over him. Dude, let me massage your shoulders. Teach me how to get a girl like that. How do you make the school beauty follow your every word? Yeah man, you've got mad skills. You should start teaching a class on relationships. No one but you could get the school beauty to act like this. I swear. I'm in awe of you. Just by being your friends we're benefiting too. She's so in love with you it's crazy. Yi Fan grinned smugly. It's hard to explain, you just have to feel it. Then give us the short version. The three of them looked at him eagerly. Yi Fan hadn't expected his friends to be so persistent. He couldn't exactly tell them about his system, so he brushed them off. I'm going to check on her and see what she's buying. As Yi Fan left, the three roommates exchanged puzzled looks. Is this a miracle? He actually seems worried about the school beauty? I can't believe I'm rooting for the school beauty now. Is this what it feels like to finally see things clearly? I bet $1 he's just pretending to be tough. But in reality he's going to help her carry the milk tea. By the time Yi-fan reached the milk tea shop, he saw Mu Xinxi holding several large bags of milk tea. He stepped forward, ready to help. "Let me carry those." But Mu Xinxi, her face pink and full of spring warmth, shook her head and protested sweetly, "No, I've got it. It's heavy." Yi-fan chuckled softly. Heavy. Did she really feel the weight? The one truly carrying the burden was him, but it didn't feel heavy at all. However, to the students watching from the milk tea shop, it was absurd. The school beauty, who never accepted drinks from other guys, was now buying milk tea for Yi-fan? And she was worried about him being tired? The school beauty was completely whipped. When Mu Xinxi returned with the large bags of milk tea, Yi-fan's roommates were utterly stunned. Just moments ago they had joked that Yi-fan would help Mu Xinxi carry the milk tea, but now she was back, both hands full, while Yi-fan strolled in empty-handed, more relaxed than anyone else. What a confirmed iron-hearted guy. How did he expect to find a girlfriend like this? Wait, scratch that. Yi-fan didn't need a girlfriend. He already had countless admirers, especially this gorgeous girl chasing after him. Who needed a girlfriend when you had someone like Mu Xinxi? After distributing the milk tea, the roommates got their drink simple pearl milk tea. But they were already more than satisfied. After all, this was milk tea from the school beauty. Then they saw Yi-fan's drink and nearly exploded with envy. His orchid latte milk tea was topped with a thick layer of plant-based cream, crushed nuts, pearls, coconut jelly, and it even had the paper sleeve he had asked for. Mu Xinxi had remembered everything Yi-fan had asked for and followed his preferences to the letter. It was clear how much she cared about him. Xiao Wu, feeling bitter, thought about his own experience. His girlfriend would complain if he didn't remember to adjust the ice in her matcha milk tea during her period. And here was Mu Xinxi, not even officially Yi-fan's girlfriend yet, doing everything he asked. Who wouldn't want a girlfriend like that? As Yi-fan happily sipped his milk tea, he noticed the resentful looks from across the room. Grinning, he paid no mind and continued reading his manga. "Aren't you going to study for the exam? What if you fail? We won't be able to save you then." Peng, who noticed Yi-fan had brought back a stack of comic books instead of study materials, and couldn't help but ask. Yi-fan raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Don't worry, the exam won't be a problem for me." Xiao Wu laughed. "If you really manage to get first place, I'll write my name backward." "Keep dreaming, buddy." "That's not necessarily true. People need to have dreams, they might just come true." Yi-fan casually glanced at the exercises on the table. They were all problems he already knew how to solve, and he came up with the answers in just a second. Why bother looking at them again? His roommates sighed. After teasing Yi-fan a bit, they returned to their books. Yi-fan had let go of any pressure, but they still had to focus on the upcoming exams to ensure they didn't fail. Yi-fan sipped his milk tea, hearing the sound of a pencil being sharpened nearby. He felt a slight pressure on his hand. Looking over, he noticed Mu Xinxi sitting next to him. But instead of studying, she had taken a small knife from her pencil case and was carefully sharpening pencils, one by one, making each pencil sharp and then neatly placing them back in the case. Finally, she handed the case to Yi-fan. "You'll need these for the exam." Her voice was calm and gentle, but the roommates sitting across from them heard her words clearly. What? Mu Xinxi had just spent all that effort sharpening pencils, and it was for Yi-fan? Goodness! What did Yi-fan do to deserve this? Yi-fan was a little surprised as well, but looking into Mu Xinxi's bright eyes, he accepted the pencils with a cheerful smile. Thanks. He understood her intentions. She didn't want him to hurt his hands by sharpening pencils himself. As Yi-fan took the pencil case, his roommates looked on with envy. Who wouldn't be jealous? Sigh, not everyone has Yi-fan's kind of luck. Later that evening, it was obvious that his roommates were trying to create an opportunity for Yi-fan. They came up with a bunch of poor excuses to leave early. Yi-fan couldn't help but laugh. Could they be any worse at acting? Their performance was full of holes. Let's go, Yi-fan said, noticing it was already dark outside. He signaled to Mu Xinxi that it was time to leave. Mu Xinxi had no objections. As they walked outside together, Yi-fan suddenly gave her a look. Sit down. Mu Xinxi looked up in confusion. Before she could react, Yi-fan placed his hand on her thigh. The smoothness of her skin lingered on his fingers. Her skin was so white, so soft. What are you doing? Mu Xinxi blurted out in embarrassment. Flustered, she bit her lip in shame as she looked at his handsome face. She could feel everything, every sensation from his touch, and her body trembled slightly, as if an electric current had run through her. If I really wanted to do something, you'd be screaming until you lost your voice, Yi-fan said with a teasing smile. Mu Xinxi's face turned even redder. her delicate features now fully flushed with embarrassment. Her lashes fluttered anxiously as she muttered, "You! Scoundrel!" Yi-fan burst into laughter. "Scoundrel? Be careful, or you'll regret calling me that." Mu Jinsi thought Yi-fan was about to do something improper, but instead, he simply picked her up and gently placed her on a bench near the flower bed. "Sit here and don't move. If I find out you've left, you'll regret it." Yi-fan warned her with a commanding look, giving her flushed cheek a light pinch. The warmth of his touch lingered on her skin, and Mu Jinsi could feel the heat spreading through her body. Her large, grape-like eyes blinked in surprise, and her ears burned with embarrassment. Would she dare move now? Definitely not. Knowing Yi-fan's personality, he might actually do something indecent. But what was he going to do? Mu Jinsi watched as Yi-fan walked away, confused. Yi-fan went to the campus convenience store. After buying some things, the cashier asked, "Alipay or WeChat?" "Alipay," Yi-fan replied, showing the QR code for payment. After paying, Yi-fan returned. From a distance, he saw Mu Jinsi still sitting on the bench, her small body curled up, and her pretty face still flushed. She looked like a little kitten, soft and obedient. Raising her would definitely be rewarding. Maybe letting her be a little wild at times would add to the fun too. Yi-fan crouched down in front of her and grabbed her ankle. "What are you doing?" Mu Jinsi exclaimed, trying to pull her foot back in embarrassment. "Be good, or I'll kiss you," Yi-fan said with a wicked grin as he moved his face closer to hers. Her lips were so close to his, and her warm breath brushed against his face, making him feel the heat. Her flustered and embarrassed expression made Yi-fan want to kiss her even more. Mu Jinsi immediately cried out, "I'll behave. I'll behave." "Good," Yi-fan smiled, pulling her foot out of her shoe. Her small foot was soft like jade, smooth and supple. Her toes were pale and slender, with nails tinged a delicate pink, contrasting beautifully with the blush of her foot's arch. But her heel, it was clear that her shoes had chafed her skin, leaving marks, some even tinged with blood, which made her delicate foot appear even more fragile and beautiful. This was a foot fetishist's dream come true. Yi-fan stared at her foot, his breathing becoming heavier. He wasn't normally into feet, but now he had the urge to kiss them. No wonder she looked so good in stockings, with feet like these. "What are you doing?" Mu Jinsi tried to pull her foot back again, clearly embarrassed. She wasn't used to having a man stare at her feet like this. "Disobedient again, huh?" Yi-fan raised his eyebrows, pretending to be annoyed. Mu Jinsi quickly lowered her head in submission, remaining silent. "You didn't even notice your shoes were chafing your skin," Yi-fan said with a hint of reproach. For a guy, this kind of pain was nothing. Especially for someone like Yi-fan, who was used to rougher conditions. But he couldn't bear to see Mu Jinsi's delicate feet suffer from such blemishes. A beautiful girl's feet deserve to be well taken care of, right? Yi-fan carefully disinfected her wounds and applied bandages before slipping her feet into the new slippers he had bought. His thoughtful actions didn't go unnoticed by Mu Jinsi. Her heart raced, and her breathing grew uneven. Most guys would have just made a passing comment and moved on, but Yi-fan's attention to detail caught her by surprise. "Wear heels less often from now on," Yi-fan said with a raised eyebrow. "You said you care about others, so don't torture me with those shoes, okay?" Mu Jinsi had been secretly pleased, but after hearing Yi-fan's words, all her feelings vanished. So, it was all for himself after all. No wonder he was so considerate. "Too bad. I'm going to wear heels as soon as I get back," Mu Jinsi retorted. "Go ahead, but if you do, I'll be watching videos all night," Yi-fan teased with a smile. "Hey you!" Her face flushed with anger. Why is it that she could never win against him? Yi-fan chuckled, seeing her at a loss for words. She was so childish, yet so adorable. And he loved her for it. When Hong Yi returned from his recovery, he immediately heard his friend talking about Yi-fan's impressive feats at school, and it made him grit his teeth in frustration. It seemed Yi-fan had stolen all the spotlight. If it weren't for Yi-fan, would the faculty goddess have started avoiding him? And would the school bully have beaten him up? But Yi-fan is really arrogant though, his friend mused. He's dead last in the entire school, and he still doesn't bother cramming for exams like everyone else. Has he just given up on himself? Hong Yi snorted. Who cares? If he fails, it's his problem. My grades are decent, so I'm definitely getting that third-place scholarship. His grades weren't the best, but ranking in the top 20 of the class was more than enough. That should be more than enough to crush Yi-fan's results. Hong Yi looked at Yi-fan, who was sitting there confidently playing a game. He seemed full of himself. Maybe fate was really on his side because, To Hong Yi's surprise, Yi Fan ended up sitting right next to him in the exam hall. KTSKTSK, what a rare opportunity. Well, what a coincidence, Hong Yi said, leaning on his hand with a smug look. Even if the campus beauty is chasing after you, do you think she can give you the answers to the test? In the end, you'll still need me. Yi Fan hadn't expected to be seated next to Hong Yi either. How annoying. Are you offering to give me the answers? Yi Fan replied, unimpressed. If you beg me, maybe I'll let you copy. Hong Yi scoffed. If I'm in a good mood, I might take pity on you and let you see some of the multiple choice answers. Otherwise, you'll just have to brace yourself for failure. Is that so? Yi Fan stared coldly at him. If I remember correctly, your grades aren't that great either. You've never gotten straight A's. The one time you scored 10 points higher than me in math, it was only because you begged the teacher for a better grade, and now you're acting all high and mighty? Anyone who didn't know better might think you're some kind of genius. That was one of Hong Yi's dark moments. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to remember it so clearly. Hong Yi's face flushed with anger. That was an exception. I was feeling unwell that day, and besides, I always get scholarships. Are you sure you'll get the top scholarship this time? Yi Fan asked. Well, Hong Yi hesitated. If you can't even get the top scholarship, why are you showing off? Yi Fan shot back, clearly uninterested in Hong Yi's bragging. Yi Fan's cold gaze made Hong Yi uncomfortable. He had been bested by Yi Fan too many times before. His only source of pride was his grades. This time he was determined not to be looked down upon. You talk like you're going to win the top scholarship yourself. Hong Yi growled through clenched teeth. You'll be lucky to even scrape by with the third-place scholarship. We'll see. Hearing the confidence in Yi Fan's voice, Hong Yi scoffed, wanna bet? Bet what? If you don't win a scholarship, you'll bark like a dog 3 times for me. And on top of that you'll owe me 5,000 yuan, Hong Yi said, full of arrogance. Sure, Yi Fan agreed instantly. With the system's help, he had no fear of not scoring high enough to win a scholarship. Hong Yi was secretly pleased. This guy really didn't know his own limits. He had no idea what kind of score he'd end up with, and yet he dared to make such a bet. A loser like him, thinking he could win a scholarship? What a joke. And what if I do win a scholarship? Yi Fan asked. Hong Yi tried to suppress his laughter but couldn't hold it in. Ha ha ha, you don't seriously think you'll win, do you? You never know until you try. What's the matter? Are you scared of a little bet? Yi Fan taunted, staring straight at Hong Yi. Scared? Me? No way. Alright, if you lose you'll have to crawl around me in front of the whole class, barking like a dog 3 times. And you'll owe me 10,000 yuan, Yi Fan smirked. Deal. I'm definitely going to win. Hong Yi was absolutely convinced Yi Fan stood no chance. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sly smile. This fool didn't even realize he'd walked into a trap. With the system's help, these university-level problems were no challenge for Yi Fan. Not only would he win 10,000 yuan, but he'd also get to see Hong Yi humiliated in front of everyone. How satisfying! Meanwhile, Hong Yi, clueless about the truth, was already celebrating in his mind. He thought this was a golden opportunity falling right into his lap. Everyone was envious of Yi Fan now, but just wait until he fell from grace, everyone would take a shot at him. And having Yi Fan submit to him would be the highlight of his day. Lately, Hong Yi had been running low on spending money. Hey, now there was a sucker about to hand over a pile of cash. When the exam papers were handed out, Hong Yi took a look and felt confident. The questions were tough, but he could handle them. If he had to work through them, there was no way Yi Fan could even pass, let alone win the top scholarship. What a dream! This win was too easy. If he'd known, he would have made the stakes even higher. He could have gained even more from this bet. He couldn't wait to record Yi Fan's humiliation and post the video at the top of the campus network. Hong Yi's mood brightened as he started answering the questions, but he kept his arm over his paper to prevent Yi Fan from copying. Don't even think about cheating. If you try, I'll report you immediately. Hong Yi glared at Yi Fan. He expected to see Yi Fan looking flustered. But to his surprise, Yi Fan covered his own paper and retorted, I should be the one saying that to you. No cheating. Hong Yi found Yi Fan's words laughable. Cheat off of Yi Fan? Please. Why would he want to copy such a lousy student? I couldn't care less about your answers. Just prepare to lose the bet, Hong Yi shot back. Yi Fan almost laughed out loud. The more boastful Hong Yi was now, the harder he'd be hit when reality came crashing down. Once you lose, even if you beg, I won't go easy on you, Yi Fan replied casually. Hong Yi just assumed Yi Fan was bluffing. How could he possibly lose? This was a guaranteed win. There was no way Yi Fan, with his terrible grades, could pass this test, let alone win a scholarship. Yi Fan ignored him and focused on the exam. These questions would have been difficult for him in the past, but with the system's help, he knew exactly how to solve them with just a glance. He breezed through the exam, solving each problem with ease. While other students were still scribbling notes and calculating on scratch paper, Yi Fan had already finished. "Teacher, may I turn in my paper?" Yi Fan's voice rang out, stunning the entire room. Was he joking? These were 4 full pages of math problems had he really finished them all. And in less than 20 minutes. Everyone turned to look and saw that it was Yi Fan who had spoken. Oh, never mind. Clearly he was giving up early. Hong Yi was even more pleased. Giving up already? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Who said I'm giving up? I've finished. Hong Yi glanced at Yi Fan's paper, ready to mock him. But to his surprise, he saw that Yi Fan had answered every question, even the difficult ones at the end. There's no way he solved them all correctly. Yi Fan must have just scribbled random answers. There was no chance a guy like him could solve these problems. While Hong Yi was in shock, the exam proctor gave Yi Fan a doubtful look. You should go over your answers again. Even guessing could get you a few more points. The proctor had seen this type of student before giving up early because the exam was too hard and failing miserably as a result. The teacher's remark made a few people chuckle quietly, including Hong Yi. Even the teacher could see that Yi Fan was hopeless. Yi Fan looked at the invigilator and calmly said, "Didn't you say we could submit our papers after finishing the questions?" "Well, I've completed everything, so there's no need for me to guess." The invigilator walked over, his expression darkening. He didn't appreciate students who disrupted the exam hall's order. Hong Yi noticed the stern look on the invigilator's face and secretly snickered. Hey, this invigilator was notorious for being strict. Now, he was sure Yi Fan was going to get chewed out. But just as Hong Yi was gleefully anticipating Yi Fan's scolding, something unexpected happened. The invigilator glanced at Yi Fan's test paper, and his severe expression morphed into one of surprise and joy. He had thought Yi Fan had submitted a blank paper. However, to his astonishment, the paper was filled with answers. Curious. The invigilator took a closer look at one of the more difficult problems. Boom! To his surprise, it was correct. Not only that, but Yi Fan had solved the problem using 3 different methods, as if mocking the question's complexity and the examiner's intelligence for daring to pose such an easy challenge. The invigilator quickly skimmed through the rest of the paper. Unbelievable, every answer was correct. He looked at Yi Fan with a mixture of surprise and admiration. This wasn't some slacker, this was a genius. Good, good. You can leave now. Keep up the excellent work, the invigilator said proudly. Hong Yi was dumbstruck. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The invigilator wasn't scolding Yi Fan? He was? Proud of him? And now Yi Fan was allowed to leave early. What was going on? Hong Yi's initial smugness turned into frustration. Before leaving, Yi Fan glanced at him meaningfully. Don't forget about our bet. Hong Yi clenched his pencil in anger. You're definitely going to lose. Yi Fan simply ignored him, knowing that getting a high score was already a certainty. He left the exam room confidently. Everyone else was still reeling from the shock of Yi Fan finishing so quickly, but realizing time was running out and their own exams were unfinished, they hurried back to answering questions. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Li Aigi exited their exam room and headed toward Yi Fan's. As usual, they figured Yi Fan would be the last one out. That's how it had always been. Yi Fan was usually the one who struggled the most, often one of the first to give up. After all, he could barely answer a few questions, and after graduating it seemed like he'd forgotten everything he'd ever learned. It was almost like he returned all his knowledge to the teachers out of gratitude. Though his roommates had forgotten most things too, they at least remembered more than Yi Fan. Hey, what are you guys standing around for? Came a voice from nearby. They turned and saw a tall, familiar figure lounging on a bench near the flower bed, casually playing on his phone. Yi Fan. When did you get out? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Li Aigi rushed over. This is a miracle. How did you finish earlier than us? Yi Fan sat up and smiled calmly. I was the first one out. I finished the exam in about 20 minutes. Everyone. This has to be a joke. Did you just give up on the whole thing? I mean, the math exam was tough, but there were still some easy questions. Why'd you turn it in so early? You could have at least waited and tried to copy something. Are you crazy? You do realize that midterms affect your overall grade, right? You're not planning to fail, are you? Everyone started scolding him. Yi Fan shrugged and laughed. Relax. I answered everything. This exam was way too easy. Xiao Wu rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. I'm pretty good at math, and I still struggled with some of the problems. Don't act like you found it easy. Lei Aigi chimed in, we should just face reality. Even if we bombed the exam, it's no big deal. Science and math have always been our worst enemies. Not only are you going down but so am I. Yi Fan replied casually, things have changed. You'll see. This time, I'm going to score high, and I'll even get the top scholarship. Confidence is good but arrogance is dangerous. I admit, you're great in many ways but scholarships depend on your grades. Xiao Wu sighed. Come on Xiao Wu, don't be so harsh. At least Yi Fan's great at sports. Maybe he'll get some extra points as a special talent, Li Agi added with a grin. Yi Fan wasn't upset by their doubts. After all, it was normal for them to be skeptical. It wasn't like they'd seen his sudden academic improvement coming. Winning the top scholarship did sound crazy, even to him, but he knew he could do it, thanks to the system. Don't worry, we'll see the scores soon enough. For now, how about I treat you all to dinner? Yi Fan said, wrapping his arm around their shoulders, grinning. Sure. If you're treating, I want an extra chicken leg, Xiao Wu said excitedly. I want the most expensive pickled fish from the cafeteria. Fat Tiger added, pumped up. Ha ha ha, I won't hold back either. Lei Aigi laughed cheerfully. Don't worry, I've got plenty of money, Yi Fan replied confidently. Well, being part of a wealthy family after a demolition really changes things. Plus, if your grades don't work out, you've always got a bunch of houses to inherit, Xiao Wu remarked. Exactly. Not only does Yi Fan get to inherit multiple properties, but he's probably going to marry a rich, beautiful girl too. How unfair is that? Lei Aigi clenched his fists in mock frustration. Yeah, not only will he inherit properties and marry a rich campus beauty, but he's also tall, handsome, and has loads of admirers. Damn, I can't believe I have such an amazing friend. Fat Tiger shook his head. To them, Yi Fan was nearly flawless. And for some reason Yi Fan had recently shot up in height. He used to be 1.78 meters, but now he stood at a solid 1.83 meters. On top of that, he had his own savings now. His family's properties were being demolished, and he was inheriting several new ones. Other than his grades, Yi Fan didn't have a single flaw. No wonder the campus beauty was chasing after him, it made perfect sense. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh at how his friends were praising him. Cut it out, you guys. When they reached the cafeteria, Yi Fan let them order whatever they wanted. As he tapped his meal card on the reader, the cafeteria lady suddenly paused and took the card out again. What's the matter? Yi Fan asked, confused. Maybe the card had been demagnetized. But it seemed fine when he checked it. No, it's just. Is something wrong with this card reader? The cafeteria lady was stunned. She had just seen an absurd number of zeros on the screen. It was the highest amount she'd ever seen on a meal card. Is that right? Yi Fan responded calmly. Yeah, I recharged it with that much. His friends crowded around, curious. Xiao Wu counted the digits and gasped. 10, 100, 1,000. Holy crap, did you just load 50,000 onto your card? Fat Tiger's eyes went wide, and he blinked several times, unable to believe what he was seeing. It was true 50,000. Why'd you put so much on your meal card? Xiao Wu asked, astonished. Yi Fan casually replied, well, we still have 2 years until graduation, and I'm too lazy to keep topping up my card. As soon as he said that, the jealousy in the room was palpable. For most students, having 2,000 yuan for living expenses per month already made them feel rich. But here was Yi Fan, topping up 50,000 yuan on his meal card. That was enough to eat at the cafeteria until it went bankrupt. Damn. That's insane, man. Xiao Wu's jaw practically hit the floor. I have to show this off on social media. How much did you get from that demolition? Lei Gi snapped a photo, amazed. Fat Tiger excitedly shouted, I'm sticking to you from now on. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, not much, just a few tens of millions. Just a few tens of millions? You actually said that with a straight face? Lai Gi nearly swore in disbelief. Yi Fan used to be the poorest among them, always borrowing money from his friends. Now, thanks to the demolition, he'd flipped the script and become a landlord overnight. Who wouldn't be envious? I guess I just got lucky, Yi Fan said, still feeling like getting the system was even luckier than winning the lottery. After his roommates showered him with more exaggerated praise, Yi Fan waved them off. Enough already, let's order some food. I'm starving. Not holding back, his roommates ordered several dishes heavy on meat. They found a quiet corner to sit down, ready to feast. But as soon as Xiao Wu took a bite, he spat it out, wrinkling his face in disgust. What the hell? There's way too much soy sauce in this braised pork. And they have the nerve to charge 8 yuan for this tiny portion? What a ripoff. Leggy chimed in. The cafeteria lady's hand must have been shaking again. I ordered a plate of boiled shrimp, and there's barely anything on it. These shrimp are so small, they're not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. And these sweet and sour ribs? It's all batter and barely any meat. The food in this cafeteria just keeps getting worse. I swear, do they even care about us students? Look, there's even a bug in my veggies. Are they trying to give us extra protein? Fat Tiger complained. Everyone felt like they'd struck out with their orders. The chef's cooking skills had clearly taken a nosedive. While it wasn't inedible, it was certainly ruining their appetite. As they grumbled, they noticed Yi Fan enjoying his meal without a care in the world, shoveling pieces of pork into his mouth, seemingly unaffected by the excessive salt. His appetite was so strong that Lai Yi and the others were left speechless. Has your sense of taste gone numb? That meat's way too salty. Stop eating. Xiao Wu hurriedly handed Yi Fan a glass of water, worried he might choke on the saltiness. It's fine, Yi Fan said casually. He had swapped his sense of taste with Mu Xinqi's, who was currently savoring a delicious fish and tofu soup. The fish had been perfectly pan-fried, its meat tender and fresh, and the soup was rich and creamy, garnished with green onions to mask any fishy smell. Yi Fan could practically imagine the pale, milky broth. As for the salty food his friends complained about, Yi Fan didn't taste it at all. Understanding their concern, Yi Fan graciously took a sip of water, but he couldn't help smacking his lips, still craving the taste of that savory fish soup. Meanwhile, Mu Xinqi wasn't having nearly as pleasant of a time. Her phone rang, and Yi Fan answered it. What are you eating? It's so salty. Mu Xinqi's voice was full of indignation and discomfort, sounding as if she was about to cry. Yi Fan could easily picture her pretty, pouty face on the other end of the line and couldn't help but chuckle. Just having lunch at the cafeteria. The food's not great. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Mu Xinqi said urgently before hanging up. Was that the campus beauty? Xiao Wu asked in surprise. Yeah, Yi Fan grinned. Looks like she's coming over. His roommates. Not long after, they saw Mu Xinqi storm into the cafeteria. But instead of heading straight for Yi Fan, she marched right up to the food counter. Her presence immediately brightened the entire cafeteria. All the male students couldn't take their eyes off her figure, completely forgetting about their food. What they didn't expect was for Mu Xinqi to slam her hand down on the counter and demand, "Bring out whoever's in charge of this cafeteria. How can you serve such terrible food to students? If you can't find a competent chef, I'll help the school hire one." Everyone froze. Nobody had expected Mu Xinqi to voice what they were all secretly thinking. It was almost touching. Not only was she beautiful, but she was kind-hearted too. Yi Fan nearly choked to death on how salty this food is. And there's a bug in the vegetables. How's that acceptable? This place needs serious improvement. Mu Xinqi declared, her voice ringing through the cafeteria. Suddenly, it all made sense to the students. I've heard of men going to battle for a woman's honor, but I've never seen a beauty standing up for a guy like this. Mu Xinqi's doing this for Yi Fan. Yi Fan's really living the dream. How did he get someone like her to care about him so much? If this actually leads to changes in the cafeteria, Yi Fan will be a hero to all of us. All eyes were on Yi Fan, filled with admiration and envy. Even Xiao Wu and the others gave him thumbs up. Dude, you've got some serious charisma. The campus beauties even got your back. Yi Fan rubbed his nose, a bit embarrassed but undeniably proud. It's nothing really. But inside, he was over the moon. It felt amazing. The cafeteria manager, thoroughly intimidated, wasted no time apologizing when he saw Mu Xinqi. He immediately offered to waive all of Yi Fan's meal costs and promised to overhaul the cafeteria's standards, including hiring new chefs to meet Mu Xinqi's satisfaction. Her intervention worked. That evening, not only was the cafeteria offering discounts, but the food quality had improved dramatically. The ingredients were fresher, the dishes tastier, comparable to restaurant fare. It was a cause for celebration. And Yi Fan? He became a legend, a hero in the eyes of every student at Hua Qing University. Everywhere he went, people looked at him with gratitude and admiration. Do you know him? He's the guy who got the campus beauty to tear into the cafeteria staff, which led to all these improvements. Now we have cheap, delicious meals thanks to him. Yeah, I used to hate eating here and always ordered takeout because the cafeteria was expensive and terrible. But after Yi Fan had one bad meal here, Mu Xinqi stepped in, and now everything's changed. I don't even feel jealous of him anymore. I love him for this. The cafeteria ladies don't skimp on portions anymore, and they even ask if I've had enough. We owe it all to him. This should go down in history." Those words of praise reached Hong Yi's ears. Grumbling to his friend, Hong Yi muttered, "What's so special about that? All he did was get the campus beauty to complain about the cafeteria. It's not like he did anything himself." But his friend gave him an angry glare. "I could punch you for saying that. Can you imagine how much he helped us? Thanks to him, we've been freed from the misery of cafeteria food." Hong Yi was stunned. He couldn't believe his own friend was siding with Yi Fan. But it was the campus beauty who complained, not Yi Fan. He didn't do anything. Hong Yi gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. "Can you get the campus beauty to complain for you?" This. Hong Yi was at a loss. Sure, he wanted the campus beauty to support him, but she wasn't interested. "If you say one more bad thing about Yi Fan, I'm going to punch you." His friend was clearly angry and left without giving Hong Yi another glance. Hong Yi was fuming inside. Why was everyone suddenly taking Yi Fan's side? It wasn't like Yi Fan was anything special. But the higher Yi Fan was lifted, the harder he'd fall. After all, tomorrow was the day when everyone's scores would be revealed. The next day came quickly, and the school's website posted all the exam results. Students could check their scores by entering their student numbers. When Yi Fan, Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Li Yi entered the classroom, they saw mixed reactions. Some students were thrilled, while others were clearly disappointed. I failed English again. And I only got 30 points in math. I probably won't even earn enough credits for the semester. It's all the fault of that impossible math exam. How was anyone supposed to score high on that? Right? All I want is to win a scholarship, but it's like an unattainable dream. Hong Yi, however, was feeling very pleased with himself. What's so hard about winning a scholarship? It's in the bag for me. Class rep, how much did you score? Everyone was curious. Hong Yi handed over his phone casually. Not that much, really. I didn't do as well as I could have. You're being modest. How is this not much? You passed everything. And you even scored a perfect 100 in English. That's amazing. Your math score is 20 or 30 points higher than mine. Class rep, no wonder the teachers never worry about you. I wish I could trade places with you. Your scores are incredible. You're probably in the top 5 of the class. I'm so envious that you'll get the scholarship. For someone like me, winning a scholarship is just a pipe dream. Hong Yi rubbed his nose, trying to downplay his obvious pride. It's all right. If I hadn't run out of time on the last question, my score would have been even higher. Yi Fan let out a quiet, mocking laugh. Hong Yi still couldn't kick his habit of bragging. It wasn't just Yi Fan. Xiao Wu and the others weren't too fond of Hong Yi either. TSK. So he did okay, but does he have to brag like that? Exactly. There are plenty of students who scored higher than him. He acts like he's the top of the grade. Hong Yi overheard their comments and his expression darkened. Fine, if you're so great, let's see who scored higher than me. Seeing Yi Fan walk in, Hong Yi raised his eyebrows triumphantly. You didn't forget about our bet, did you? What bet? A curious student asked. Hong Yi, puffing out his chest, explained. He arrogantly bet that he could win the first place scholarship. If he loses, he has to bark like a dog 3 times and give me 5,000 yuan. Everyone, including Xiao Wu and the others, was shocked. Wait, you really made that bet with him? Xiao Wu asked, clearly concerned. Fat Tiger leaned in and whispered to Yi Fan, first place scholarships have really high requirements. You have to be in the top 10 of the entire grade at least. Why would you make a bet like that? Even Li Yi looked troubled. He didn't want to see his good friend humiliated. Losing the bet would be a permanent stain, an embarrassing moment Yi Fan would never live down. Losing the money wasn't the issue. The real problem was being forced to bark like a dog in front of everyone. That would crush Yi Fan's pride. Seeing the worried looks on his friends' faces, Yi Fan reassured them, don't worry. I haven't lost yet. TSK, you're just in denial, Hong Yi sneered. Other students tried to intervene, speaking to Hong Yi. Come on, it was just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Yeah. The exam was tough this time. Let's just drop it. Be reasonable. Everyone says things they don't mean sometimes. Why make such a big deal out of it? But Hong Yi was firm. No way. I'm serious about this. If he made the bet and now refuses to own up to it, that's a problem with his character. If he won't honor the bet, it means he doesn't respect me as class rep. Hong Yi was genuinely angry. He was about to win, and now everyone was trying to let Yi Fan off the hook? What was so special about Yi Fan that everyone was defending him? The rest of the class exchanged uncomfortable glances, unsure what to do. They wanted to support Yi Fan, but if he backed out, it would seem like he was cheating on the bet. At the same time, they didn't want to see Yi Fan suffer such an embarrassing punishment. I haven't lost yet, Yi Fan replied coldly. Haha. So how many points did you get? Hong Yi asked smugly. I haven't checked yet, Yi Fan answered simply. Hong Yi scoffed. Afraid to check, are you? Let me do it for you. Without a second thought, Hong Yi rushed over to the classroom computer. The screen was already set up for viewing results, so he eagerly typed in Yi Fan's student number. Hong Yi's face was lit with excitement. This was it, Yi Fan was about to lose, and in front of everyone. Yi Fan would be humiliated beyond belief. Haha. If it were him, he'd probably want to crawl into a hole out of shame. Hong Yi was practically giddy with excitement. Even some of the girls in the class looked away, unwilling to watch. They didn't want to see their school idol lose the bet and be embarrassed like this. The boys sighed too, fearing the worst. Thud. With a press of the enter key, Yi Fan's results appeared on the screen. A collective gasp filled the room. That score. Is that even humanly possible? Oh my god. It's unbelievable. The girls who hadn't been watching grew nervous. Their idol must have really failed the exam. They were about to plead with the class rep, please, just let it go. Let it go. Why should I? He lost fair and square. But the voice wasn't Hong Yi's smug drawl, it was Yi Fan's smooth, confident tone. Wait, what was going on? The girls were completely confused. How could the class rep have lost? They quickly looked up at the screen. What they saw shocked them. The exam was scored out of 120 points. Political Studies 120 points. English 120 points. Math 119 points. Chinese 120 points. Finance 120 points. Comprehensive Economics 120 points. Everyone was speechless. It was a perfect score sheet. Everyone was in total disbelief, except for Yi Fan, who remained calm. Even Hong Yi, in a state of shock, repeatedly hit the F5 key to refresh the page. Refresh, refresh, refresh. But no matter how many times he refreshed it, the screen still showed a row of near-perfect scores. His throat felt dry, his heart raced. Was something wrong with his eyes? Why was Yi Fan's score nearly perfect? The room buzzed with excitement. Yi Fan, how did you pull this off? You're incredible. This isn't just being a top student, you're like a genius. How did you improve so quickly? Any study tips? Even Xiao Wu and the others stared at Yi Fan in disbelief, jaws practically on the floor. Did you stay up all night studying without us knowing? Wow. You've been secretly studying the whole time, haven't you? No wonder you seem so relaxed around us. I feel like an idiot now. Turns out my buddy is a hidden genius. Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed by his friend's compliments. He scratched his head and smiled. Well, I did put in some effort recently. Of course, the effort had mostly been spent using the system. After all, acquiring that particular skill had cost him some points, so it wasn't entirely effortless. The results were exactly as Yi Fan had expected. The system for academic excellence was truly amazing and did not disappoint. He had scored nearly perfect in every subject. Thinking about it, maybe he'd overdone it a bit. He probably should have left one question unanswered. This score was just too over the top. But seeing Hong Yi's dumbfounded expression was incredibly satisfying. I believe the bet was that if you lost, you'd crawl around me once, bark 3 times like a dog, and pay me 10,000 yuan, Yi Fan said with a playful smile, eyeing Hong Yi. Hong Yi felt a wave of shock course through his body. He had never expected to lose the bet. The whole reason he made it was to embarrass Yi Fan, not himself. Crawling around and barking like a dog would be humiliating enough, but the thought of handing over 10,000 yuan? That was unbearable. Aside from asking his parents for money, Hong Yi also had a part-time job, and he had taken out some small loans. His financial situation was already tight. Now, being told he had to pay Yi Fan 10,000 yuan? It was insane. How had Yi Fan managed to score so high? With these scores, he wasn't just in the top 10, he was likely the top student in the entire grade. There was no doubt Yi Fan would get the first-place scholarship. As Hong Yi stood there frozen in disbelief, one of the girls in the class called out mockingly, "Well, Yi Fan's won, so you have to honor the bet, right?" "Yeah, class rep. You're not going to back out now, are you?" "Of course not." The class rep has always been a man of his word. He even said earlier that if someone didn't honor a bet, it meant they had no integrity. If he goes back on his word, How could he continue to be our class rep? The sarcastic comments were obvious to everyone. Weren't these the same people who had been telling Hong Yi to let it go earlier? Now they'd completely changed their tune. Hong Yi gritted his teeth. There was no way he could back out now, but there was also no easy way to escape the situation. Frustrated, he slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "There must be an issue with the system. How could Yi Fan have scored that high? There must be a glitch that messed up the results." Yi Fan just smiled, unfazed by Hong Yi's tantrum. Someone suggested, "If you think there's a mistake, why don't you call the counselor and ask?" Hong Yi suddenly felt a surge of hope. There must be an error. How could Yi Fan, who was usually at the bottom of the class, have scored such amazing marks? Clinging to this last thread of hope, Hong Yi exclaimed, "Yes, I'll call right now." He quickly dialed the counselor's number, making sure to turn on the speaker so everyone could hear. Hong Yi expected Yi Fan to start panicking, but Yi Fan remained completely calm, casually leaning against the wall without a trace of fear. He's just pretending, Hong Yi thought. On the inside, Yi Fan must be terrified. Once the counselor confirms the mistake, I'll get the last laugh. "Hello?" came the voice of the counselor as she picked up. Hong Yi couldn't contain his excitement. "Teacher, this is the class rep. I think there's a mistake with Yi Fan's grades. His scores are almost perfect. Could there be a system glitch?" "Yes, there was an error," the counselor replied. A murmur ran through the classroom. "No way, they really messed up the scores. I knew something was off, no wonder my grades were so low." "Exactly. The top student has always been Mu Xingxi. Not even she scored this high. As much as I like Yi Fan, it's hard to believe he could suddenly score such incredible marks. Yeah, the exam was really tough this time. It would have been amazing if Yi Fan had actually done that well, he would have set a new school record." Yi Fan furrowed his brow. This was unexpected. Was there really an error in the results? No way. Hong Yi's excitement soared. "See, I knew something was wrong." He looked at Yi Fan triumphantly. "See, Yi Fan, you thought you could show off, but you're still the same bottom of the class student." Winning against Yi Fan was always a pipe dream. Now, he would have the chance to humiliate him publicly, maybe even post a video of it online. Hong Yi's mood was sky high. Soon he would get to rub Yi Fan's defeat in his face over and over again. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and the others were starting to feel worried. They had been so happy for Yi Fan, thinking he might win a scholarship and bring honor to their dorm. But now, it looked like it had all been a mistake. Yi Fan would probably be crushed. Xiao Wu patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, offering silent support. Fat Tiger gritted his teeth. "If Hong Yi tries anything, I'll knock him out." Lei Gi nodded. "I'll back you up. He won't lay a hand on Yi Fan." Seeing his friends stand by him, Yi Fan felt touched. Actually, the error was in the system. Yi Fan's math score should be 120. He's the only student to have scored perfect marks in every subject. The counselor announced, her voice full of excitement. "He's a total genius." The smile froze on Hong Yi's face. He could hardly believe his ears. Yi Fan had a perfect score? "Teacher, you must be joking, right?" Hong Yi stammered, unable to accept the reality. "Of course I'm not joking. Who would joke about grades?" There was a small error with the 5th question in the math section. The teacher had written the wrong answer, but it's been corrected now. Yi Fan's score has been adjusted to reflect that he's the only student with full marks. The counselor explained. He felt like he was going to pass out. Not only had Yi Fan not failed, but he had also gotten perfect scores in every subject. If Hong Yi had known, he wouldn't have made that call, he had only humiliated himself. The classroom erupted with excitement and awe. Wow! Full marks in every subject? I can't even imagine that. I've always known Yi Fan was smart, but he never really applied himself. Now that he's actually studying, he's outclassed the entire school. No wonder I never saw him studying. He's a genius. We normal people can't even come close, no matter how hard we work. The campus beauty sure knows how to pick them. Some people used to mock Yi Fan, but it turns out he's the best of all. To Hong Yi, the praise ringing out around him was deafening and unbearable. Yi Fan could see the visible frustration on Hong Yi's face, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Humph! Take that, Hong Yi. You've lost fair and square. You lost, Yi Fan said, raising an eyebrow as he extended his hand. So, how do you want to pay up Alipay or WeChat? No way. You must have cheated. Hong Yi, refusing to admit defeat, yelled frantically at the counselor. Wasn't there some sort of leak? There's no way Yi Fan could have improved so dramatically otherwise. The counselor responded sternly. The exam questions were kept confidential, and there was no leak. At first we also thought maybe Yi Fan had memorized the answers. But after reviewing his math test, we found that for each problem, he provided at least 3 different solutions, ones that even the math teacher hadn't considered. The entire room gasped in disbelief. Yi Fan had correctly solved a question that even the math teacher had gotten wrong. If anything, that made Yi Fan seem even more impressive. Unbelievable. I couldn't even come up with one solution, and he had multiple. Yi Fan is amazing. And to think some people accused him of cheating. If you think you can do it, then why don't you try? This just proves Yi Fan is a treasure. I used to think he was crazy for not accepting the campus beauty's affection, but now I realize how wise he was. Honestly, she's not even on his level anymore. All those who once doubted Yi Fan were now in awe, praising him. Yi Fan had accomplished the impossible. He wasn't just handsome, tall, and well off, he was a genius too. He seemed perfect in every way. Now, all the girls in the class were flocking to him, eager to get his attention. Yi Fan, you're incredible. You solve such difficult problems. Can you help me with a few of the questions I struggled with? Move over. Yi Fan, how about we go to the bookstore after school and pick out some study materials together? Yi Fan, will you tutor me at home? I didn't do so well on the exam and need some comfort. One by one, the girls batted their eyes and competed for his attention, each trying to catch Yi Fan's gaze. Watching this unfold, Hong Yi was fuming. How had Yi Fan gone from last place to first? It was a complete slap in the face. Feeling humiliated, Hong Yi started heading for the door, but Xiao Wu quickly blocked his path, grinning. What's wrong? Weren't you going to honor the bet? Hong Yi was mortified. He could feel everyone's eyes on him, including Yi Fan's mocking gaze. Trying to run away? Yi Fan asked, his voice laced with amusement. Hong Yi's face flushed red with shame. His toes curled in embarrassment, and he was ready to sink into the ground. No, I was just going to the restroom. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. You can do that after you fulfill the bet. Hong Yi wished he could slap himself for making the bet in the first place. He had dug his own grave. With so many people watching, there was no way out. But if he followed through with the bet, he'd be humiliated beyond repair. Some students couldn't help but taunt him. Come on, class rep. Don't back out now. Yeah, you were so tough earlier. Now that you've lost, are you really going to try and slip away? Hong Yi was trapped. He had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to get down on the floor. Just then Yi Fan casually hooked his foot under Hong Yi's collar, pulling him back up. Forget it. I'm not that cruel. Just apologize to me, and we'll call it even, Yi Fan said, looking down at Hong Yi. He didn't want to blow things out of proportion. If he pushed too hard, it could lead to trouble, and being labeled as a bully wasn't something he wanted. Hong Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected Yi Fan to let him off so easily. No crawling, no barking like a dog. But that cold, aloof expression on Yi Fan's face irritated him. It was as if Yi Fan was being magnanimous, like he was doing Hong Yi a favor. Sorry, Yi Fan. I was wrong. Hong Yi finally spat out, swallowing his pride to avoid further punishment. The surrounding students erupted in praise for Yi Fan. Yi Fan is so gracious. Even after all that, he didn't hold a grudge against the class rep. No wonder he's my idol, so kind and honorable. As he listened to the admiration, Hong Yi's resentment grew. Yi Fan's kindness? It was all an act, a way to look good in front of everyone. Just as Hong Yi was stewing in frustration, Yi Fan spoke up again. Alipay or WeChat? What? We agreed if I won, you'd give me 10,000 yuan, Yi Fan reminded him. You're not planning to skip out on that, are you? Hong Yi's face turned even darker. 10,000 yuan was no small sum for him. With everyone watching, there was no way out. Reluctantly, Hong Yi scanned Yi Fan's payment code and transferred the money. Alipay 10,000 yuan received, the phone's notification chimed. Hearing that, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Not only had he aced his exams, but he'd also made 10,000 yuan a win-win situation. With the money now in his account, Yi Fan slung his arm around his roommate's shoulders. Let's go grab some good food. Ha ha ha, yes. Let's eat well tonight. His roommates were just as thrilled. As they left, Hong Yi was left seething, clenching his teeth. It was bad enough that everyone was ignoring him, but he'd also just lost 10,000 yuan. To make matters worse, word spread that, due to the correction of the math problem, Hong Yi had lost a point, causing him to fail math. This meant he was now ineligible for the scholarship. Suddenly, Hong Yi became a laughingstock. Didn't the class rep boast about getting a scholarship? Looks like he won't be getting one this time. Serves him right for being so arrogant. Karma. I loved seeing Yi-fan put him in his place. Hong Yi has always looked down on people, but now he's the one who's been humiliated. The sneering comments from the classmates, many of whom Hong Yi used to consider beneath him, only fueled his rage. This couldn't end here. If Yi-fan thought he could walk away with the top scholarship, Hong Yi would make sure that didn't happen. He would find a way to ruin Yi-fan and strip him of his reputation. That afternoon, in another classroom. Xin Ci, have you checked your results yet? Xiao Yu asked Mu Jingyu Xi. Mu Xin Ci was reading a book and responded casually, not yet. Well, with your skills you're probably first in the grade again, Xiao Yu said confidently. It had been the same for over 2 years. In every exam, Mu Xin Ci always ranked first. Everyone had come to expect it. Mu Xin Ci smiled faintly. She was confident in herself. She had answered all the questions on the test without much trouble. She didn't even need to think about it. First place was hers, as usual. Just then, a group of girls sitting in front gasped loudly. That's such a high score. The exam was so difficult, but someone got a perfect score. Hearing that, Xiao Yu grinned. Of course that must be Xing Ci. She always scores well. No, I didn't get a perfect score. I checked my answers and made some mistakes, Mu Jing Ci interjected, placing a hand on Xiao Yu's arm. What? Xiao Yu was surprised, as she hadn't expected this. Then who got the perfect score? Mu Xin Ci's face paled slightly. Who could have scored higher than her? That had never happened before. One of the girls in front, blushing, replied shyly. It was Yi-fan. Yi-fan? Mu Xin Ci blurted out, her calm demeanor instantly shattered. This sounded completely absurd. Xiao Yu also found it hard to believe. No way. Is there a mistake? He's always been at the bottom of the grade. One of the girls confidently replied, the school's official account has already posted the results. There's no mistake. What's wrong with someone working hard and turning things around? It's like they say, life has its ups and downs. Another girl added admiringly, he's exactly my type, tall, handsome and smart. How can someone be so perfect? Mu Xinci immediately checked the school's official page, and what she saw left her stunned. Perfect scores in every subject. Even Xiao Yu, who was looking over her shoulder, was in complete shock, her jaw dropping. Is he some kind of genius? Full marks in every subject, that's insane. Xiao Yu, embarrassed by her previous comments, admitted, I guess he was just hiding his true abilities. His grades are incredible. I was wrong to underestimate him earlier. Turns out I'm the shallow one. Turning to Mu Xinci, Xiao Yu gave her a thumbs up. Now I get why you took a liking to Yi-fan. You've got great taste. I mean, who else has ever gotten perfect scores in every subject? He's a real hidden gem. Mu Xinci was equally astonished. Xiao Yu was notoriously picky, rarely giving compliments to any guy. So for her to praise Yi-fan meant he truly was exceptional. Mu Xinci blushed. She hadn't even been pursuing Yi-fan, but due to the whole incident of them swapping sensations, everyone had gotten the wrong idea. Yet for some reason she wasn't angry about the misunderstanding. In fact, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Was she going crazy? After hanging out with his friends, Yi-fan drove to the Yan family garden. He hadn't visited the villa there yet, and he was excited to check it out. After all, there was a Shelby supercar parked in the garage, and after driving his Koenigsegg for so long, he thought it would be nice to switch things up and take the Shelby out for a spin. Yi-fan soon arrived at Villa 215 in the Yan family garden, and he was blown away by what he saw. The villa was even more luxurious than the Mu family's home. It must have covered over 3,000 square meters. A house this big would need at least 4 or 5 housekeepers just to keep it clean. The place was so vast that you could easily get lost, and it even had its own elevator. It was far more extravagant than Yi-fan had ever imagined. The villa had everything: private dining rooms, a tea house, a gym, a music room, a yoga studio, an esports room. Anything Yi-fan could think of, it was there. Yi-fan was ecstatic as he explored the villa. The place was so huge that he ended up getting a little dizzy from walking around. He could hardly believe that his first home was this massive. Feeling a surge of excitement, Yi-fan rushed to the garage to see the Shelby supercar. The car was sleek, stylish, and luxurious, even more impressive than his Koenigsegg. Taking the car for a spin, Yi-fan felt the adrenaline rush of speeding down the road. It was thrilling. The system had really hooked him up this time. What a car. After enjoying the ride, Yi-fan decided it was time to leave. The house was too large to manage by himself, and it seemed a waste to leave it unattended. He realized he would need to find a butler and some staff to take care of the place. But that would take some time. For now, he decided to leave the property in the care of the local management office. Heading to the property management office, Yi Fan approached the manager and handed him the keys to the villa. "Hi, here are the keys to Villa 215 in Yan Family Garden." The manager, sizing Yi Fan up, spoke dismissively. "Oh, you must be the butler. Just leave the keys and go." He gave Yi Fan a once-over, noting his youthful appearance. Too young to be the owner, he thought. Clearly, the real owner must be a wealthy woman after all. Rich ladies these days like to hire young, good-looking butlers to avoid suspicion from their husbands. The manager sneered slightly at the thought. "I'm not the butler," Yi Fan replied calmly. "I'm the owner." The manager was so shocked that he nearly fell off his chair. What? It was hard to believe. Villa 215 had been purchased outright, no mortgage, just paid in full. But standing before him was a young, handsome guy. Even for a second-generation heir, it seemed unlikely that someone this young would buy such an expensive property without help from their parents. And yet Yi Fan was claiming to be the owner. "You're Yi Fan?" The manager checked the name of the owner and still seemed skeptical. "Yes," Yi Fan replied, raising an eyebrow. "Do you need to see my ID?" Yi Fan could tell the manager had underestimated him, but he didn't take offense. After all, it wasn't every day you saw a university student buying a massive villa on their own. No, that won't be necessary." The manager quickly backpedaled, now wearing a big smile. "Don't worry, we'll take excellent care of your property. Our management services are top-notch, you won't be disappointed." Realizing that Yi Fan was no ordinary person, the manager became overly polite, knowing it was critical not to offend such a wealthy client. If Yi Fan filed a complaint, his job could be in jeopardy. "Good to hear," Yi Fan said, handing over the keys. The manager accepted the keys with both hands, as if they were a precious treasure, and nodded eagerly. "Can I get you some fruit or snacks? I'll go buy them right away." "No need. I have things to do," Yi Fan declined, uninterested in dealing with such a sycophant. Of course. "Please take care," the manager said, escorting Yi Fan out with exaggerated deference. As Yi Fan climbed into his Shelby and drove off, the manager's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He didn't recognize the make of the car, but from the looks of it, it was worth a fortune. He was kicking himself for nearly offending such a big shot. If only he'd treated Yi Fan better, maybe he could have struck up a more beneficial relationship. While the manager regretted his actions, Yi Fan drove away, completely unaware that this key handover might cause him trouble in the future. Yi Fan, still buzzing with excitement from the speed and power of his Shelby, eventually returned to the Mu family home. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Mu Xinxi coming down the curved staircase. Without warning, she asked, "I heard you ranked first in the grade?" Her pouting red lips and fierce expression, paired with her long legs in black stockings, gave her a commanding presence that was impossible to ignore. She looked like a queen standing on the stairs. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat at the sight of her. It looked like she was here to settle some scores. After all, Mu Xinxi had always held the top spot in the grade. Now Yi Fan had outdone her without even meaning to, taking her place at the top. Given Mu Xinxi's strong personality, she was bound to be upset. "Ahem, yeah," Yi Fan said, standing tall and trying to act unfazed. With the system backing him, why should he be afraid of Mu Xinxi? Mu Xinxi stormed down the stairs, rushing toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan braced himself, expecting her to unleash a tirade of angry words. But instead, she surprised him. "Well done. How did you manage to get perfect scores in all subjects? I messed up the last question in math, but you managed to solve it with 3 different methods," she said excitedly. Yi Fan was stunned. This was not the reaction he had anticipated. Mu Xinxi's eyes sparkled with admiration, completely captivated. Who wouldn't enjoy being admired by such a stunning campus beauty, especially someone like Yi Fan? It was the first time he had ever seen this look of admiration from her. Scratching his head, Yi Fan said modestly, "It wasn't a big deal. I didn't study that much." "Then it must be pure talent." Mu Xinxi gasped in amazement. She didn't doubt him for a second, given that she had experienced everything Yi Fan did during their sensation exchange. Every move he made was clear to her. Yi Fan didn't deny it. After all, with the system, wasn't he essentially gifted? "You're a genius." "It's incredible that I swapped sensations with a genius," Mu Xinxi said, looking at her hands in disbelief. "I never realized you were hiding so much." Initially, Mu Xinxi had thought exchanging sensations with someone was an awful experience, but now her opinion had completely shifted. Yi Fan was amazing, she had just failed to see his brilliance before. She had always appreciated talented people, and now it was clear that Yi Fan was exceptional. If anyone was in the wrong for overlooking him, it was her. Yi Fan was beyond excited by her praise. This was a clear sign that he had won Mu Xinqi's approval, and it felt amazing. While Yi Fan was basking in the moment, he suddenly felt a light touch on his throat, causing him to flinch. "You're still sensitive here. Come on, I'll put some medicine on it," Mu Xinqi said, her tone warmer than ever. Yi Fan was taken aback. Before, getting Mu Xinqi to help with something as simple as applying medicine had been a challenge. But now, she was so eager that she practically pushed him onto the bed. Seeing the beautiful and alluring Mu Xinqi up close, Yi Fan swallowed nervously. Suddenly, it struck him just how dangerous it was for a guy when a girl was this enthusiastic. It was just about applying medicine, but glancing at her stunning face, Yi Fan began to feel embarrassed. "Hey, this was like an unexpected bonus. Before I was a bit harsh and reckless," Mu Xinqi said shyly, her voice soft. "But I didn't mean any harm." "Huh?" Yi Fan looked up, confused. Had she really changed her attitude this much? "And in the future, could we study together?" Mu Xinqi asked, her face slightly flushed. "I didn't do as well as you this time, but that doesn't mean I can't beat you next time." Despite her embarrassment, her determination was evident. Yi Fan's moment of excitement quickly faded. Ah, so that's what this was about. Mu Xinqi wasn't interested in him romantically, she just wanted to study with him to improve her grades. So this is what it's like in the world of academic overachievers. "Sure, no problem," Yi Fan replied. After all, how could he refuse a request from the campus beauty? Plus, she was just too cute. Who wouldn't want to be the tutor of the most popular girl in school? The system has detected intimate interaction with Mu Xinqi. You have been awarded 500 points. The system finally chimed in, rewarding Yi Fan with points, which made him even more pleased. Without hesitation, Yi Fan opened the system panel and initiated a lottery spin. Congratulations! You have gained the Skill Talent Appraisal, which allows you to accurately assess individuals who can generate profit for your company. Congratulations! You have gained the Skill Understanding People, which allows you to recognize a person's character and abilities, enabling you to assign roles efficiently. Both of these skills were extremely useful for Yi Fan. He was now the largest shareholder of GIU Media, and tomorrow was the company's welcome event. It would be his first time meeting the employees. To ensure GIU Media was set on the right track, these skills were indispensable. With these skills he could identify profitable talents. This was a guaranteed win. The next day, the sun shone brightly. A brand new Shelby supercar pulled up to the entrance of the office building, immediately attracting the attention of onlookers. In a building where luxury cars were rare, with most people driving Mercedes or BMWs at best, the sight of a flashy Shelby supercar caused a stir. The women were especially excited. That car looks so expensive. Riding in the passenger seat must feel amazing. Quick, take pictures and post them online. I've never seen a car like this in person, it's my first time. Even the men couldn't help but sigh in envy. While this guy effortlessly drove a luxury car, they, the office workers, had to make do with shared bikes. One of the guys, trying to dampen the excitement, muttered to the women, "Anyone driving a car like that is probably some old, pot-bellied guy. Do you really want to marry someone like that?" Hearing this, the women's enthusiasm faded. As much as they dreamed of riding in such a car, they couldn't help but picture it being driven by a middle-aged, balding man. There weren't that many tall, rich and handsome men in real life. They might as well stop dreaming. Sensing the women's disappointment, the men were feeling a bit smug. "Honestly, riding my electric scooter isn't that bad. You don't even need to worry about parking, and you can go anywhere you want." Compared to some greasy old man, they figured they were much better options. Just as they were enjoying their small victory, one of the women gasped, "Wow, he's so handsome." The guys, feeling even more self-assured, grinned. Really? I think so too. You could say I'm the Brad Pitt of Shanghai." But before they could revel in the compliment, one of the women snapped, "Stop being so narcissistic. She's not talking about you." The men were confused. "Wait, what?" one of them muttered, looking toward the source of the commotion. And then they saw him. Descending from the Shelby supercar was a tall, handsome young man. He had a lean, athletic build, sharp eyes, and a chiseled jawline. Wearing a crisp white shirt, he practically glowed in the sunlight, radiating confidence and charm. He was the kind of man who could make anyone feel inferior with just his presence. The men's faces turned red as they watched, completely overshadowed. "Who said the driver would be some old man? This is a real prince," one of the women swooned. The men admitted defeat. I'll give him that. In the looks department, I can't compete. It was infuriating he wasn't just good looking, he was driving an expensive car too. How were they supposed to measure up? With both the admiration of the women and the envy of the men, Yi Fan walked confidently into the office building. Today was his first day meeting the employees at GIU Media. Inside the building, a shareholder named QI was making his way to the elevator when he heard the excited chatter of the female employees. "Who's that? He's so handsome." "Yeah, he's coming this way, and my heart is racing." In addition to their surprise, there was an unmistakable excitement in their voices. QI frowned. Could this be the new shareholder? The one with the surname Yi? Shareholder QI was not fond of the newcomer, especially knowing that Zhu Kaiwen, the company's executive, held the new shareholder in high regard. This only made QI more resentful. Previously, QI had been the largest shareholder in the company. But ever since this young man came along, he had taken over that position, becoming a revered figure in the company. QI couldn't stand it. What irked him even more was that today, Shu Kaiwen had gone out of her way to organize a special welcome event for this new shareholder. The entire company seemed to be making a big deal out of it. QI thought bitterly when he first arrived, there was no such fanfare for him. Why should this newcomer get such a grand reception? As QI glanced outside, his annoyance turned into disdain. Hey, just a pretty boy, he thought. Someone like him probably just uses his looks to fool girls. Could he really have any money? QI simply couldn't believe it. He knew rich second-generation kids who spent their money on girlfriends and parties, not on investments in a company. This guy probably wasn't any different, a playboy hoping to land a rich sugar mama. Scoffing, QI dismissed the newcomer without a second thought. But then something surprising happened. The young man confidently pressed the button for the high-level executive elevator and entered it. QI's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the female employees outside gasped. Oh no, they thought. This handsome guy just got into the elevator with QI shareholder. Everyone in the company knew QI had a bad temper, and he was especially particular about the elevator. It was reserved for senior executives only, and lower-level employees and interns were not allowed to use it. Anyone who overstepped that boundary had to face QI's wrath. The female employees began trying to signal to Yi Fan. Hey, you're in the wrong elevator. This one's for staff members only. One of them called out. You must be new here. We'll show you to the right one. This elevator is reserved for executives, another said helpfully. QI, now visibly annoyed, glared at Yi Fan. What are you waiting for? Get out. He had already prepared himself to savor the moment when this pretty boy would nervously apologize and scurry out of the elevator. QI loved seeing guys like him grovel. It gave him a sense of superiority. Sure, the young man might have looks that attracted women, but in the end, he'd still have to bow down to someone like QI. But instead of backing down, Yi Fan looked at QI calmly and said, This is the executive elevator, right? Then I'm exactly where I should be. The female employees were left speechless, and even QI found himself stunned, his mind going blank. Was this guy out of his mind? You? An executive? Who do you think you are, daring to share an elevator with me? QI barked, his voice rising in frustration. What department are you from? I'm going to report you. QI was confident that the mere threat of a complaint would send the young man scrambling to apologize. Outside, the female employees began to worry for Yi Fan. QI was really going to make life difficult for him. But to everyone's surprise, Yi Fan shrugged and said, What department are you from? I'll fire you. QI's jaw dropped. Was this kid insane? As QI fumed, Yi Fan nonchalantly pressed the button to close the elevator doors and selected the 5th floor. Now QI was really furious. This pretty boy was completely ignoring him. This was too much. Hey, what's your name? You think this is a joke? You're about to get fired, QI shouted, stepping closer. Ding, ding. The elevator doors opened. Without sparing QI a glance, Yi Fan walked out. Seething with rage, QI rushed after him, grabbing Yi Fan by the shoulder. Hey, I'm talking to you. But before QI could say anything else, Yi Fan swiftly threw him over his shoulder, slamming him hard onto the ground. Thud. QI landed painfully on his back, his body immediately stiffening in pain. Mess with me, and this is what you get, Yi Fan said icily, glaring down at him. QI groaned, clutching his back in agony. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, followed by a familiar voice filled with surprise. The shareholder. It was Zhu Kaiwen. QI looked up to see Zhu Kaiwen, shocked by the scene in front of her. She wasn't alone, several other employees had gathered as well. In that humiliating moment, QI realized that not only was his boss witnessing his downfall, but so were his subordinates. The sight of them struggling to hide their smirks only added to his shame. But what truly crushed QI's spirit was what Zhu Kaiwen said next. "Yi shareholder?" In disbelief, QI's gaze locked onto Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood tall and composed, his expression cold and intimidating, with an air of authority that dwarfed QI's presence entirely. You're the new shareholder," QI stammered, his voice shaking. No wonder this kid dared to ride the executive elevator and act so brazenly. He was the new shareholder. Ignoring QI, Yi Fan turned to Zhu Kaiwen and said coolly, "You should discipline your subordinates better." Zhu Kaiwen shot QI a disdainful glance. "What did you do?" QI's face burned with shame as he scrambled to his feet. "I didn't do anything. He hit me first. If I recall correctly, you were the one who insulted me and made the first move." "I was simply defending myself," Yi Fan replied, raising an eyebrow. The surrounding employees couldn't help but admire Yi Fan's boldness. So impressive. Everyone in the company had suffered under QI shareholders' tyrannical behavior. He was notorious for mistreating subordinates and making them run errands for him. But now, the new shareholder had arrived and immediately put QI in his place. It was incredibly satisfying. Not only was Yi Fan rich, but he was also incredibly handsome. The female employees who had encountered Yi Fan earlier were now buzzing with excitement. "So he's Yi's shareholder? Wow. He's even younger than we expected. And so handsome. He just raised the company's overall attractiveness level. He's so cool. If he stays at the company, I'll never take a day off. Just seeing him would motivate me to work harder." Even the male employees couldn't help but respect Yi Fan after witnessing the takedown. That over-the-shoulder throw? Flawless. It was something they had all secretly dreamed of doing to QI at some point. How could one guy have it all: good looks, martial prowess, and wealth? Life really wasn't fair. Meanwhile, Zhu Kaiwen didn't even bother siding with QI. Instead, she reprimanded him, "You need to work on your attitude. Apologize to Yi shareholder immediately." QI felt like the world was collapsing around him. "You've got to be kidding. He's the one who hit me, and now I'm the one who has to apologize?" Shareholder QI had been investing in the company for a long time and considered himself a veteran. How could this newcomer overshadow him? "I stand by what's right, not who's been here the longest. If you don't apologize, you might as well not come back to the company," Zhu Kaiwen said coldly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. She had worked with Yi Fan before and knew that if he had acted, it was because QI must have done something wrong. She had tolerated QI's arrogant and overbearing behavior in the past because of his connections and investments. But this time, he had gone too far. Seeing Zhu Kaiwen upset, QI panicked. He had liked her for a long time, and the whole reason he had invested in this company, which clearly wasn't very profitable, was to impress her. If she started avoiding him because of this, all his efforts would be in vain. "Fine. I'll apologize." Q grumbled reluctantly, turning to Yi Fan and forcing out the words, "I'm sorry." Even though he apologized, his tone was filled with arrogance, as if he didn't mean it at all. Yi Fan had seen plenty of people like QI in university arrogant and insincere. He didn't bother engaging any further. "Yi shareholder, this way," Zhu Kaiwen said with a graceful smile, inviting Yi Fan into the company. She subtly signaled to her assistant and the staff. Within moments, a celebration began. Confetti and streamers filled the air, and the employees lined up neatly in 2 rows, bowing respectfully toward Yi Fan. "Welcome, Yi shareholder." They greeted in unison. Another staff member quickly approached to offer refreshments. "Yi shareholder, would you like coffee, black tea, orange juice, or perhaps pure tea? We also have fresh fruits, cakes, macarons, and snacks. Please feel free to take whatever you like," another added. Watching all of this, shareholder QI felt his resentment growing. Why didn't he get this kind of treatment when he joined the company? It was completely unfair. "I'll take black tea," Q blurted out in frustration. But Zhu Kaiwen shot him a cold glance and said, "We weren't asking you." Her focus remained entirely on Yi Fan. Seeing the envy in QI's eyes, Yi Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. "I'll have black tea as well. Would you prefer it iced or hot?" Zhu Kaiwen asked attentively. "Iced, given how warm it is today," Yi Fan said, thinking briefly of Muzinsi. She loved iced drinks, and he couldn't help but imagine her cute face, likely making a fuss if he had chosen something hot. The thought of her playfully complaining made Yi Fan smile with affection, even though she wasn't there. Seeing Yi Fan's soft expression, Shu Kai-wen spoke again. Great. I'll personally make you a special iced lemon black tea. QI's jaw dropped. You'll make it yourself? When I asked you before, you wouldn't do it. Now you're making tea for him. Shu Kai-wen responded calmly. It's different. He's a VIP. She gave QI a stern look, silently warning him, don't mess with Yi shareholder again, or I won't be so polite. After all, Yi Fan had saved the company from financial ruin. Shu Kai-wen was extremely grateful, and if QI kept picking fights with him, she wouldn't hesitate to cut ties with QI. QI clenched his teeth. He asked for tea, and didn't get it. Yi Fan asks, and Shu Kai-wen happily agrees. The unfairness of the situation gnawed at QI. His bitterness only grew when he went to the break room and saw that Shu Kai-wen was using Dihang Pao tea leaves, an expensive blend that costs several $100s per pound. You're using Dihang Pao. That stuff is so expensive. When I asked for it, you wouldn't let me have any, and now you're just giving it to him? Isn't that a waste? QI shouted, barely containing his frustration. Shu Kai-wen looked at him with annoyance. I think it's worth it. Besides, I bought the tea, so I'll decide who gets to drink it. QI balled his fists in anger, feeling like fate itself was mocking him. Before Yi Fan had come along, Shu Kai-wen hadn't treated him this badly. But now, everything had changed. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, QI stormed outside to get some air, only to be met with an even more infuriating sight. A group of employees, especially the attractive female ones, were huddled around Yi Fan, showering him with attention. Yi shareholder, you're so handsome. I heard you're still a university student. What school do you go to? One asked eagerly. Did you train in martial arts? You seem really skilled. If you're here, we won't need bodyguards anymore. We'd all feel so much safer. Another chimed in. QI felt a surge of bitterness. The female employees had always given him forced smiles, but now they were genuinely delighted in Yi Fan's presence. Seething, QI couldn't stand it any longer. His mind raced as he came up with a way to regain control of the situation. He walked up to Yi Fan, ready to put him down. University students are usually very busy. How do you have so much free time? Unless, of course, you're attending some low-tier university or vocational school. If that's the case, I'd really be concerned about the company's future, QI sneered, taking the opportunity to boast. Unlike you, I graduated from BN University, a prestigious institution. I have vision and leadership skills. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, smirking. Oh, is that why you nearly led the company to bankruptcy? QI was left speechless. The surrounding employees couldn't help but laugh at his expense. What university did you go to? QI snapped, clearly flustered. BN's all right, a 211 school. But I went to a 985 university, Tsinghua University, Yi Fan responded confidently. He had entered Tsinghua as a special talent student, and although his grades were at the bottom of the class, it was still a top-tier school. QI's face paled. Tsinghua University? That was the school QI had dreamed of attending, but he had missed the acceptance cut by just a few points. Rather than retake the entrance exam, he had settled for BN University. And now, the university he had longed to attend was the very one Yi Fan had gone to? The female employees gasped in amazement. Wow, Tsinghua University is one of the best. You're a top student, one of them exclaimed. That's incredible. A total academic star. Another added, their admiration for Yi Fan growing even more. QI, now filled with regret, realized that his plan had backfired. Instead of putting Yi Fan down, he had given him an even bigger spotlight. The other employees became even more enthusiastic toward Yi Fan. Yi shareholder, if you'd like to take a break, we've prepared a private office for you. It's the best space in the building, with the most natural light and plenty of room, one of them explained. Yi Fan, pleased with the offer, smiled. As a university student, this was the first time he had experienced such treatment. All right, I'll check it out, he said. Led by the eager employees, Yi Fan was shown to his private office. But when he saw it, he was completely surprised. It wasn't just an ordinary employee's workspace, it was a spacious office, clearly decorated with care. The furnishings were carefully selected, with everything one could need. The leather chair looked imposing, and Yi Fan immediately sat down in it. Although he couldn't feel the softness of the chair himself, he could sense how comfortable Mu Xingqi must be feeling, lounging on her couch. This was too much. Yi Fan gazed out the window, taking in the view. From here he could see the tall buildings and the bustling traffic below. It felt grand, just like the scenes he had seen on TV. If he looked far enough, he could even catch a glimpse of the sea. This was perfect. It felt cool and pleasant in the summer, and would be warm and cozy in the winter. No wonder so many people wanted to be a big shot. The experience was truly amazing. They're giving him this office. Is this a joke? Q Gudong gritted his teeth in anger. He had his eye on this office before, but Xu Kaiwen had said it was already reserved, and now, it was being given to Yi Fan. The jealousy ate at him. Unable to hold back, Qi Gudong stormed out to confront Xu Kaiwen. What's going on? Why are they giving him this office? He's just a student. How many days can he even show up here? Isn't this a waste? Qi Gudong angrily shouted at Xu Kaiwen. Xu Kaiwen's eyes narrowed with a hint of displeasure as she placed her hands on her hips and looked at Qi Gudong. Giving him the office is not a waste. Don't forget, he's the majority shareholder. He has significant influence here. I'm the CEO, and I've made the decision. If you don't like it, you can leave. It was clear that Xu Kaiwen was genuinely unhappy. Qi Gudong had anger boiling inside him, but the mention of leaving made him back down. Although he hadn't invested in the company for profits, he was still making some returns. When the company had issues, he had considered pulling out. But now that things were stabilizing, he saw the opportunity for real money making. Why would he give up on a chance to make profits now? That would be foolish. Kaiwen, I'm not asking for special treatment. But at least be fair. I'm your friend. Qi Gudong's tone softened noticeably. There's no such thing as fairness in the workplace. I gave you a workspace without hesitation. Yours is the best, after Yi Fan's. It's you who's being greedy. Xu Kaiwen looked at Qi Gudong, a hint of frustration in her eyes. If you're really my friend, don't make this difficult for me. She turned and left, carrying the freshly made lemon tea. Qi Gudong clenched his fists in frustration, feeling utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Yi Fan sat comfortably in his chair, drinking the lemon tea Xu Kaiwen had personally prepared for him. Although he couldn't taste it, seeing Qi Gudong's jealous eyes from the shadows made Yi Fan's mood soar. It felt fantastic. There's an artist audition tomorrow? Yi Fan spotted a schedule and asked Xu Kaiwen. Yes, the company has only a few artists now, so we're planning to sign some new ones to act in upcoming projects, Xu Kaiwen replied with a gentle smile. If you're interested, Yi Fan, you can join the selection process tomorrow. Qi Gudong felt a pang of irritation at hearing this. He's just a university student. What can he possibly know about selecting talent? We'll end up signing all sorts of random artists. Yi Fan scoffed at Qi Gudong's complaint. Is it because I'm too handsome that you're judging me based on my looks? If that's my fault, fine. But if you underestimate me, that's on you. Yi Fan's gaze was sharp, his presence commanding. His words shook Qi Gudong, but they also made Xu Kaiwen's heart race. Xu Kaiwen, clearly impressed, immediately spoke up in Yi Fan's defense. Out of all the companies out there, Yi Fan chose ours. That alone shows his excellent judgment. I trust his vision. Hearing Xu Kaiwen's praise only made Qi Gudong more frustrated. His crush, Xu Kaiwen, was constantly siding with Yi Fan. It was infuriating. Fine. Let's see what kind of people he picks. Qi Gudong muttered angrily through gritted teeth. He was determined to show Yi Fan up tomorrow. No matter what choices Yi Fan made, Qi Gudong was ready to oppose him at every turn. But Yi Fan remained confident. After all, he had the system on his side, which guaranteed his excellent judgment. With two powerful abilities in his possession, talent identification and knowing people, and putting them to good use, he was sure he would make the best decisions. His future in the entertainment company, which was now partly his, depended on signing top-tier talent, which was crucial for the company's success. Noticing the time, Yi Fan decided it was time to leave. Xu Kaiwen personally escorted him to the lobby. He drove his Shelby supercar back to the Mu family estate. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the entrance, he found himself face to face with a familiar figure. Yi Fan, why are you back so late? Mu Xinxi, with her hair tied in a cute bun, looked adorable. She wore a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, her figure curvy and her long legs white and slender. Seeing her surprised expression, Yi Fan rested his hands on the steering wheel and smiled slightly. What's the matter? Miss me? Her cheeks flushed red instantly as she quickly shook her head. No. I wasn't missing you. I was just worried you'd be out late again and exhaust me. So you were worried about me? Yi Fan's smile widened. He loved teasing her. He enjoyed watching her face turn red as she tried, but failed, to argue with him. No, I wasn't. Stop twisting my words. Mu Xinqi's delicate face turned a deep shade of red, and her fair ears were now burning bright pink. To Yi Fan, her embarrassed reaction was simply charming. To hide her embarrassment, Muzinsi quickly changed the subject, her gaze falling on his car. Is this a Shelby supercar? Why did you change your car? Muzinsi looked surprised, then her face paled. You didn't rent it, did you? Where did you get the money? If you're short on cash, you can just tell me. Don't do anything illegal. Fan couldn't help but laugh. See, she was worried about him. She was so cute, with her soft, pink face. Especially with those big, watery eyes looking at him. Fan's heart melted. I did something illegal. What are you going to do about it? Fan's lips curled up mischievously. What could I do? I really don't want to end up sewing in prison. Muzinsi grumbled, though she still looked worried. Fan smiled as he saw through her tough act. She was worried about him, even if she wouldn't admit it. Actually, Fan wasn't bad at all. He had great potential. It would be such a waste if he strayed down the wrong path. It might not just be sewing. Maybe we'll also have to pick up the soap in prison. But don't worry, you'll be the one feeling it all. Fan sighed with a playful grin as he teased her again. Muzinchi's face flushed even redder, like a startled little rabbit. She quickly shook her head. No way. What did you do? Tell me, and I'll help you figure it out. Now, their fates were intertwined, and Muzinsi naturally didn't want anything bad to happen to Fan. Fan, however, burst into laughter, fully aware of her concern. You're way too easy to fool. You actually believe that? Huh? Muzinsi blinked, her long curled lashes fluttering like a dragonfly's wings, soft and innocent. When she realized she had been tricked, she balled her small fists and exclaimed, You lied to me. Go ahead, hit me. Fan leaned in close, his handsome face only inches from hers. He could clearly see her flawless, porcelain skin and her adorable pout of frustration. He teased her, saying, But remember, if you hit me, you'll feel the pain too. Muzinsi immediately withdrew her little fists, pouting her rosy lips. So, what's really going on? The car's mine. My family got some money from a demolition project, Fan replied with a playful grin. Feeling better now? As he spoke, he playfully flicked Muzinsi's nose. Even though he couldn't feel the touch, he could still see her reaction clearly. She looked startled, like a little rabbit, her ears twitching and her chest rising and falling in sync with her breaths. So soft. So white. So cute. Fan couldn't help but smile. Well, that's good. Then, Muzinchi's ears turned red, her soft voice filled with relief. So, it was because of the demolition money. Muzinsi had experienced a similar situation when her villa was demolished, so she knew it could bring in a lot of money. Now Fan's sudden wealth made sense. She felt a bit guilty for doubting him earlier. Even though he could be a little reckless, deep down, he was a good guy. With that thought, her tone softened. Well, come inside. I've prepared something for you. Prepared what? Fan asked curiously. A hot spring. Really? Fan's face lit up with excitement. You're so thoughtful, always thinking about me. It had been a long time since he had soaked in a hot spring. He'd wanted to for a while but never had the chance after all. Hot springs were usually found in resorts. He never imagined the Mew family home would have one. But then again, the Mew family mansion was enormous, and he hadn't even explored all of it. Don't get the wrong idea, Muzinsi blushed, her flawless skin turning a shade of pink. She avoided his gaze, her large eyes refusing to meet his. I'm just tired and sore. I wanted to relax. All right, Fan shrugged, a bit amused. He didn't quite understand her thoughts, but it would be foolish to pass up the chance to enjoy a hot spring. After parking the car, he waved her over. Why are you just standing there? Come with me. Muzinsi looked puzzled. Where? A couple's bath, Fan replied without hesitation. Muzinchi's face flushed red again, and she wondered if she had heard him wrong. What did you just say? You expect me to bathe alone while you get to enjoy it? I should also get to feel the warmth. It's only fair, Fan teased. I'm a girl. Muzinsi hugged her chest protectively, her skin turning bright red. Fan raised an eyebrow. What? Are you planning to bathe without clothes? He chuckled as playful images filled his mind, and he felt his heart race. You're the one who's planning that. She huffed, her face now completely crimson. Fan grinned. Fine by me. If you don't mind, I'll happily go without clothes. It's way more comfortable that way. Hearing his words made Muzinsi's face turn even redder. Images she didn't want to think about started to flood her mind. It was as if boiling water had been poured over her, and her skin burned from embarrassment. Do what you want. I'm not bathing with you. she exclaimed. Stay calm. Stay calm. Mu Xinxi desperately tried to push away the inappropriate thoughts racing through her head. I won't go if you don't. No point in enjoying it all alone while you get all the comfort, Yifan said casually, shrugging as if it was no big deal. Mu Xinxi, who had been acting like a feisty little wildcat moments ago, now felt more like a shy kitten. Go on already. Mu Xinxi rushed up to him, her eyes full of expectation as they gazed into his. I'll go. But only if you do, Yifan teased, delighted by her playful demeanor. Watching Mu Xinxi pouting and being so sweetly stubborn made his heart flutter. Who wouldn't want a girl like her soft, wild and irresistible? She had a fierce side when provoked, but when she was gentle, she was as soft as a kitten. The perfect little girlfriend. Life would be full of fun with her around. As Yifan's thoughts wandered, Mu Xinxi bit her lip, her crimson lips trembling slightly. Fine, fine. I'll do whatever you want. Her voice was so soft and delicate that it sent a wave of warmth through Yifan's heart. And that innocent, wide-eyed look she gave him as she bit her lip, it was almost too much. Yifan could even feel the sensation of her biting her lip. Her lips were soft, sweet, and her delicate teeth lightly pressing against them made him feel like a feather was gently brushing against his skin. He felt his entire body go numb with excitement. He wanted to grab her hand, pull her into his arms, and kiss those soft lips until she stopped mumbling. Taming a little wildcat was far more thrilling than cuddling a tame house kitten. It was a challenge, but the reward was so much sweeter. All right, let's go. Yifan licked his lips, suddenly feeling a little parched. If he wasn't worried about scaring her off, he would have already made his move. The Mu family's hot spring area was massive, rivaling the best spa resorts. The air was thick with steam, and while everything was shrouded in a white mist, the faint outlines of people could still be seen. Yifan had already settled into the warm water, but there was no sign of Mu Xinxi yet. Apparently she had gone to change into a swimsuit. He grinned to himself, imagining what kind of swimsuit she'd be wearing. Would it be lacy? A bikini? Or maybe something soft and sailor-themed? The anticipation was killing him. He could almost feel her delicate hands sliding over her smooth back as she changed, her fingers brushing along her graceful neck. Even though he couldn't see it, the sensation of experiencing it in real time was far more intoxicating. And when her swimsuit finally hugged her skin, Yifan's excitement reached its peak. Any moment now she'd be stepping into the water. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he finally saw a graceful silhouette emerging from the mist. His heart raced in excitement. This was the first time he'd ever see a girl in a swimsuit. And it wasn't just any girl, it was Mu Xinxi, the school's most beautiful girl. As far as he knew, no one had ever seen her in a swimsuit before. She wasn't a strong swimmer, and she never took swimming classes. Lucky me, he thought excitedly. What would she be wearing? A cute lace swimsuit? A daring bikini? Yifan didn't dare blink, feeling both nervous and excited. He was frustrated by the steam clouding his view, blocking the beauty before him. He felt like a groom on his wedding night, eager and anxious, ready to savor the moment when his bride revealed her carefully chosen appearance just for him. As he waited in anticipation, Mu Xinxi finally appeared. Her long, thick hair was elegantly tied up, her fair skin glowing with a pinkish hue, whether from the heat or shyness, he couldn't tell. She was dressed in a striped one-piece swimsuit. While it wasn't a bikini and didn't reveal her midriff, her curvaceous figure was perfectly outlined. Her long, slender legs looked even better than they would in black stockings. Her toes, painted with a soft pink polish, made a soft click-clack sound as they tapped the floor, each step seeming to land directly on Yifan's heart. With her flawless beauty, she embodied the perfect balance of innocence and allure, fresh and ripe like a peach, tempting anyone to take a bite. Her ears blushed as she caught Yifan's intense gaze, and out of reflex, she grabbed a towel to cover herself. This was her first time wearing such revealing clothing in front of a boy, and although it was the most modest swimsuit she owned, she still felt incredibly self-conscious under Yifan's heated stare. Yifan, oblivious to her nervousness, was slightly unsatisfied. He hadn't seen enough yet. But he couldn't push her if she wasn't comfortable. As a gentleman, he had to respect her boundaries. There would be time for more later. Come in, he said, gesturing for her to join him in the water. Mu Xinxi's delicate face nodded, and she timidly dipped her toes into the water, testing the temperature, clearly worried it might be too hot. Watching her cautious movements, Yifan chuckled. You do know we've swapped sensations, right? You can feel exactly what I feel. Blushing even more, Mu Xinxi pouted. I'm scared of water. Can't I just be careful? Yifan realized she had a point. Everyone has their fears, and Mu Xinxi's fear of water was understandable, especially since she'd had bad experiences with it growing up. As she hesitated at the edge, Yi-fan reached out, gently lifting her into the water with strong hands. Her palms pressed against his for balance, and as her eyes met his bare chest and handsome face, her breathing quickened. Ding detected intimate contact. Awarded 300 points. Yi-fan's intent had been to help her, but as soon as he touched her skin, he regretted it. Her soft, smooth skin was almost too much to handle. The sight of her radiant complexion, combined with the feel of her warmth through their shared sensations, stirred something deep within him. "Thank you," she whispered shyly. Her hair, damp and sticking to her flushed cheeks, framed her face in a way that made her even more irresistible. Her eyes sparkled, her lips slightly parted, looking as if they were waiting for a kiss. Instinctively, Yi-fan leaned in, ready to close the distance and claim those soft, red lips. "Miss, young Master Yi, your wine and refreshments have arrived." The voice of the maid snapped him out of his trance. She stood nearby with a tray of wine, glasses, and an assortment of elegant snacks, all floating on a special tray that drifted easily across the water. While the idea of enjoying food and wine while soaking in the hot spring was appealing, the interruption left Yi-fan feeling a bit frustrated. At least it stopped him from acting impulsively. If he had kissed Mujinshi, she might have been too embarrassed to face him afterward, and that would have made things more complicated. Why did she run off so quickly? Mujinshi wondered, puzzled by her maid's hurried retreat. Yi-fan chuckled softly, finding her naivety endearing. Did she really not understand the situation, or was she just pretending? "What are you laughing at?" Mujinshi looked at him curiously, not understanding his amusement. Yi-fan moved closer, his tone playful. "Think about it. It's a beautiful night, the perfect setting. Why do you think she left in such a hurry? She didn't want to interrupt us." As he spoke, he gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her face, his fingers grazing her soft cheek. He could feel the slight tremble in her skin, so delicate, so vulnerable, yet so sweet. Muzinshi's face turned even redder. Yi-fan's words had a way of leading her thoughts into strange, unfamiliar territory. "Stop. Don't start thinking like that," she stammered, quickly pulling away, clearly flustered. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of pink, and her bright eyes darted around nervously, unable to settle on him or anything else. And to make matters worse, Yi-fan was still shirtless. "Can't you at least put on a shirt?" she mumbled, her ears now bright red. "Have you ever seen a man wear a shirt while soaking in a hot spring?" Yi-fan teased, grinning. "Or have you just been staring at my body this whole time, worried that I might tempt you into a nosebleed?" His teasing made him bolder. "Do you want me to make it easy for you?" he added, pretending to pounce like a wolf. Mujinshi's face flushed bright red, and she quickly placed her hands on his chest to push him away. "No." Yi-fan's gaze lowered to where her hands pressed against him, and he smirked. He could feel her touch clearly, and it was almost too much. "You know, with you touching me like this, I'd say you're the one making the moves," Yi-fan teased, his breath heavy with amusement. "No, I'm not." Muzinshi squeaked, her voice rising in panic as she pulled her hands away. She regretted touching him instantly. Now he was laughing at her. Watching her, flustered and cute as ever, Yi-fan tried to suppress his own excitement. "Haha, you're just too adorable." Muzinshi's wide, innocent eyes blinked at him, and she pouted. "I've always been cute." Though embarrassed, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased by his compliment. "Ding, you've gained 500 points for sharing a couple's hot spring with the school beauty." Yi-fan closed the system panel, feeling completely at ease. The atmosphere was relaxed, and his body felt rejuvenated from the hot spring's warmth. The soothing steam enveloped his skin, making him feel utterly relaxed. "Let's eat," Mujinshi said, her eyes twinkling with excitement as she leaned closer like a lazy, adorable kitten. "The jelly looks so good." Yi-fan couldn't help but laugh. It was obvious she wanted to eat the jelly but was waiting for him to offer it. She was too cute. Of course he would spoil her. As Yi-fan picked up a jelly, Muzinshi's face lit up with excitement, her sparkling eyes sending shivers down his spine. Yi-fan was eating Sakura jelly, a delicately crafted treat that looked soft and bouncy. He scooped a spoonful into his mouth but felt no flavor. It was as tasteless as plain water. Yet, as he gazed at the sweet and captivating Mujinshi in front of him, it seemed like he could suddenly taste sweetness. Her lips curled into a satisfied smile, her eyes slightly raised. Her face, filled with collagen, radiated joy and happiness. "Have another bite," she teased, licking the corner of her lips. Her little pink tongue brushed against them. So sensual. Yi-fan could sense how nimble her small tongue was. He swallowed hard, over and over again. His whole body felt like it was burning up. If her tongue were to dance with his, exchanging a fiery kiss, it would be incredible. I want to eat too, Yi-fan blurted out and instinctively scooped another spoonful of jelly, moving it toward Mu-shin-se's red lips. It was a bit sudden. The soft, slippery jelly entered her mouth, and Yi-fan could clearly feel her gentle nibble, her teeth lightly grazing it. The jelly sat between her lips, and her cherry-colored tongue was faintly visible, with some of the jelly's juice making her lips slightly moist. This heightened Yi-fan's senses immensely. It tasted sweet. Especially after being touched by her lips and tongue, it became even sweeter. Yi-fan nodded in satisfaction, savoring the delightful moment. Sweet feeding detected. 300 points awarded. Without thinking, he fed another spoonful to Mu-shin-si. She bent down to take it, but suddenly, with a clang, the slippery jelly slid off the spoon. Mu-shin-si's startled cry made Yi-fan feel something different. He could clearly feel the jelly sliding down her ample, full chest. Soft, bouncy, and smooth. It even bounced a little. The sensation was so vivid, it felt as if he was experiencing it with her. Yi-fan's face turned bright red. His body was overheating, drenched in sweat. Excited yet awkward. Mu-shin-si was clearly mortified. She never expected something like this to happen. Too embarrassing. Especially when Yi-fan retrieved the fallen jelly. Mu-shin-si repeatedly fussed with her hair, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing she could just disappear into the ground. It's fine, just an accident, cough cough. Yi-fan tried to ease the tension. How about a drink? The sudden mishap had Yi-fan's heart racing and his breathing quickening. The sensation had been so real, as if it was forcing him to press his face against it. He felt like that piece of jelly bouncing all over the place. Unbelievable! The system really was a perverted old thing. How else could it have come up with this sneaky trick of sensory swapping? A drink might help make this awkward situation a bit more bearable. Mu-shin-si nodded in silent agreement. She really wished she could just get drunk right now. What a disaster! Yi-fan poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Mu-shin-si. She gulped it down in one go. Yi-fan tasted the crisp, slightly bitter flavor, but it was still deliciously sweet. It was a glass of expensive Lafite, worth thousands per bottle, and Mu-shin-si downed it all at once. Yi-fan chuckled and teased, "Thirsty?" Mu-shin-si glared at him, her cheeks flushed red. Yes! He was just teasing her, knowing full well why she was embarrassed. It was all his fault. He had made her feel so ashamed. Remembering what had just happened, she lowered her head, blushing furiously. She wanted to run away. What should she do? Yi-fan saw the whole thing. What a silly girl. Right now she was completely harmless. She made him want to just hug and cuddle her. There's plenty more wine. Do you want more? I can pour you some, Yi-fan said, grinning at Mu-shin-si. You drink it. Mu-shin-si handed the glass Yi-fan had just poured back to him. Who could refuse a drink offered by a beauty? Yi-fan could even smell her light fragrance as he drank. He happily took a sip. Due to the sensory exchange, Yi-fan could only feel what Mu-shin-si was feeling as she drank. As they drank together, it wasn't long before he felt a soft, delicate body pressing against him. She had nestled into his arms, catching him by surprise. Yi-fan looked at her, her face flushed red from the alcohol, looking silly and cute. Mu-shin-si's embrace detected. 300 points awarded. Hey! She smiled, her eyes squinting in a pure, sweet expression. Her finger beckoned to Yi-fan, her drunken allure making her smile even more captivating. Come here. Yi-fan chuckled helplessly. Silly girl, she's drunk. She really didn't know how vulnerable she was. After all, he was a man. Yi-fan leaned closer, smiling. What is it? He felt Mu-shin-si's sweet, intoxicating breath on his face. There was a hint of alcohol, but mostly a fresh fragrance. Hee, you're so handsome, your eyelashes are so long, your nose so high, haha, your lips are so nice, your skin. How is it even better than a girl's? Mu-shin-si giggled, lifting Yi-fan's chin. Yi-fan's gaze locked onto her drunk, beautiful face. Her alluring pink lips, both sexy and innocent, were irresistible. He was completely captivated. As Yi-fan felt desire rising within him, she suddenly cupped his face with both hands. Without warning, she pressed him against the stone wall of the hot spring. She climbed on top of him and gave him a fiery kiss. Splash. Yi-fan's mind went blank. This wasn't the gentle kiss from last time. It was a full-on, passionate French kiss. And she was the one taking control. Especially in the water, where both of their senses were heightened. Her wet, soft body clung to his chest, and Yi Fan had no idea where to put his hands. As he tensed up, she eagerly nibbled and kissed him with her lips. She was completely in charge. And it made Yi Fan feel utterly mesmerized. Between her lips, there was still the lingering taste of red wine. Sweet and utterly intoxicating. Hot kiss detected. 500 points awarded. Yi Fan never imagined that Mushin Ci would take such an initiative. After all, he was the guy. How could he let a girl take the lead? Soon enough, Yi Fan took control, kissing her back fiercely. He had never kissed many girls before. But kissing seemed like something one instinctively knew how to do. Driven by male instinct, Yi Fan wrapped his arms around Mushin Ci's slender waist, kissing her over and over again. Until they were both gasping for breath. Yi Fan realized that Mushin Ci's arms and legs were now wrapped around his waist. "I want more kisses. Woo woo." She whimpered softly, her eyes moist, her lips pouting in a way that was incredibly seductive. This was driving him crazy. All right, kisses," Yi Fan said, giving her another peck on the lips. Mushin Ci smiled, her pretty little face glowing with satisfaction. After that, things quickly spiraled out of control. Yi Fan carried her out of the warm water, and the silly girl immediately jumped onto his back, demanding, "Carry me to bed." Yi Fan shivered as her chest pressed against his back. Did she not realize how dangerous this was? Was she not worried he might do something? Yi Fan chuckled helplessly and carried Mushin Ci back to her room. Then, the next day, Yi Fan was in the middle of buttoning his shirt when the door suddenly flew open. "Yi Fan, what did you do to me last night?" A panicked, soft voice rang out. Yi Fan looked up and saw Mushin Ci standing there, her face bright red. Her eyes blinked nervously, clearly filled with embarrassment, and her small fists were tightly clenched. She had woken up to find herself in bed, clothes disheveled, and suddenly remembered how drunk she had gotten the night before. "You're awake?" Yi Fan glanced at Mushin Ci, who had come to confront him, and walked toward her, a knowing look on his face. "I should be asking what you did to me." As Yi Fan got closer, Mushin Ci backed away like a frightened rabbit, nearly losing her balance. What could I have possibly done to you?" Mushin Ci stammered, her ears turning red. "I'm a girl. And I'm a guy. I didn't expect you to be so eager, taking advantage of me. Look, here's the proof." Without thinking, Yi Fan tugged at his collar, revealing bright red hickeys on his neck. When Mushin Ci saw the hickeys, her skin began to burn. She couldn't believe it. Had she really been bold enough to kiss Yi Fan's neck? And left hickeys. That meant she hadn't just kissed him once. How many times had she kissed him? If she were sober, she would probably die of embarrassment right now. "I was drunk." Mushin Ci shouted, her fierce tone quickly softening into a pitiful plea. Yi Fan looked at her beautiful, bashful face, and couldn't help but smile teasingly. "Oh, so when you're drunk, it's okay to take advantage of someone?" "I was wrong, okay?" Mushin Ci mumbled, unable to meet his gaze. She didn't dare look at the suggestive hickeys on his neck. Yi Fan chuckled at her innocent, sweet expression. He was such a tease. And she was way too easy to fool. In reality, the marks on his neck were just from mosquito bites he'd scratched. But she genuinely believed they were hickeys. "All right, now go reflect on your actions." Yi Fan playfully ruffled Mushin Ci's hair, gently pushing her toward the wall. He laughed softly as he walked out. The touch of his hand on her head made Mushin Ci's face blush even deeper. She gave him a frustrated glance but watched as he casually strolled out of the room. Mushin Ci began mentally scolding herself. Quit drinking. Don't spend the night with Yi Fan again. This was so humiliating. How could she have done something so embarrassing? Mushin Ci, frustrated, lightly bumped her head against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. "Stop punishing yourself," Yi Fan said, suddenly reappearing, laughing as he pointed to his forehead. "I'm the one suffering here." Before Mushin Ci could respond, Yi Fan had already left again. Mushin Ci quickly covered her burning face, feeling utterly ashamed. Meanwhile, after heading downstairs, Yi Fan entered the system's shop and initiated 5 random draws. He received 3 rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won 30 bottles of Macallan Elite Crystal Whiskey, now stored in your villa's wine cabinet. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the permanent full battery status for your phone. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the surveillance repair technique. Yi Fan was quite pleased. The Macallan Elite Crystal Whiskey was a real treasure. Just one bottle could cost hundreds of thousands. It was like the Rolls-Royce of whiskey. Even if he went bankrupt, selling just these bottles would make him a millionaire. Not to mention their high collectible value, which would only increase over time. Even drinking it himself would be a treat. Yi Fan had always enjoyed a good drink, though in the past, he'd only been able to afford cheap $3 beer. Now, he was fully satisfied. 30 bottles of Macallan M. Lalique crystal whiskey, enough to fill his entire wine cabinet. As for the permanent full battery status for his phone, that was an incredibly useful skill. This is amazing. I'll never run out of battery again, Yi Fan exclaimed with excitement. Although power banks were available nowadays, they cost around $3 an hour and charged phones ridiculously slowly, just a rip-off, really. And when your phone dies, it's such a hassle. In this 5G era, who can live without their phone? Now, with this skill, Yi Fan didn't have to worry about that anymore. He tested it on his phone, and it worked perfectly. No matter how much he used it, the battery didn't drain. It stayed fully charged all the time. Compared to other useless skills, this one was incredibly practical. But what's the surveillance repair technique for? Yi Fan wondered, slightly confused. It didn't seem all that useful. This skill allows you to recover footage from surveillance cameras, even if they're turned off or damaged. The original files will be sent directly to your USB drive. After hearing the system's explanation, Yi Fan realized this skill might come in handy after all. It wasn't as useful as the previous ones, but it could prove valuable in certain situations. When it was time for class, Yi Fan headed to school. As soon as he reached the hallway, a shy girl with short hair, her face blushing, approached him and handed him a love letter. "This is for you." Seeing the girl's bashful expression, Yi Fan remained indifferent. This had become part of his daily routine. Being too popular was a bit of a burden. He was constantly rejecting girls, everywhere he went. "I don't like you," Yi Fan said bluntly. Yi Fan had learned from past experiences. He couldn't give any girl hope if he didn't like her. It would only cause him more trouble. Better to cut ties quickly, so he could have some peace. The short-haired girl was surprised by Yi Fan's rejection, her eyes welling up with tears. "Then can we at least be friends? Please, I really like you." "I don't date my friends," Yi Fan responded coldly before walking away. The short-haired girl stood there, feeling rejected, clenching her fists in frustration. Just as she was feeling utterly hopeless, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared in front of her. "I have a way to help you get together with Yi Fan. Do you want to try?" The girl hesitated, unsure. "Really? He's ignoring you right now, and you don't have any other options. Why not give it a shot? You might succeed." The girl let go of her doubts and asked, "What's your plan?" When the shadowy figure revealed the plan, her eyes widened. "Isn't that going too far?" "Too far? Or would you rather watch him get together with someone else? I heard the campus queen is really going after him." Panic flashed across the short-haired girl's face. "No, I'll do it your way." She had no other options left. She really wanted to be Yi Fan's girlfriend, and couldn't stand the thought of him being with someone else. Maybe this plan would work after all. An afternoon during gym class, Yi Fan was assigned to fetch sports equipment from the storage room. Just as he was about to leave, his sharp ears picked up the sound of the door closing behind him. "Who's there?" Yi Fan asked, his guard up. Yi Fan suddenly saw a shy face staring back at him. It was the short-haired girl from the day before. Now, she nervously covered her chest with both hands, her expression hesitant. "Yi Fan." Yi Fan frowned. "Did I not make myself clear? I'm not going to date you, sorry." As Yi Fan tried to leave, the girl blocked the door, her eyes brimming with tears. She stubbornly said, "Even if you don't like me, I still want to be with you." Before Yi Fan could react, the short-haired girl, under his stunned gaze, ripped open her shirt, revealing her smooth, beautiful skin. What was she doing? Was she trying to seduce him? Yi Fan felt no excitement, just disgust. Girls should have more self-respect. However, things took a turn he didn't expect. The girl clutched her chest, and with tears streaming down her face, she started screaming, "Help! Someone's trying to assault me." Yi Fan instinctively moved to stop her, but it was already too late. The door burst open. Light flooded the room, and the gym teacher, along with Hong Yi and several male students, rushed in. The short-haired girl, seeing her rescuers, immediately ran toward them crying, "Teacher, help me. Yi Fan tried to hurt me. Is this real? Has she completely lost her mind?" In the office, Hong Yi and several male students stood by as witnesses, watching. The short-haired girl sat nearby, quietly sobbing. The counselor was deeply troubled. She couldn't believe that Yi Fan would do something like this. Even though he could be mischievous, he always seemed like an upstanding person. But with the girl filing a complaint, and so many witnesses present, the counselor couldn't show favoritism. She had to stand up for the girl who claimed to have been harmed. Rubbing her temples in frustration, she sighed. Yi Fan. How could you do something so terrible to a girl? Yi Fan, expressionless, replied. I didn't do anything. She's framing me. Framing you? What girl would joke about something like this at the cost of her own reputation? Hong Yi pressed aggressively. The other boys looked at Yi Fan with disappointment. I thought Yi Fan was an honorable guy, but he doesn't even have the guts to admit what he did. Yeah, what kind of man are you, Yi Fan, to do something so despicable? I feel ashamed to have you as a classmate. We should just call the police. The short-haired girl quickly shook her head in fear. No, please don't call the police. If my parents find out, they'll kill me. Tears streamed down her face, making her look pitiful and helpless. The counselor immediately tried to comfort her. It's all right, no need to cry. This only increased the anger everyone felt toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan, feeling particularly irritated, responded, I'm not afraid to admit anything. You can check the surveillance footage, there's a camera in that room, isn't there? He hadn't expected to be set up by a girl. A girl who supposedly liked him. It seemed being a guy these days was dangerous. You had to protect yourself. The camera's broken. You probably smashed it yourself. Hong Yi accused, glaring at Yi Fan. Looks like you planned this from the start, trying to cover your tracks. How shameless. Did you really think you'd get away with it? Thank goodness Xiao Yuan was smart enough to escape. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. The boys all chimed in, blaming Yi Fan. Yi Fan chuckled coldly. This was clearly a trap, and they were all pushing him into it. It was clear they were trying to trap him. If this had happened before, Yi Fan would have had no way to defend himself. But now, he had the system. Today the system had given him the ability to restore surveillance footage. He could reveal the entire incident in just a few moments. Actually, teacher. Yi Fan started to explain, but then the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Teacher. I can prove that Yi Fan is innocent. That sweet, familiar voice. Everyone turned to the door in unison. Mu Xinxi rushed in, her face flushed from running, her hair slightly messy, and her expression filled with anxiety. It was obvious she was worried about Yi Fan. Yi Fan was a bit surprised to see her. What had been a frustrating situation now felt a little lighter. A little sweeter because of her. But the other boys immediately felt bad for Mu Xinxi. Mu Xinxi, don't defend him. You deserve someone better, don't waste your feelings on a scumbag. Exactly. He went too far this time. He's not worthy of your love. Don't be so blind. Look at what he's done to another girl. Do you really want to be his next victim? He's a disgrace to all men. The sooner he's expelled, the better. As everyone voiced their opinions, the short-haired girl continued to cry innocently, making Yi Fan seem even more guilty. But Mu Xinxi remained firm. He didn't do anything. Stop accusing him. Hong Yi, seeing her confident stance, retorted angrily, you weren't even there. How can you be so sure he didn't do anything? I was with him. Mu Xinxi shot back, annoyed. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized she had almost let their secret slip. Who would believe the absurd truth about their shared sensory experience? What? Now you're speechless, huh? You don't know how to cover up Yi Fan's crimes anymore, do you? Hong Yi said smugly. He was thrilled. Yi Fan deserved this. It didn't matter how many people had once stood by his side, soon everyone would turn against him. As long as Yi Fan stayed in school, his reputation would be ruined, buried under waves of public scorn. Mu Xinxi felt a little frustrated. She had rushed over as soon as she'd heard the accusations, without gathering any evidence. If Yi Fan was really sent to jail, what would happen? Would she have to cry by his side behind bars every day? Mu Xinxi's eyes filled with worry as she looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, seeing her pitiful expression, couldn't help but smile. She really did look like a little kitten that had just been bullied, so soft and delicate. I didn't do anything wrong, so what's there to clear up? Yi Fan said lazily, turning to the short-haired girl. You gave me a love letter today and confessed your feelings. Now you're accusing me of assault. Is this some kind of revenge because I didn't like you back? The counselor stared at the short-haired girl. Is this true? The girl immediately panicked, her shoulders trembling with fear. Seeing this, Hong Yi grew anxious. He couldn't let this rare opportunity slip away and allow Yi Fan to get off scot-free. Even if she liked you, does that give you the right to deny what you did? Maybe she didn't realize what a scumbag you are, always trying to take advantage of girls. Even if you were her boyfriend, if she didn't consent, it's still assault, Hong Yi snapped. The short-haired girl, seizing the chance to escape, nodded. I didn't expect him to make a move on me. But I do still kind of like him. If he agrees to be my boyfriend and take responsibility, I'll forgive him, and we can forget this ever happened. The sound of clapping echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see Yi Fan clapping, a sarcastic smile on his face. Teacher, it seems she's finally revealed her true intentions. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. A girl who's been assaulted would still want to be with her attacker? Normally she'd want to send him to jail, right? Or is it that this whole drama was staged just so she could date me? Each of Yi Fan's words made everyone pause and think. Even the counselor, who had been comforting the short-haired girl, now looked skeptical. Xiao Yuan, are you faking this? The short-haired girl was completely terrified, stammering, and when she saw Hong Yi's urging glance, she quickly shook her head in panic. No, I didn't do anything. I'm really scared, teacher, you have to believe me. She started crying again, trying to gain the counselor's sympathy. The counselor, seeing her tears, softened a little. It seemed too absurd to be a setup. The girl really did seem scared, not the type to plan something like this. But Yi Fan didn't seem like the type to randomly assault girls either. He appeared like an upright, sunny young man. Hong Yi, however, wasn't about to let up. I think we should call the police and have him punished. If we don't, he'll just keep doing this, and all the girls at school will be in danger. The counselor hesitated, but Yi Fan calmly turned to her. May I borrow a computer? I can restore the surveillance footage. His words shocked the counselor. Really? Hong Yi scoffed, don't make things up. What? Are you going to defy science now? Stop trying to clear your name and just admit your guilt. Mu Xinxi shot Hong Yi a cold look. Can you be quiet? Being rebuked by the school beauty made Hong Yi feel extremely frustrated. Had all the girls gone mad? Why were they all speaking up for Yi Fan? What was so great about Yi Fan anyway? He was already being accused of being a creep, and yet the school beauty was still defending him. Mu Xinxi turned to the counselor. Let him try. He might actually be able to do it. The counselor knew that Mu Xinxi came from a powerful family, with her father being a shareholder of the company. There was no way she could offend her. Since Mu Xinxi had spoken, the counselor couldn't find an excuse to refuse. So Yi Fan was given the computer. Under the guidance of the system, his fingers flew across the keyboard. TSK, ESK, keys key. Look at him, acting like he knows what he's doing. Does he think he's some kind of computer genius? Hong Yi sneered from the side. But as Hong Yi continued to mock him, Yi Fan pulled up a video. The footage showed the entire scene where the short-haired girl had framed Yi Fan. Not only had Yi Fan done nothing inappropriate, but the girl had ripped her own clothes to falsely accuse him. Now, does this clear my name? Yi Fan asked, raising an eyebrow at everyone. The short-haired girl's face turned pale. She had never expected Yi Fan to actually restore the video. She had smashed the camera herself, so how had Yi Fan managed to recover the footage? The boys who had just been scolding Yi Fan now felt ashamed. They immediately apologized. Sorry Yi Fan, you're a good guy. It's just hard to tell people's true intentions. I was so dumb, following along with others and misunderstanding you. Yi Fan, I'm sorry. Don't be mad, I owe you one. Even the counselor, embarrassed, apologized. I'm sorry, Yi Fan. I shouldn't have doubted you. Yi Fan responded calmly, forget it. You were tricked like everyone else. But he was still angry with the short-haired girl and Hong Yi. They had been the ones leading this entire setup. Fortunately, their punishment wasn't far off. The crowd immediately turned on the short-haired girl. Xiao Yuan, how could you falsely accuse such a good student? You seemed so innocent, but your heart is so rotten. Exactly. We all wrongly blamed Yi Fan, and he's such an upstanding guy. How could you do this to him? No matter how much you like him, you can't pull such a nasty trick. It's just vicious. Even the counselor was furious. Xiao Yuan, do you have anything to say for yourself? What you did was unforgivable. I'll have to notify your parents and issue a disciplinary action. Seeing everyone turn against her, the short-haired girl burst into loud sobs. Teacher, I was wrong. Please don't call my parents. I was just blinded by my feelings for Yi Fan. If you call my parents, they'll kill me. If I get expelled, it'll ruin my chances of graduating. It wasn't even my idea. Hong Yi threatened me to do it. He's the mastermind. The girl tearfully pointed at Hong Yi. Hong Yi immediately panicked, losing control of his emotions. No, it's not like that. Don't accuse me. I was deceived by you. I was just trying to help, and now you're throwing me under the bus. Yi Fan hadn't expected this whole scheme to be orchestrated by Hong Yi. This guy was truly despicable. Why would she accuse you and no one else? It's obvious you were behind this, Yi Fan said coldly, staring at Hong Yi. You've always resented me, but I never thought you'd stoop this low. Hong Yi, flustered, stammered, no, I. The more nervous he became, the harder it was to explain himself. It was clear that Hong Yi had no way out now. Mu Xinxi spoke coldly, this is a serious matter. We have to hold them accountable. Yi Fan nodded. I'll be sending a lawyer's letter. See you in court. The mention of court terrified both Hong Yi and the short-haired girl. Court? That would ruin their lives. Especially for Hong Yi, who planned to work for a big company in the future. If he had a criminal record, his career would be over. Please, I was wrong. I'm begging you, forgive me. I wasn't thinking clearly. Hong Yi pleaded desperately. At that moment, any sense of pride or dignity seemed worthless compared to his future. Better to resolve this quietly and not let it escalate. But Yi Fan simply looked at him with cold disdain. No chance. He crushed any hope Hong Yi had. It wasn't just Hong Yi begging for forgiveness soon. The short-haired girl was pleading as well, but Yi Fan didn't budge. Despite her tears and begging, Yi Fan remained unmoved. Determined to clear his name and hold them accountable, Yi Fan immediately contacted a lawyer and sent out the legal documents. Both Hong Yi and the short-haired girl were left in utter despair, filled with regret. The short-haired girl, furious, turned on Hong Yi, kicking and punching him. This is all your fault. You came up with this awful plan, and now I'm ruined. You idiot. It was no joke, her nails were sharp, and she was surprisingly strong. She relentlessly attacked Hong Yi, who could only cry out, not the face. Stop. Help. He never imagined things would spiral this far out of control. It was all over for him. Even as Hong Yi tried to defend himself, he couldn't escape the short-haired girl's fury. She even swept his legs out from under him. The scene was brutal. Yi Fan recorded a video of Hong Yi getting beaten, then calmly left the area. If he remembered correctly, he had something far more important to take care of next. Yi Fan and Mu Xinxi left the office together. Ding! The school beauty stood up for the host, 300 points awarded. Keep up the good work. Thanks for today, Yi Fan said, as he closed the system notification and looked at Mu Xinxi. A breeze blew by, making her long hair dance in the wind, highlighting her delicate and beautiful complexion. Her face flushed slightly, and she tried to act calm. Thank you for what? I didn't even help. It's all thanks to you for fixing the surveillance. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with admiration and surprise. Yi Fan smirked. Being admired by a girl was naturally something to be proud of. There's a lot more I can do that you don't know about, Yi Fan said with a bit of pride. Mu Xinxi's curiosity was piqued. Oh? What else can you do? Her eyes blinked with curiosity and interest. Just as Yi Fan was about to answer, he glanced at his phone and saw the time. Wait, I've got something to do. I need to head to the company. Mu Xinxi was taken aback. Company? You mean you're doing an internship already? She hadn't heard him mention this before. It's not an internship, I'm managing the company, Yi Fan replied, his lips curling into a smile. I recently became a shareholder of a film company, so I have to go take care of some business. Mu Xinxi. What else did she not know about him? This guy was like a treasure chest full of surprises. Most college students were lucky if they had a part-time job to make ends meet. But Yi Fan was already a shareholder, managing a company. She used to think Yi Fan was just handsome. Now she realized his looks were probably the least impressive thing about him. Thinking about this, Mu Xinxi felt embarrassed about her earlier, shallow assumptions. She had seriously underestimated Yi Fan. Feeling a little ashamed, Mu Xinxi watched as Yi Fan drove away, unaware that her feelings for him were slowly changing. At GIU Media. In the interview room, shareholder QI, Xu Kaiwen, and several other executives were gathered. Shareholder Q glanced at his watch and said smugly, "Look at this. College students nowadays have no concept of time. We agreed to meet at 5 p.m., and yet, here we are, still waiting. And this guy wants to be a shareholder and lead us forward? What a joke." K. Several other executives frowned, some of them swayed by QI's words. Although Yi Fan was handsome, he seemed too young and inexperienced. As a student, he probably still had a lot of distractions. He might be a good friend, but being a shareholder was too risky. Especially now, with the company in a crucial growth phase. The market was tough, and if they added a careless major shareholder, it wouldn't bode well for their future. Only Xu Kaiwen defended Yi Fan. It's easy to get stuck in traffic at this time. Being a bit late is normal, and it's just an interview. There's no need to be so harsh. We're not the ones interviewing him. The other executives nodded in agreement. Yi-fan wasn't an employee, he was their potential savior. Given that he had money, it was worth waiting for him. Sorry for the delay, I had something to take care of at school, came a deep, magnetic voice. Everyone turned to see Yi-fan enter the room, looking incredibly handsome. His sharp profile and confident demeanor instantly swept away any irritation the executives had been feeling. They all suddenly remembered that Yi-fan attended a highly prestigious university, and their attitudes softened as they welcomed him. Yi-fan, you must be exhausted, juggling school and business. That's right. Attending a top university like Hua King must keep you busy, but the fact that you can manage both is impressive. We're honored you could make time for us in your hectic schedule. We'll work around your availability from now on. Even Shu Kai-wen, worried about Yi-fan's workload, asked, would it be easier if I sent you reports via video call? Your school is a bit far from here. It's not that far, just 4 or 5 kilometers. I can get here pretty quickly, Yi-fan replied casually, tossing his car keys onto the table. Several pairs of eyes glanced at the keys, intrigued. Though they couldn't tell the exact brand of the supercar, they could tell the keys were expensive. The design alone screamed luxury. The car must have cost a fortune. Compared to that, driving a Mercedes or BMW seemed downright ordinary. Alright, let's start the interviews, Zhu Kai-wen said, handing Yi-fan a folder containing profiles of the artists being considered for signing. Yi-fan didn't even need to conduct interviews. Thanks to his talent identification skill, he could simply glance at their photos and instantly see their evaluation. One by one, the artists came in for their interviews. Zhu Kai-wen introduced the first candidate. Chen Zhenzhen. She won the 25th supermodel contest and had a role in the hit drama Royal Power, which brought her some exposure. Not signing? Yi-fan said without even looking up, immediately rejecting her. Shareholder QI was practically drooling over the tall, beautiful model standing before them. He had been looking forward to signing her. A girl this stunning could be useful in other ways. And Yi-fan was just going to reject her? You didn't even look at her. How can you make that decision so quickly? You're being reckless. Qi gritted his teeth. We're selecting artists, the lifeblood of this company. This isn't a game. Even some of the other executives chimed in. I think she has a lot of potential. She'd be great for acting roles, especially with the current trend of casting pure, sultry types. Yi-fan looked at QI with an indifferent expression. If she's so great, why hasn't she made it big yet? According to Yi-fan's system evaluation, the model's talent score was only 20, with the label minor background character, and she would bring a net loss of 500,000 to the company. His words left QE speechless. Chen Zhenzhen had been featured in many projects, but despite the exposure, she never seemed to become popular. She had already jumped from one agency to another several times. If I'm handling the interviews, then you need to respect my decisions. If you don't like it, deal with it, and if you can't, leave. I'm the majority shareholder, so I have the final say, Yi-fan said firmly as he turned the page. Next. The other executives couldn't help but gasp. His words were bold, assertive, and exuded an aura of authority. Though he was younger than shareholder QI by many years, Yi-fan had completely dominated the room. It was clear to everyone now that Yi-fan was born to be a leader. Even Shu Kai-wen nodded in support. Listen to him. With Shu Kai-wen backing him up, no one dared to object. QI was burning with rage inside. Did he want to leave? Of course not. He hadn't been able to win over the girl, and if he left now, all the money he had invested would go down the drain. His only hope of breaking even was to stay. Besides, where else could he find a position as a shareholder? He'd be lucky to land a job as a mid-level executive somewhere else. Reluctantly, QI turned the page, sulking as he said, "Fine, let's continue." Everyone else was excited, invigorated by Yi-fan's strong presence. He had the confidence and decisiveness to lead, and seeing him put QI in his place only made the executives respect him more. Once skeptical of Yi-fan, they were now secretly impressed. Yi-fan glanced at QI, who was now sulking like a scolded cat, and nodded in satisfaction before continuing the interviews. One by one, cute girls, sexy divas, fresh-faced newcomers, and elegant beauties were all swiftly passed over by Yi-fan. Eventually, they came across a stunning woman with fair skin and a dazzling smile. This one is great. She's a popular influencer, Song Wei, with over 5 million followers. QI said excitedly, slapping his thigh. Surely we can sign her. She'll bring in a ton of revenue for the company. We're not signing her, Yi-fan said, barely looking at the profile. What? You've rejected every good candidate. Now you're even turning down Song-wei? Do you know how hard I worked to bring her in? Q pounded the table in frustration. Song-wei, standing in front of them, was also upset. QI only came here out of respect for you. Not just anyone gets to dictate to me. QI quickly tried to placate her. He's new and doesn't know what he's doing. He turned to glare at Yi-fan. Do you even know what you're doing? Sign her right now? Shu Kai-wen, clearly annoyed, reprimanded shareholder QI. Shareholder QI, please show some respect. Don't undermine your superiors. Yi-fan lazily glanced at the furious shareholder QI and then turned to Shu Kai-wen. It seems he's not happy. Let's set him free and give him the termination papers. Were they actually kicking him out now? Alright, I'll have the legal team prepare them. Shu Kai-wen nodded. Shareholder QI was left speechless. He raised his hands in protest. Wait a minute. Are you two just deciding my fate without even asking for my opinion? I already told you, if you're not happy, leave. You made your choice, Yi-fan shrugged, leaning back in his chair, radiating an air of dominance. All the women in the room immediately blushed. He was so charming, so handsome. For a moment, he even looked like a top-tier heartthrob. Even Shu Kai-wen, despite her professionalism, found herself admiring Yi-fan and couldn't take her eyes off him. Shareholder QI, left with no choice, gritted his teeth and shouted, "My team is here, and I'm a senior. I'm not leaving. I'm thinking about the company's best interests. You're letting him run wild and soon, he'll run this company into the ground." He continued, "Look at how long this interview process has taken. And yet we haven't signed a single artist. Are you sure this isn't just a joke?" Some of the other executives exchanged worried glances. It was true that the company was in dire need of new talent. Without any signings, it would be hard to push forward. Maybe we should consider signing Song-wei, Shu Kai-wen suggested, respecting Yi-fan's decisions, but acknowledging that Song-wei was one of the most well-known and attractive candidates. Not happening, Yi-fan said flatly, rejecting the idea immediately. I have my own plans. While Yi-fan agreed that Song-wei had popularity and commercial value, she was a risky choice. The system had evaluated her as a banned artist with negative reputation. Her contribution to the company -2 million. Why would he sign someone who could drag the already struggling company closer to bankruptcy? Even though Yi-fan had money now, it was all thanks to his hard work through the system. He wasn't about to throw it away. Song-wei, furious, clenched her fists and snapped at Yi-fan. "You may look handsome, but clearly you don't have much going on in your head," she shouted. "Forget it. I don't need to work with your company. What a waste of my time coming here today." She stormed off in anger, but shareholder QY quickly blocked her path. "Don't be upset. I'm very interested in signing you. Let me take you to dinner to make it up to you. We can sign you under my studio instead. He won't have any say in it." Song-wei, still pouting but slightly mollified, crossed her legs and huffed, "Fine, but I'm still angry." She glanced at the undeniably handsome Yi-fan, blushing a little. "But he's the one who should take me to dinner to apologize." Finally, an opportunity was within his grasp, and yet QI couldn't believe that even Song-wei seemed to have a thing for Yi-fan. Damn it, if Yi-fan stayed around, was he going to charm all the beautiful women in the company? "I'm not interested," Yi-fan replied coldly. "Having dinner with her would ruin my appetite." His icy gaze turned to shareholder QI. "You can sign her yourself if you want, but you'll bear the consequences." As long as it wasn't under the company's name, Yi-fan didn't care. QI could lose money if he wanted to. Song-wei's heart skipped a beat. Some of the executives were already chuckling quietly. He had just said that having dinner with her would spoil his appetite. Was she really that unappealing? Song-wei, clearly insulted, retorted, "I'm so beautiful, and you have the nerve to say that? I wasted my time coming here, and this is how you treat me? Plenty of companies out there would kill to sign me." The executives, however, were growing concerned. They were supposed to be signing new artists. But Yi-fan had turned everyone down. Who was the company going to invest in? Yi-fan, it's normal to have high standards, especially for someone as good-looking as you. But you can't treat this like you're picking a girlfriend. Exactly. Just lower your standards a bit, and give someone a chance. It might turn out well. Even Shu Kai-wen softened her tone, asking, "So, what kind of artist are you looking for?" Yi-fan's gaze swept across the room until it landed on a figure hiding near the door. "Sign her," Yi-fan said, pointing decisively. Everyone turned to look and was immediately stunned. Shareholder QY burst into laughter. "Are you kidding me? Sign her?" Song-wei laughed so hard she had to hold her sides. "Hey! Now I see why you didn't even give me a second look. You clearly have no taste. One of the executives tried to gently reason with Yi Fan. Yi Fan, this really isn't a good idea. I think candidates 2 and 3 are more promising. Exactly. We're here to develop talent, not fund a charity project. Honestly, she'll need a complete transformation. It would cost a fortune. And we're not a charity organization. Even Zhu Kaiwen frowned slightly, clearly not thrilled with Yi Fan's choice. Despite everyone's objections, Yi Fan remained unfazed. She's going to be a superstar, he declared firmly. The executives shook their heads in disbelief. The girl Yi Fan had pointed to stood timidly in the doorway. Her hair was a mess, her features plain, and her face dotted with freckles. She wore thick black-rimmed glasses, and her short stature, just over 5 feet, combined with her simple white t-shirt, jeans and worn-out shoes, made her look unremarkable. She was, in short, neither attractive nor polished. She's short, flat, and plain. How could she possibly become a star? Shareholder QI scoffed. The girl, flustered by the attention, waved her hands frantically. No. I'm just here to support my friend who's auditioning. She lowered her head in embarrassment, overwhelmed by the ridicule. Even Song Wei snorted dismissively. See? She knows she's not fit to be an artist. At least sign someone decent, I wouldn't mind that. But Yi Fan stepped closer to the girl and asked, "What's your name?" Yao. She mumbled nervously, still shaking her head. But I'm really not cut out to be an artist. No, one day, you'll be an award-winning actress, Yi Fan said, his gaze steady and encouraging. Believe in yourself. The system had identified her as a top international actress. Projected company revenue $2 billion. This was a diamond in the rough, someone with limitless potential. Yi Fan could already see it. Her features, though currently obscured, had real potential. She just needed the right transformation. However, Yi Fan's confidence only made shareholder Q laugh even harder. Yi Fan, did you say she'll be an award-winning actress? She can't even become a regular artist, let alone win awards. Acting requires talent, you know. Yi Fan shot him a cold look. How do you know she can't act if you haven't even given her a chance? Then, turning to Zhu Kaiwen, Yi Fan said, "Bring the makeup team in. Let's see what she looks like with a makeover." All right, Zhu Kaiwen agreed. While she found Yi Fan's choices unconventional, she trusted that he had his reasons. Maybe, just maybe, this girl would surprise everyone. Yao was taken away to get her makeup done. Meanwhile, the other executives weren't optimistic. Yi Fan, no offense, but no matter how much makeup she wears, her base features aren't going to change. Given our financial situation, we need to proceed with caution. Let's see the others before making any decisions. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. What? I don't even have the authority to sign an artist on my own. The executives fell silent. Even if they were unhappy, what could they do? He was the major shareholder and the investor. He held the company's fate in his hands. If he pulled out, they'd go bankrupt. The market was tough, and the chances of finding another wealthy investor were slim to none. And no, of course, if you want to sign her, go ahead, they stammered, trying to appease him. Maybe the makeup will work wonders. But deep down, they all knew it was wishful thinking. They had all seen Yao's natural appearance, and she didn't even qualify to be a background extra. Shareholder QI seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Well, Song Wei is certainly much better naturally beautiful and a perfect model. Unlike a certain someone's country bumpkin choice, which is a bit tricky to deal with. Even Song Wei giggled, her laugh filled with mockery. Brother QI, what can I say? He clearly has a taste for the rural movie star type. Yi Fan simply smirked. Wait and see. He knew they'd eat their words soon enough. As Yao was getting her makeup done, Yi Fan continued interviewing the remaining candidates and ended up signing 2 more. One was a top-tier singer, an A-list king of the music industry. The other was a live streaming queen, who could earn millions in a single day from her sales. What kind of joke is this? He can't even articulate his words clearly, and you're making him a singer. Shareholder QI was baffled. And this one, she has social anxiety, and you're going to make her a live streamer. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. If you don't like it, invest your own money. Put up a few million and replace me as the major shareholder. Shareholder QI instantly deflated. He didn't have the money. No matter how he looked at it, Yi Fan's resources far surpassed his own. It was infuriating. He had no idea what Yi Fan's background was, but his financial power was undeniable. I regret letting you take charge of these interviews. You're just signing random nobodies and wasting company resources. QI muttered, still fuming. We'll see how they perform when they get started. Yi Fan remained unfazed. The other executives sighed in resignation. Yi Fan was smart and capable in many areas, but his judgment seemed a bit lacking when it came to talent. Thank goodness Zhu Kaiwen still managed the company, otherwise, Yi Fan might have drained their resources with his decisions. At that moment, Zhu Kaiwen returned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yi Fan, your instincts are incredible. How can you say that when he's been signing random people? What about that Yao Yao? Hasn't she finished her makeup yet, or is she too embarrassed to show herself because she looks ridiculous? Shareholder QI scoffed. Zhu Kaiwen shot him a withering look. Embarrassed? Yes, because she's going to blow you away. She called out, come in. All eyes turned toward the door. A stunning silhouette entered the room. Her skin was porcelain white, her long black curls cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate sculpted features were flawless. Her eyes sparkled, her nose was perfectly shaped, and her lips were full and vibrant. The off-the-shoulder lace dress she wore hugged her slender frame, and every step she took was like a graceful dance. Beautiful. Shareholder Q was dumbstruck. He couldn't take his eyes off her. The room buzzed with amazement. Where did this goddess come from? She's stunning. Is she here to audition? Sign her immediately. She's the most beautiful girl I've seen today. Just look at her skin, it's perfect. Even shareholder QI, filled with excitement, pointed at her. She's got it. Sign her and get her into acting right away. He couldn't contain his excitement. She had the fresh-faced charm of a first love, the kind of look that would captivate any audience. That's Yao Yao, Zhu Kaiwen said with a smirk. That's why I praised Yi Fan for his brilliant foresight. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kaiwen felt a twinge of regret for having doubted Yi Fan's judgment earlier. Clearly his eye for talent was exceptional. Everyone in the room gasped in disbelief. Shareholder QI nearly fell out of his chair. He circled Yao Yao, unable to believe his eyes. Are you serious? This is the same girl? Yi Fan, though already aware of her transformation, was still a little taken aback. Makeup truly was one of the most magical skills in Asia. These girls could look like entirely different people before and after makeup. Yao Yao had become absolutely stunning, a true film-worthy beauty. No wonder she was destined to become a top actress. With some proper grooming, her future was limitless. But Song Wei was left speechless. The girl she had mocked had turned into such a beauty. She was envious. How could Yao Yao's skin be so fair, and her figure so perfect? The executives, now convinced that this breathtaking woman was indeed Yao Yao, felt like they had been slapped in the face. They had all laughed at Yi Fan's judgment earlier, but now it was clear that Yi Fan had the best eye for talent. Yi Fan, you truly are an expert. I'm convinced she'll be a star. I feel so ashamed. We almost overlooked a gem like her. We have to sign her right away. Shareholder QI, however, was now in an awkward position. He hadn't expected Yao Yao to become so beautiful after her makeover. Compared to her, Song Wei was nothing special. He suddenly lost interest in Song Wei and wanted to claim Yao Yao for himself. But he had already spoken too soon and couldn't backtrack now. So, what do you think? Yi Fan asked, raising an eyebrow, clearly pleased with himself. She's all right, I guess. Nothing special. Song Wei's still better. You'll regret this, shareholder QI grumbled. Yi Fan shrugged. Whether I regret it or not, I know you'll regret it. He handed the contract to Yao Yao. Are you interested in signing with us? Yao Yao was stunned. I can really become an artist? Of course you can, Yi Fan assured her. Yao Yao, while intrigued, hesitated. Can I think it over and get back to you? Sure, Yi Fan said confidently. Given that the system had labeled her a top international actress, he was certain she'd sign with the company eventually. This was a sure win for him. After Yao Yao left with the contract, Yi Fan was showered with compliments from everyone, and Zhu Kaiwen was so delighted she even offered to take him out for a celebratory meal. As Yi Fan basked in the attention, shareholder QI felt increasingly isolated. In a loud voice he shouted, Well, I've still got Song Wei. I'll use my own money to cast her as the lead in The Legend of Princess Chu. I've already bought the rights. Shareholder QI quickly became the center of attention. Shareholder QI, you actually bought The Legend of Princess Chu? That's the hottest show right now. Yeah, it's insanely popular. Even my grandma is hooked. If Song Wei stars in it, her fans will definitely support it. Shareholder QI, you've outdone yourself. Shareholder QI'd heartily, Oh, it's nothing. It's just that it'll run under my own studio, so I'll be the one making all the profits. The other executives became eager. I'd like to invest a little and get a share of those profits. Count me in too. Feeling proud of himself, shareholder QI shot Yi Fan a smug look and said, "Too bad someone here doesn't recognize a good opportunity when they see one. Missed out on the benefits." Yi Fan merely smiled, amused by the arrogance. The Legend of Princess Chu? Sure, it's popular right now. But Yi Fan had the system and could see the future. With Song Wei starring in it, this project would be a disaster doomed to fail and lose money. It would crash hard. Shareholder Q was nothing more than a rich fool throwing away his money. Yi Fan could already imagine QI crying over his losses later. The thought alone made him feel satisfied. Meanwhile, shareholder QI was still lost in his fantasies. He was convinced that Song Wei, being one of the hottest influencers, would guarantee high viewership. With the right production team, the show would become a massive hit, earning him a fortune. He even imagined his status skyrocketing within the company, and maybe, just maybe, Shu Kai-wen would be drawn to him. The future seemed bright and full of possibilities in his daydreams. After leaving the company, Yi Fan noticed a flood of messages in his dorm's group chat. Xiao Wu at Yi Fan. Hey Olji, did the class president try to frame you? It's all over the school's internal network. Fat Tiger Xiao Wu. Don't call him president anymore. Hong Yi has been stripped of his title and even punished. The school revoked all his part-time positions too. I heard his parents were just called in, and he's crying his eyes out like a baby. Lei Ji, good riddance. I've disliked him for a while. He went way too far this time, and I almost wanted to beat him up myself. Serves him right that the department beauty rejected him. His reputation is in tatters across the entire campus. Xiao Wu, I heard the school beauty barged into the office today to stand up for Yi Fan? Is that true? She really cares about you, huh? Lei Igie, man. If you don't get together with her after this, you're crazy. The school beauty is head over heels for you. Where else are you going to find a girl this devoted? I don't even have anyone chasing after me, and you're just letting her go. Fat Tiger, I had to spend so much time and money wooing my girlfriend, and here you are, Yi Fan, getting pampered by the school beauty, and you're still playing hard to get. I can't even watch this anymore. Yi Fan smiled to himself as he read the messages and typed a response. Fine. I'll think about it. Xiao Wu, think about it? If it were me, I'd have made my move already. Fat Tiger, some people don't know how lucky they are. Still, I get it. Yi Fan has a whole bunch of girls chasing after him, not just one. Yi Fan could practically feel his roommate's envy through the screen. He chuckled to himself. Sure, Muazinsi was sweet and beautiful. But there was no rush. He'd wait until the time was right. After turning off his phone, Yi Fan drove back to the Mu family home. Upon arrival, he saw Muazinsi sitting at the dining table, waiting for him. When she saw him, she pouted and complained. What took you so long? No matter how busy work is, you can't skip meals. If you keep this up, you'll end up with stomach problems, and I'll be the one who has to deal with it. Her delicate face was filled with concern, and she crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Yi Fan couldn't help but notice how soft and bouncy her posture made her look, and his ears turned red as he stifled a laugh. She looked just like an adorable, grumpy wife waiting for her husband. I'm sorry. I'll be more mindful from now on. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. Yi Fan walked over and gently ruffled Muzinsi's hair. I'll make sure to eat properly every day, just like you want. His tone was soft and affectionate. Muzinsi, feeling his touch, was suddenly flustered by his unexpected gentleness. What's gotten into you? She asked, her cheeks turning bright red. Why was he acting so different all of a sudden? Sharing this connection with you means I can't be selfish anymore. You care for me, so I should also care for you. Yi Fan smiled, grateful for all the times Muzinsi had looked out for him. Before, he had been a bit careless with his health, making Muzinsi suffer alongside him. He resolved to be better. Muzinsi's face burned even more. She had always been soft-hearted despite her tough words, and now, seeing Yi Fan's thoughtful side, she felt even more flustered. Her lips pouted slightly as she muttered, as long as you realize it. Trying to hide her embarrassment, she called out loudly to the butler, Butler, serve the food. Yi Fan was a little surprised. The food's already ready? I had the kitchen keep it warm for you. Who knows when you'll actually come home to eat? I'm starving, Muzinsi said, looking at him with innocent eyes. When the dishes were served, Muzinsi immediately grabbed some sweet and sour squirrel fish for Yi Fan. Eat more. Yi Fan understood her gesture and smiled as he took a bite. Since Muzinsi loved sweet and sour flavors, he made sure to eat more of the dish she liked. As he looked up at her, content with her meal, Yi Fan felt a surge of warmth. Congratulations, host. Detected an intimate interaction with the school beauty. You've been awarded 200 points, the system chimed in. After finishing dinner, Yi Fan stretched and said, I'm heading upstairs to sleep. You're really going to sleep? Mujinsi asked, taken aback. Yeah. What, did you think I was lying? Yi Fan teased with a grin. Mujinsi's face flushed. No, not at all. Despite herself, she found Yi Fan's reliability comforting. As Yi Fan walked upstairs, a sudden wave of heat surged through his body, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Ugh! Yi Fan clutched his stomach. What's wrong? Mujinsi panicked and rushed up the stairs. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan said, Wait. I don't know what's happening, but I think you should go check the bathroom. Could it be? Mujinsi's face turned beet red. She quickly hurried up the stairs, but Yi Fan called after her, Slow down. Don't run. Okay, I'll walk slower. Mujinsi replied, suddenly moving cautiously, like a small kitten. Yi Fan exhaled, still clutching his stomach. No need to walk that slow. Geez.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.